insecurity. They stood on the door of a pub. You know, that's how tragic it was. But there is no online shopping for Primark. That's why people queued. If there was online shopping, you wouldn't be queuing, would you? And people only go there, I think, because the laundrettes were closed, and it's cheaper to go and buy new clothes than it is to wash them. I mean, that would be a pointless exercise. But never mind, it's nice to have your company. Thousands of BBC jobs face the axe. They're looking to save £125 million. That's a lot of jobs. That could be the whole of local radio. That could save a little bit, couldn't it, I suppose? Also, no lockdown for Nessie, as somebody had a sighting the other night. But as usual, the fake photographs still are doing the rounds. This one taken from about 2 miles away. And even though we've got megapixel cameras in our telephones, it still looked like it was a log floating on the top of the loch. Which, of course, it wasn't, because somebody put it there. Why? Because there is no such thing as the Loch Ness Monster. There's no such thing as the Yeti, the Abominable Snowman, or any of these other... They do not exist. No such things... No, they don't exist. There's no such things as ghosts, no such things as poltergeists moving things, and there's no such things as we can talk to the dead. OK, so we've got that sort of objection. Put your hand up. Wait a minute. Put your hand up. Your name? Thomas. OK, Thomas, you can speak. And you... There is the LBC... Well, that's different to the LBC studio ghost, because it is the ghost of a woman called Emmeline Madango. And Emmeline used to work here as a housekeeper years and years ago, when this was an old house. And round a corner, as you know, there were doctors living here, and they used to take in bodies. And it's very, very important that we know the history of the place where we live. Do you know nobody knows the history of where they live? If you live in an older house, do you know its history? Do you know... That doesn't count for you, Thomas, because your parents' house is sort of modern house. It's... Yeah, from your... If it's an old place, you can go to the council... Yes, Thomas, again, Thomas's hands up on this one. You know from your flat, because you've built in 1862. It's an old mansion house outside the city. Wow, that's lovely. But do you know the people who lived there before you? See, that's the interesting thing, finding out. Because when you go to some of these houses in Islington, you can check on all the different families who lived in your house, and what the house must have looked like. If you go back to sometimes they had early photographs. But nobody ever does that, do they? I've been to the Twickenham Museum. I know what sort of goes on. I know what the Great West Road was. It was all market gardens up there. You have to learn what goes on in your area, and then you appreciate it more, which I think is actually quite... You know the bloke who was carried out of the... I hate to call them riots, because I just call it a disturbance. You know the fitness instructor who carried out the Millwall fan? Did you know that the Millwall fan used to be a copper? Surprisingly. There's an interesting one, isn't it? I thought they'd be thrilled with that. Yes, he was a copper, and then he became a detective as well, but then retired. Only 55, very young to retire, isn't it? I wonder if there's a history there. And he's got Millwall tattooed on his leg. What a funny thing for a copper to have done. But there you go, I'm sure that they have fans all over the place. All over the place. It's an odd one, though, isn't it? The moment I heard that he was a copper, I thought, aye. Not an undercover copper, is he? Do you think he was infiltrating the Millwall thugs? Do you think that's what it was? Who knows? That's his excuse, yeah. But anyway, apparently he is thinking of sort of getting back with the guy who helped him, Patrick. That'll be something worth saying. Happy birthday, of course, to... She Loves You, yeah. Paul McCartney celebrates his birthday today, so many happy returns of the day to Paul McCartney. And Rob says, I thought LBC stood for Leading Britain's Conversation. It can stand for all sorts of things, but there's nothing laid down in law. But it used to be London's biggest conversation. Then it was London Broadcasting Company. In the very beginning, London Broadcasting Company. But now we just use the initials for whatever we feel is worthy. Leading Britain's Conversation, I think, seems quite nice. You know, may have had its competition, but it beat them off quite easily. And Ron says, I swear to God, there is no God. No, but that's another one, isn't it? They were saying the other day, and they were having sort of discussed this, and it goes on ad infinitum, about God created heaven and earth and then rested on the seventh day. And yet I was told it was the Big Bang from years and years ago, millions and millions and millions of years ago. So was really Jesus walking about Galilee? I doubt it. Any photographs? No. No, not a photograph or a line drawing anywhere. So did he wander about? We're not sure. We don't think so. But it certainly wasn't the person who invented heaven and earth. It just doesn't add up. Just doesn't add up at all. Wishes to James Bowen on the death of Bob. And that was the cat that he walked around. He was 72 We did that yesterday on the programme. Corey went into deep depression over the cat. He didn't know the cat, you know. They'd corresponded a couple of times, had a few phone calls, but apart from that, there was nothing going on. And he got very upset. Oh, no, that was terrible. Because people get attached to cats, don't they, and stuff like that. We got attached to our cat. It was quite sweet. I met the cat, yes. The cat came in. Bob, the cat. Sorry? Little bit demanding, you know, wanted dressing room, hair and makeup before we even started the interview. I thought, well, you're not being talked to, you're being talked about. But you know what cats are like? Yeah, catnip. Our cat was lovely. I mean, it could actually go to sleep and you could pick it up and it would stay asleep and then you could move it to somewhere else. But because it was a white-haired Persian cat, well, it was a bit of a hybrid, it left hair everywhere. We were forever hoovering up hair. It was everywhere. I mean, you could have literally sat there with sort of sellotape on your hand going around picking up. And our suite at the time was red moquette. Sounds vile, doesn't it? But we liked it. We thought it was very posh. Yeah, all over your clothes. You got it everywhere. Over your clothes. It was just awful. Yeah, it was horrid. Not very nice at all. Bad news from Scott, Barbara Windsor's husband. He thinks that she'll have to move into a care home. Her dementia and Alzheimer's has got worse, and he thinks that'd be the best thing. And I thought, well, automatically she'll move into Brinsworth, which is a very famous place in Twickenham for people in the business who've sort of can't look after themselves. But I don't think that they, I'm quite sure on this, can look after somebody with Alzheimer's. That's very, very specialist. And I think that's why Norman Wisdom never went into there, because they needed more specialist care. And I think they'll have to find somewhere special for Barbara to go. But he said he knew that the day would come. He was just kind of putting it off as much as possible. So we'll come back to that one a little bit later on. Jane says, until Corey has a haircut, Steve, he might seem rather Yeti-ish. Yeah, he looks as though he's had a little trim with it or something. No, he hasn't. Oh, okay. You're just so jealous, aren't you, Tom? So I knew you'd be jealous. Does it make you sick? It's not grease. He washes it every day. His hair is beautiful. He comes in here sometimes with it wet. And it's... Washing in pig fat doesn't count, he says. So cruel, honestly. Listen, I mean, it's very lucky because, you know, you're receding, so you're never likely to have hair that grows like that. Go on, eat your chocolate Rice Krispie bar. Go on, put on some more pounds. Why don't you? I mentioned you on the podcast today. I mentioned the fact you put on weight and you weren't prepared to admit it. I said, but both of us agreed you put on weight. You certainly have. I was sitting opposite you at a sideways thing. It's no good looking at him, making threatening eyes. I've made a note of this. It's on camera. He'll throw his little cantaloupe at you. It is the sweetest little cantaloupe you've ever seen. He said to me, he's only ever had watermelon before. He's never had cantaloupe. He didn't know how to cut it in half. I know. Sometimes you marvel at the innocence, don't you? They've only got electricity. Well, they certainly haven't got deep pile shag, have they? I mean, that's a fact. I mean, we had that in our house years and years ago. And sculpted pile carpet. You know, and Corey, everything's sort of a miss. It's like, oh, you eat it. Yeah, what do you think it was? I thought it was like a cricket ball. No, you cut it in half. I said, and you take the pips out, because you don't want to eat... Oh, this is... I know, it's the trouble is he doesn't... I think he thought you ate it like that. They're very sweet, very, very sweet, those cantaloupes. They're really lovely. You just literally cut it in half, scrape the pips out. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. They are hefty, because the flesh is quite dead. They're delicious. They're absolutely delicious. I had two, actually. But I was going to bring two in, but I didn't have the strength to lift the blooming thing. Gemma Collins wants a baby, which, you know, is absolutely fine. That's why she's lost the way. To be honest with you, with her history of instability, I would have thought she'd be the last person, especially him as well. If she wants it with Argent, you know, the man who's been in and out of rehab more times than I've had Kentucky Fried Chicken, I would have thought that would not be the best environment to bring a child into the world. But nothing to do with me. That's the thing nowadays. There are no rules about who can actually bring a child into the world. And she thinks she wants to as she heads towards 40. Playing age about 15, I suspect. And she's also in the paper today thinking that in heaven it's full of milkshake machines and champagne. She really is delusional. It's a shame, really, but she started believing her own publicity. But there you go. So she'll bring a child into the world, and he'll go back into rehab again because he's been in and out so many times. And you think, is that a good environment? No. Absolutely not. She also thinks the world would be a better place if everybody was like her. I think not. Also, hairstylists have to work carefully, as you know, to avoid the virus spread. And you know what they've got to do? No talking. Well, have you ever heard of a hairdresser who doesn't... That's what they do. Hairdressers talk to you. They're cutting your hair, and generally the conversation goes along the lines of, who cut this last? And you go, you did. Unfortunately, I've had a bit of a go at it and a sort of a mash-up, and I've ruined it completely. But that's it. And then there was another story, oh yes, of a group of children in America, teenagers. And they all go off, 12 of them, 15 of them, to a party. And they go and have bevies and all the rest of it. And unfortunately for them, they didn't socially distance and they didn't wear masks. Now they're all with coronavirus, every single one of them. And you think to yourself, and then I see people on the television at sort of demonstrations and everything else, no social distancing, not everybody wearing masks, and I think, you're going to come down with it. You better pray that this stuff that they're doing at the moment is going to be the thing that's going to save your life, because otherwise you're in big doggy-doos. Steve, it's going to rain all day. Will there be a lot of queuing outside shop? No, there wasn't yesterday. Yesterday was quite quiet. I was quite surprised. Also, the RSPCA were called in to save a bird, and it turned out to be a toy in a cage. I mean, are people that thick nowadays? Who was the person who reported it? Were they really the dimbo of all dimbos? No, but we've got another story for you, which is going to, it's going to be one of those kind of stories today, because we've got a few. And we've got the texts and the emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says LBC should stand for lively, bright conversation. Yes. I think lively, bright conversation would be the kind of thing. Steve, my hairdresser isn't cutting hair any longer. He's cutting it shorter. All right, Keith. Heavy company. So the other day I was reading a story, and it only goes to prove that sometimes all the things you hear about on the internet are not true. In fact, on many occasions, they're just total falsehoods. And here is the story of a woman. Her son, who I think is 14, was attacked by a dog. And he had to go to hospital, and they took photographs of his arm, which was all sort of bitten and all the rest of it, because that's what happens when sort of dogs bite, if they're unsure of you or they're wary. So here you have a child of 14 with his arm looking all bad. And what did somebody do? A racist group picked up on the photograph, posted it online with the wording underneath, this young man was attacked by 20 black men with machetes. And they wanted to know what people were going to do about it. So this woman wrote to these people and said, no, this is my son. He was bitten by a dog. She's now been trolled by racists all over the place saying, you're a liar. You're just trying to protect these people. These were 20 black men armed with machetes. And you think, well, if they were armed with machetes, they were obviously pretty rotten shots, because it looks like he was bitten by a dog. And that's the rubbish you deal with on the internet. That is the rubbish. It really is unbelievable. It's like, when you read about that bloke who was lifted out of the melee by the black guy, and we all go, yeah, he just looks like a Millwall thug. He seems to fit the stereotype of a Millwall thug. Apparently he comes up to London for loads of demonstrations, but he was protecting the monuments. Well, that's for the story that they've come up with. And then it turns out that he's a copper, and I'm thinking, there's a story there. There's got to be a story there. He retired some years ago, but still comes up to London for these demonstrations. Steve, science proves the Big Bang occurred billions of years ago, but doesn't explain what preceded it. Nothing. We don't know. I mean, it's like I've often asked. Remember I asked Brian Cox, how do we know that there isn't anything on other planets? Because space is infinity. I said, does it never get to the end where there's a big sign that goes, no through road up, and all this kind of, you can't go any further? Because I don't know how it works. I don't know. Does it just go on and on and... Yes, you have reached your destination. Please mind the gap. One hell of a gap. There's all these sort of places, and you think to yourself, what is it at the end? Do you just keep going until you run out of space? Are we in a giant bubble and there's some big man looking down at us? I don't know. It's fascinating, isn't it? I'd like to believe that there's something out there. When they say there is life on other planets, what they mean is there might be a little microbe on a planet, which could be the start of life. We don't actually know, actually. And somebody says, does anyone ever transcribe your shows every day? You could do an annual of them. No, that's why we have podcasts. That's what the podcast is, basically. It's a transcribation of the some of them each year. You could do like the Blue Peter annual. You could have the Steve Allen annual, which would be lovely. I think so. I think that's good. Steve, a hairdresser who's cutting hair without talking would be like listening to the Steve Allen show without Steve Allen. Yeah. That's a thought. I never thought about that, actually. Never thought about it. Harry and Meghan have screwed up in America. Hate to point this out to everybody. Oh, and also that ghastly lady, Colin Campbell, has written a book about Meghan, claiming she knows everything. Well, I wouldn't believe a word this old bag says, because I've seen her on the television. I saw her on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, because she needed the money to do up her pile. And she claims that her sons are friends, and she's friends with royalty and all this kind of thing. I don't believe a word of it. Don't believe it. She's trying to flog a book. She claims that Meghan is the manipulative one. Well, we all could have taken a stab at that, couldn't we? You know, Harry was doing quite well, getting drunk and tootling along behind the royal family until Meghan came along. So it was a good guess, I thought. All she's trying to do is flog a book. I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. It's very easy, isn't it, to sort of do things like that. But over in America, they've tried to register a charity, and they've been turned down. Believe it or not. You see, this is what I mean about they're not experienced. He's not experienced outside the royal family. Over here, he goes, I'm going to open up a charity. They go, oh, that's really well done. Well done. Open up a charity. In America, they're going, you can't just open up a charity. Not only did they not file the correct paperwork for it, proving that I don't think they've got the faintest idea what they're doing, but also the American government were not convinced that they knew what they were doing. And, you know, the other thing that they failed to do, they failed to sign it. I mean, really, you know, they don't get more dim, do they? They really don't. China's axing flights and shutting schools amid the second spike of the virus. A 13-year-old boy finds a 5-leaf clover. I've never even found a 4-leaf clover. They're supposed to be very lucky. 5-leaf, supposed to be even luckier. And can we open toilets? Not for my benefit or your benefits. What about the people who suffer from Crohn's, who need to go to the toilet about 6 or 7 times a day? They need those toilets. They need those toilets. I mean, we have one in the Bentall Centre, which is specifically for people. They give them a special key so you can use it. Because if you've got Crohn's, and it can affect anybody. I know whole families who've got Crohn's. We've done Crohn's on the programme before. And it's 7 or 8 times a day you need to go to... I mean, you can't just go on a car journey and sit there like the rest of us. It doesn't work like that. So these thousands of BBC jobs facing the axe because they want to save 125 million. I don't really know where they're going to take the jobs from. I should imagine most programmes, seeing as they're way overstaffed. That's always been the problem with the BBC. This equivalent radio programme on the BBC would have about 10 people working on it. 10 people. What a waste of your money. I say your money because you're paying for it. You know, commercial radio is actually much better because it knows how to streamline programmes, and it knows I have 2 people. 2 people. But they don't do the programme. They do little bits and pieces for it. They put the podcast together, and they have to sit there and drive the equipment. I mean, I remember going to see somebody's show at the BBC. I can tell you who it is, but I won't. And there was 12 people working on it. I've never seen so many... I couldn't quite understand what they all did. The answer is they just wasted everybody's time. BBC Radio 1. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming now it must have been cut back because they've lost Maya Jama. She must have cost them a small packet and never actually achieved anything. So it's very, very odd, isn't it? Steve, don't mention Marsha Hunt. That'll tell you how long I've been listening, says Garrel. Marsha Hunt. One of my favourite records was called Oh No, Not the Beast Day. Really good. Oh, thank you. Have we done it now?
Yeah.
Oh, good, lovely. We've got to record all these little bits and pieces, which we seem to be doing with amazing, you know, I am one take Alan. One take Alan. Steve, and I've just cut my hair for the first time. It was a nightmare. He was running around the lounge, and I truly believe he thought I was a maniac, says Paolio. Cut my hair for the first time. I'm getting quite used to doing mine, actually, now. Corey's obviously not prepared to risk it. Thomas did risk it and now regrets it, but now thinks he looks like a Millwall fan. So he's sort of, you know, that's what everybody think. They go, oh, look, he looks a bit rough, doesn't he? A bit rough around the edges. And I go, well, he's not actually. He's like a pussycat. He's like, you are. You're not, honestly, you're not hard at all. I'm harder than you are. I'm hard. All right, mate, all right. I could have been... Oh, there was something I read about Scotland today. What was it? Was it something to do with Aberdeen Airport closing or something? There was something to do with Aberdeen Airport. I can't remember what it was. Just in the back of my mind, there's something. And I remember thinking, have they had to cut down some of the flights, or have they got flights going in, or there's some, whatever it was, I'm sure it was Aberdeen something. What is it? That's it. Planes got wedged together after they collided at Aberdeen Airport. Only the people flying the things, but they actually wedged them. One drove into the other one and lifted its wheels off the ground. That's the trouble when you're at Aberdeen Airport. Have you ever seen that? I've never seen that. Can't you turn the wheel or something away from it? Look at it. Really? Only at Aberdeen Airport. I knew there was something. I'm never wrong. Never wrong. Almost on a daily basis. And, Steve, looking at Martine McCutcheon's new home, very tastefully done in the fireplace, similar to mine, but I made mine myself, says Dion. Oh, do you remember Dennis Norden? Yes, I do. He was a big fan of this programme. When I met him, he said, I'm a listener. And I thought, oh, wow. Whether people say that, I don't know. I believe everybody. Seriously, I mean, people always sort of, Martin says, could you not make all Millwall fans as thugs? The ones that came up to London were. You know, I mean, I just don't quite understand. Millwall have got a reputation, and if you try and paint them any differently, they'll be very upset. You know, they're not all people who go to to fancy dress parties or something like that. No, they're out for a ruck. That's why they've got a reputation, haven't they? So, put it this way, you know, there are loads of other football clubs who don't have a reputation. Millwall's got a reputation. Whether you like it or not, it's very well documented. And we didn't say that all Millwall fans were thugs, but certainly the ones we've been seeing in London didn't do particularly well. Steve, my hairdresser's new chat-up line is, going anywhere nice for the lockdown? Nicholas from Stamford Brook, member of the original Spikers group, going anywhere nice for the lockdown? There's one woman, she's incurred the wrath of loads of people. She was talking about the worst thing about the lockdown is that she can't go to Harrods Food Hall. And people have gone, I'm sorry, is that the worst thing that's in your life? And I suppose for her it actually was. Vitamin D is the new hope in the war against coronavirus. Now, surprisingly, I told you that more than 2 or 3 months ago. And the reason I knew that, but I was sworn to secrecy, so I had to sort of allude to a new thing that was being used, is that vitamin D's been around for years and years and years. And I've started taking vitamin D. Whether or not it's good for me, I have no idea. But a friend of mine was a scientist, and he said, this is the way forward, vitamin D. And I thought, oh, right, okay. And that's what they're now saying. Also, I've got a new book, not me, but it reveals the baby-faced assassins of the resistance. These were children who were luring Germans into traps. A 14-year-old who was a self-styled executioner. He was taught how to execute German troops with a bullet to the head, but he couldn't do that. He couldn't bring himself to do it, so instead he shot them in the stomach and then in the heart. And then he just cycled away on his bike. It's a new book out. I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. The German investigators who want to retest a saliva sample found in the apartment that Maddie disappeared from. And Waitrose in a food-fuelled first. They're going to be running their trucks on... What are you doing? What are you doing? What's he showing you? What's he showing? You can show me in the break. Oh. Is it good or bad? Oh, it's good. Well, I like it. Oh, is it awful? Oh, right. Why does he say it's good then? You say he actually says it's good. You say it's disgusting. He's more... Oh, right, I don't want to see it then. I don't care about it. I do really. Right, so we got the newspapers. In a moment, we take all your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, says Holly, when your hair's long enough, you can put it in a ponytail on top of your head and cut off the end. Et voila. Well, that's what we could do, really, I suppose, to Corey's hair. Can you play the Eddie Mayer soundbite? I missed it with it being an hour earlier because Eddie's got an extra hour on his programme, and so we now come in at coming up to 6 o'clock for the Steve Allen soundbite. We never know what they are. We never. I promise you. I wish we knew. If people have even guessed, we'll say something on the programme and somebody say that'll be the soundbite. Is this it? Here we go. Da da dun da da dun da da dun da dun da dun da dun dun da dun da dun dun, and the voiceover's going, these are among the best mosaic floors in the entire world. That was when they found them in Turkey. Do you remember? And they used, and I'd forgotten the music was from Jurassic Park. It was fab. It was so good, and they're the most perfect mosaics. There's no bits missing or why is that funny? I think that's really good. Nice. And, Steve, wholly unnecessary comment about Millwall fan stereotype. Well, I'm sorry, hello. Were you in town last week? You should come down. There were a lot of thugs out there. That's it. Unfortunately, I mean, if you don't know what Millwall's reputation is, you're not reading up on things, because it's there. It's well documented. I don't know why it's Millwall fans, why they want a ruck. And, it's kind of all those sort of things, isn't it? Fans now have a dreadful reputation. And that's it. And so it was the papers who said these are mindless thugs. So I hope you've written to all the papers as well. That would be a bit stupid if you hadn't, wouldn't it, really? And me and my family are lifelong Millwall fans, and we're black people from Peckham. Right. That'll be interesting, won't it? Steve, my barber said to me, something for Christmas, sir. Are they ever going to open? I don't think there is, actually. I really don't think there is. Steve, so you've done the Eddie Mayer thing, and also another one. A lot of people trying to cut their hair and not doing very well with cutting their hair, but soon you will be able to manage all these things. And you will actually be able to go back. And let's face it, if you can go out and you can buy stuff in shops, why can't we get our hair cut? It doesn't take too much, does it? Mind you, if somebody said to you, are you prepared to risk going to your hairdressers? I said, well, if they've got a mask on and I've got a mask on, yes, I am. It's not that they're sort of breathing into me. They're sort of standing behind you cutting your hair. I don't see how that's a problem. I really don't. If you're doing somebody's hair, you're putting not curlers in, but you know what I mean. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Well, I might have curlers in, I have had curlers in before, many, many years ago, and had a perm. I decided to have a perm, and it was lovely. I look fantastic, actually. All of a sudden, I look like Art Garfunkel. Not one of my better looks, because I couldn't sing. Bright eyes burning like fire. Bright eyes, I believe when I fall in love, this time it'll be forever. One of my favourite songs. Actually, so many good songs out there. Steve, I've got an Iceland bonus card. Yes. We did that yesterday, didn't we? Waitrose trucks. Yes, Waitrose trucks. They're going to run them on potato peelings. I thought it was April Fool's Day as well. I did have to check, but it's not. They can do this. You can run cars on oil, like sort of used up fish and chip oil and stuff like that. It just means you get this overwhelming urge to have a Savoy and batter as you're driving along, which doesn't happen very often. I mean, it does to me, but obviously not to everybody. You can be halfway down the motorway and all of a sudden this image of a Savoy and batter pops up and you're there. That's it. I have to pull into the side of the road, get my little Primus stove out and start cooking. I'd love to actually do a sausage and batter at home. I've never made batter. I know you can buy it. You can buy everything like that, can't you? You can go and buy batter mix. It's like pancake mix you can buy as well. And I was watching somebody on the television the other day. It was one of these come dine with me's, and it was very funny, actually. The food was average, to say the least. They had this sort of Welsh bloke on there. He didn't know anything. He really didn't know. I was quite surprised. He really didn't know. He didn't know, what was one of the words that he couldn't pronounce? There were loads of words he couldn't pronounce on people's food. I remember thinking, I don't know. Steve, I'm 26 and I've had a perm for 3 years. Makes my hair look like noodles after I've been in the shower. Still, best hair choice I've ever made. It was easier, wasn't it? If you had a perm, it would just wash and go. You just sort of towel dry it and then leave it. What is he doing? What's he doing? Getting a coffee? Aye, would that be fresh coffee? What's that? You got your own cup for the coffee? Oh. It's a foldable cup. Is it really? How does it fold? Oh, environmentally friendly cup. Oh, look at that. That's nice. Do you know, I saw something similar, I think, in Waitrose the other day. Do they do these foldable cups? And you wash it every day then? Oh, right, okay. Corey's got another one of his mother's masks. She's hoping nobody buys them. She's sort of stretched to the limit at the moment. She can't turn them out quick enough. They sell for about £3 each. Sorry? She's got a Singer sewing machine. But she sells it. Does she sell them online? Is she? Oh, she just does them at work. Oh. And she sells them for £3. Oh, she works in hospital. Oh. Obviously somebody's not overemployed at the hospital, so she can make masks. She's the only one still living on her ward, so she makes masks. They're quite nice, though. She gets the material and she makes them up, but apparently it's a bit time-consuming. But at least she's doing it. I mean, that's cool, isn't it? Of course, if she was doing them online, we'd give her a mention, and then she'd be completely overwhelmed with face masks, and she'd be going, I don't want any more face masks, please not. Relief for gardeners, because it's been pouring all night, says Colin. It is. And Steve, it's true. Millwall fans will start flooding in now. Do you know what you've started? It's a pandemic with Millwall fans. How funny that he would be a copper, though. Isn't that an ex-copper? He's obviously retired. He was a copper, and then he became a detective inspector. And he was out there apparently protecting statues. That's what it says. But he does come up to all the demonstrations. It's not the best look, is it, going? Not the best look going. Love the show. On my way to France in my truck, says Trucker Dan. Trucker Dan, which is good. Also, hope you're having a good Thursday. Just wondering how long for the bag to arrive. July. They're not being sent out till July. They're being made at the moment. They have to be made and then stitched together, and then they will be dispatched. So fear not. Fear not. I want people to know I'm part of the Groovy Gang. Well, if you end up with one of these bags, you are part of the Groovy Gang. It's as simple as that. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So we don't want to do anything to do with the Financial Times. Do you know, I don't understand this. The Queen does Ascot. OK, you know she's been going for 65 years, and she's not been today. So it's the first time in 65 years that she's not been to Ascot when it's been on. But she won. Does she actually put bets on, and do they send her the money or something when she wins? Do you think she goes and stands at the window and goes, I've got a winning ticket, and they pay her out? I don't know how that works, because she doesn't carry money. He doesn't. I don't understand how it works. Is the Queen allowed to win? Is she allowed to gamble? Would that be the sort of thing? And also, does she have to declare the winnings? That would be an interesting thing to find out, wouldn't it, really? Daily Star this morning. Hairstylists working in silence. That's what they've said. They have to work. Oh, and Willie Thornton. Now, I got that wrong yesterday. When we left yesterday, we were saying he was on a support machine. And then an actor friend of mine wrote down, oh, sorry to hear about the death of Willie Thorne. And I was tempted to write back, actually, and go, are you sure he's died? I only had him down as being, in a self-induced coma. They put him into a coma situation in the hospital. But then, within a matter of an hour, it was confirmed that he had, in fact, died. And he was a gambler. He got through... They say he got through $1 million, because in his days, they didn't make as much money as these people do. I mean, boxers make a phenomenal amount of money. Phenomenal amount of money. And they say he actually got through $1 million because he was gambling and everything else. But even so, 66 kind of shook me up a little bit, because I remember thinking, 66? Who do I know who's 66? Oops, I know who's 66. Me. And Willie Thorne died, but he'd had... Well, for the purposes of the programme, I'm just coming up to 40. But in real life, you've got my showbiz age, then you've got the real age. And that's how most people work, isn't it? That's how most people work. I mean, you don't find people in show business who actually tell you their real age. There was somebody the other day, like James... Well, how old's Dave O'Brien? 77. In real age. Is that human years? Human years. Does he say 30? He's not still saying that, is he really? I've seen the wife. Seriously, he must be. He must be a lot older than he says he is. I've not seen him for ages. And then yesterday, Tom Swarbrick was in the building. He's not been in the building for ages. He was doing his programme, because he said it was so odd coming back in to London, whereas I've been seeing it every day. Don't look any different to me. With shops boarded up and the pubs boarded up and things like that. But you don't need to wear your mask in there. There's only 2 of you in there. You're socially distancing. You don't need to... I mean, I'm not wearing my mask. You just coughed. That's what Selena said to me earlier on. I think she sneezed. She said, I haven't got it. She always apologises afterwards. I said, listen, doesn't matter. Just stay your end of the room. Steve, listening for the first time, recommendation a la Chris Moyles. Do you know, I'll have to give him money, actually. It's ridiculous. He keeps recommending this programme to people, and I keep thinking I better give him some money, which is quite nice. So thank you very much indeed. As I passed Global yesterday, said Matthew, couldn't help noticing how dated the Hippodrome looked, but the M&M window store display at the square is very impressive. Yeah, I don't think are they open yet, the M&M shop? I don't think they are. I can't remember what that used to be. I know it was all part of the Swiss Centre. Then it became the hotel and the M&M shop. I've never been in there. Never been in there. But in fact, you only see how big we are. We're a double-fronted building. Double-fronted. It's two buildings, and we crossed from one into the other. I come in one building, then cross into our side of the building. And there's 8 floors. 8 floors here. And lifts all over the place, kitchens all over the place, and it stretches all the way to the back at the Garrick Theatre. So if ever you need to get somebody out of the building who's very famous, we can either whiz them down in the special lift, or failing that, they can disappear out the back of the building quite easily, and nobody knows. Sometimes you get all the fans for the people waiting outside the front of the building, and I think, I know where they've emerged from. Always good stuff. Steve, the Queen says she doesn't gamble, but she's said to read the Racing Post every morning. Yes, my guess is the Queen owned a horse that won at Ascot, says Jacqueline. You're right, she did. But does she take the money? Or does she sort of put it back into... I thought the racing was very odd. Didn't you? There was nobody there, apart from a few isolated jockeys. You did not watch it? Well, I don't watch it either. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. It just means that it's a day off for all the chavs who turn up. You know, they all turn up with their sort of ghastly outfits. And then there's a few other show-offs who were in the papers the other day, like Mike Tyndall and his wife, Zara, who was sort of dressing up and standing in her mother's grounds, so they could have a picture taken. He doesn't go to Ascot. He hasn't got... No, he doesn't. He's not a chav. Have you met his mother? Seriously. I know the little Mrs. Woman. Hyacinth Bouquet she is. But, you know, I was watching that Hyacinth Bouquet programme again the other day. Such a snob. But so funny, you know. I mean, every time she used to berate the postman in the morning, what do you mean you don't have any post for me? You know, and then she phones up the Lord Chamberlain's office because she thought that she had an invite to the Queen's garden party. And she said, because my husband's just retired from the local council, and I was expecting my thing, and I just want to know what Her Majesty's wearing so we don't clash. And the man said, well, how do you know you've actually got an invite to the garden party? She said, well, of course we would have. My husband worked for the government. He was very high up in water. And all this kind of stuff. And she was great. But she used to berate the postman, who would turn up in the morning and go, have you not got any posts for me? But you've got posts for next door. Why is there no posts for me? And he said, well, you haven't got... Well, check again. And also, she then wanted to know why she didn't get the same milk bottles every day with her milk in. I don't want somebody else's milk bottles, she said. I want the same ones. And also, the water I'm getting, it doesn't taste the same. She said, am I getting somebody else's water? And they went, yes, very likely. She said, well, I don't want that. I want my original water back again. She was classic. She was so good. I couldn't believe my ears. I got it wrong is the first for the Steve Allen Show. What did I get wrong? Have I said I got something wrong? No, I don't think we've ever heard it. No, the producers have said, no, you've misheard. I love the idea. Do you remember Clapperboard with Chris Kelly? Yes. Jason, yes, Clapperboard. It was like a film quiz for kids. Before your time. What was the first kids' programme you got then, boys? What did you watch on the... Because that gives an indication of somebody's age. Rugrats. Okay. Teletubbies. Oh, and Bob the Builder, right. Teletubbies with the gay one. Was that Dipsy or La La or one of them? Was it Tinky Winky who had a handbag? I never quite understood that, actually. Balamory. What's the story, Balamory? That was good, wasn't it? That's that place that really exists. With all the different... Tobermory, Balamory. And it's got all the different coloured houses. I don't think I'd want to live there. Do you think they have a Kentucky Fried Chicken? That's obviously one of their... Really? Oh, how lovely. Rivetingly dull. Steve, this is a revelation for me. The Queen reads the Racing Post. I used to be a graphic designer for them. Does this mean the Queen has seen my work? Yes. She has a subscription to Racing Post. I think they deliver free. I used to get Racing Post. So that's, I mean, of course the Queen, she's so into horse racing. Seriously. And, Steve, in the book of Genesis, we read that God said, let there be light. Could that have been the Big Bang, says Helinka. Well, it's a good interpretation if it is. I like that. Andy says, James O'Brien is 47, because I'm a little bit older. Oh, right. Oh. 40, is he 47? Gosh, I'm older than he is, but looks so much better. I didn't work, fortunately. I had to take remaining holidays days, so I isolated during that time. If I didn't says Paolio, have holidays. I could have infected loads of people because there was... no, because Boris was on holiday and missed 5 Cobra meetings. I never used to understand why they called them Cobra meetings. Debbie says, have you lost weight? You're looking very well. By the way, I always listen to your early morning breakfast show whilst doing my Pilates workout, but you make me laugh so much I can't hold the moves, especially when you read out the poetry. Yes, got a classic one for you this morning, which you're definitely going to like, I think. Steve, I think most of your listeners are Chris Moyles fans. I think they're not. Outrageous. I've been going a lot longer. To him and his listeners, you're a cult figure. And in radio, your Talking with Sooty and Sweet was brilliant. That was done by Dave, his former head of producing, who did that. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. Seriously, we didn't know about it until somebody told us. Have you heard you talking to Sweep? And it was just the funniest thing I'd ever heard. So inspired. I could never have done anything like that at all. But it was good, actually. It's the same thing, isn't it? I got it wrong at first. I've never got anything wrong. I certainly would never admit anything. Absolutely. Oh, I'm sure that a couple of years ago you were 38, so I don't understand where the 66 bit comes from. Your fabled age is 40, surely. Well, but I don't want to sort of miss out, because somebody said to me, if you pretend to be a lot older, then you attract an older audience, and they're a bit more stable, and they're the people that they want. I don't want people too young, because they don't spend money. So that's how it has to work, I'm afraid. Thank you for the strawberry advice, Steve. I've consumed 2 punnets recently, each with a tin of chilled evaporated milk. How delicious. Oh, my phone's gone. Chilled evaporated milk. That sounds absolutely delightful. Guess who loves Balamory? What's the story in Balamory? Wouldn't you like to know? No. Henry. Henry likes Balamory. You know why? Because he says, I love Balamory. It's good, isn't it? What's the story in Balamory? Wouldn't you like to know? But it's always the kids. Are they really kids singing, or are they not? Do you think they really are? Because years ago, there was a program called Candid Camera, and they used to have all sorts of little things. But my favourite one was somebody who'd taken a job as a secretary. And they said to the secretary, it was all set up, obviously. They said, you need to phone this woman here and ask her about these questions. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you then. Okay, bye. So go out the room. So this poor secretary would dial up, and what she got the other end of the phone was an adult, but it was an adult who did children's voices. And she'd go, hello? And then she'd go, oh, is your mummy there? I'll just go and find out. And she put the phone down. So, of course, the poor woman, the other end, the secretary, is getting a bit frustrated, and it happens about 3 times. And each time, until she gets to the desperate point where she's going, don't put the phone down, don't put the phone down. Is your mummy there? I'll just go and get her. And then she puts the phone down again. Well, of course, hilarious for anybody who wasn't in on the gag. I'm thinking we could do it, on everybody else's programmes. Darren could go, and next we've got, whoever. Hello? Click. The funniest thing ever. I love it. Love it. Steve, I've got a new truck with a DAB radio earlier in the year. Best thing about it is I can listen to LBC nationwide now. I've been on early starts all week, which is lovely, and loving the show. Best start to the day for a chuckle from Steve the trucker. He's got tartan curtains, no neon signs, because you know what? The thing that we had on the programme. Curtains are okay in one of these big trucks. Neon lights, gay driver. That's what it is. It's a secret signal. It's a secret signal so that people know that you're another gay trucker that they can meet up with. So all these trucks going up and down the motorway with their cab lights on and lights on the truck and all the rest, gay. Every one of them gay. And it's their secret. Somebody wrote to me and said, are you sure? Because I've got these lights on my truck. But I don't mind that. I think that's quite funny. Steve, they also did you talking to R2-D2. Did they? Oh, we've not heard that one. Steve Allen talks to R2-D2. No, they didn't. No, they did. Are you sure? Of course, now the company assembled in the studio were into action to try and find out whether or not Steve Allen talking to R2D. I mean, to be honest with you, it makes perfect sense because it's roughly similar to Sweep. It's just that Sweep is a funny character. But no, we're not finding it. No. We would know about these things. You know why? Because they would actually tell us. They always have to tell us when they do something like that, if we're not aware of it. Yeah, if they've actually made it and not told us, then it would be big trouble. We would be, because I do talk to some of them. Mainly we're waving at the moment. I don't mind waving. I think that's actually quite good. Steve, the Queen does carry money. On Sunday, she leaves a cash donation in the collection basket at church. She doesn't carry money. She carries no... She doesn't have a purse. You're not telling me that handbag is full of £50 notes. How much does she put in the collecting? It's her church. What are we on about? Why would she put money into her own business? It's good, but I quite like that. Cabinet Office Briefing Room, Cobra. C-O-B-R. Oh, right. A. Where that comes from, I've got no idea. And listening again from Singapore, says Lucy, our lockdown is lifting tomorrow. Can't wait to partake in a Prosecco in a bar garden. Oh, don't. Do you know what I want? I want to go and take the boys out and push them out the front door and shut the door and lock it and then come back inside. That would be my ultimate dream. So there you go. There's £1 each. You go and enjoy yourself in the pub. And we could all have... We could go out to the pub. We could have Prosecco and bowls of chips. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Bowls of chips. Apparently, Rich from Radio X, he says, yes, R2-D2 happened. Have you got the clip? He's in his car. What are you going to do? Pull over to the side of the road and start... Well, he says it happened. We can't find it, Rich. But he says it happened. I love the way that... Well, I mean, that's tantamount to a hanging coming up, I think, really. Fancy not telling us about that one. How do we not know? We're normally so on top of it. Sort of. Steve, can you say hello, a big hello to Ben Jones in Kensington? What's that, the new department store? Hello, we're going shopping in Ben Jones today. Somebody says, I love all your accents. Listen, a surprise sometimes I do them to myself in the car. I amuse myself. They always say, if you can't make yourself laugh, there's something the matter. I was watching the television yesterday. I can't remember what the programme was, but I actually laughed out loud, and that doesn't happen very often. Really doesn't. Steve, you've just done it again. You made me laugh so much about the potato peelings, I fell out of bed. There's not a lot of people can make me laugh, says Kathy. Potato peelings. Yes, Kathy needs to fix the bed, say the boys. And Steve, as a new listener, I have to tell you this. I love the fact you have conversations with your producer who's in your headphones, but the listeners can't hear him, only you. Sounds like the title of a song, doesn't it? Only you can make this world... I don't know who did that, actually. Only you. Oh, it doesn't matter. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 5 o'clock. I know it seems ridiculous, doesn't it? It's this time of the morning, and there's actually people who sound reasonably coherent on the radio. That's a first, doesn't it? Oh, don't forget, tomorrow, you must not miss the programme tomorrow, OK? That's all I'm telling you. You must not miss the programme tomorrow. On pain of death. Breakfast, it's LBC, it's Thursday, it's wet. It's going to be wet for about the next week and a half, I think, which is a bit miserable, but great for gardeners. Everywhere going, thank goodness, a bit of water. Because I think after we've had a week and a half of torrential downpour, we can start filling up the reservoirs. Not tremendously, but at least it's a start. And then we're going to go into very, very sunny weather, very hot. And that's when all of a sudden those baskets that you planted, the tubs that you planted, the pots and all the other bits and pieces are going to go from looking a bit to all of a sudden going, and all of a sudden it will appear magically overnight. I think what you should do really is plant baskets up and then leave the country for about 6 months or 3 months, then come back and go, oh my God, that's what it's going to look like. Because when you see them every day, you never notice. And I've got all begonias in all my pots. I put variegated geraniums, different coloured leaves and things like that, in some other pots, and some quite nice things which I've never put in before. The plants, I don't know what they are. Million Bells is a very popular one, and Verbena is very popular. And I've got one which is all different colours in them, and they seem to be doing particularly well, which is lovely. So, Steve, says Rachel, you have so much energy and wit early in the mornings, especially since lockdown. You think? Oh, it was the Platters who sang Only You. I still like the In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. That was by the Tokens, and you can find them on YouTube. All these things you can find on YouTube. Gemma Collins, they now call the balmy reality star. She was never a star, she was just a foul-mouthed old bag, I'm afraid. And she thinks that her brain should be available to download after she dies. I mean, she really is a bit mad. And she says, I imagine heaven being sort of like pink fairies, blue fairies. If you've seen the film Maleficent, then you've seen all those little woodland animals. Oh, what is she, a 3-year-old or something? It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, really, that, you know, for a woman heading towards 40, she still hasn't got half a brain cell. Steve, the Red Arrows are flying across Teddington and Twickenham later this afternoon with their French counterparts on their way to London to celebrate Charles de Gaulle's World War II speech, says Youssef in Hampton. How lovely, the Red Arrows. Whoop, blimey. We'll be up for that. Do you know what time? Do we know any time? And somebody says, can you imagine having your own money with your own head on it and putting it into your collection? How many people can do that, says Ron. I don't know. I love her. I think she's fantastic. I really do. Steve, are all your boys English boys, or do you have a Scottish boy and an Aussie boy? I don't have an Aussie boy anymore. I've got a Scottish boy. And I've got, dear, he's doing his sort of, you know, Robbie the Burns, Bruce, whatever it was, I don't know what he was doing, honestly. I think in the early days, he'd have been one of those ones in a bearskin covered in woad or something. I could just imagine, you know, Thomas bearing down on you. Well, you can dream, I suppose. Put the umbrella down, try not to... Honestly, he's got this streak in him that, you know, if we read something in future years about him, I wouldn't be at all surprised. That's what we worry about, actually, especially as his mother listens. So if anybody knows what time the Red Arrows are going over, do please let me know. No, so we've got an English boy and a Scottish boy on the programme. What have we done? Oh, dear, honestly. Really, it's like dealing with children, it really is. Steve, these days, says Dion, when somebody asks my age, I just say distance to London plus congestion charge. And Holly says, my friend's dad has evaporated milk in his tea. We had that when we didn't have real milk. You had to put evaporated milk in. But it used to congeal over the top of it. You'd have to peel off that bit of congealed stuff. But it made a cup of tea taste a bit bizarre. Coffee was okay in, but condensed milk or evaporated milk, I think, is a bit strange, really. A little bit strange. Right. What have we got here? Pubs appealing... Please let us open. We're suffering. Theatres, please let us open. We are suffering badly, and we're going to lose things. Also, Kieran Hayler. At one time, he was with Katie Price, but there again, poor old lonely Katie started spreading rumours that he was a sex addict. In fact, she went on television and started saying, he's been having, you know, advice on it and all this sort of things. And he says, I definitely don't have a sex addiction. It was all made up. I don't. It's not true. Kieran, who's engaged to Michelle now, and Katie taunted him about their marriage by telling him she was still in love with her first husband, Peter Andre. That's the trouble with Katie Price. That's why she's lonely. That's why she'll never be with anybody long enough, because she's got too many issues. She's not at 6s and 7s. He says, I'm happy now I'm in a real relationship. He had 5 years of suffering with her, as indeed did they all. As indeed did they all. They all had suffering with Katie Price, because I don't know what it is about her, but she's been married so many times now, and each one's been a dismal failure. Not on their behalf, on her behalf. And then she sort of starts saying disgusting things about them, and then she gets herself into trouble. And that's the bit that we always like about her. Steve, do you think the Queen has ever had loose change? Jules, no. I don't have loose change. I've got a little bit in my pocket this morning, but only a little tiny bit. Caroline said, can you give us a clue as to why we should listen to your show tomorrow? I'm only awake this morning because my cat brought a bird in. Oh, Caroline, no. No, I can't tell you. I can't tell you why I should. I mean, to be honest with you, I shouldn't have to explain to anybody why you have to listen to this programme every day. That's the only reason that we get the spike. And it's the only reason that we've managed to change a lot of people's sleeping habits. You know, as you've heard people say before, including me, ain't nobody going to sleep when I'm on the radio, OK? You might want to have a little doze every so often, but I promise you, there's always something around the corner. And tomorrow, it's... I haven't seen the details, so I'm a little bit in the... I know what it is, but I'm a little bit in the dark as well, OK? So, shh. Why do we do that to children? Shh. Is it that makes them think, I think I'll have a wee now? Is that what they do? You know, children and baby, you go, woo, 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 like that. The baby go, woo, and they smile and you think, I know you're wetting your nappy. I know what they're doing. And especially it's just after you've sort of changed a nappy. Not that I've ever changed a nappy, but I've just seen people doing it on the television. I don't even know why I mentioned it. It's got to do with you. Mind your own business, you nosy bunch of so-and-sos. Yeah, picking on me because I'm talking about nappy changing. I know, I've seen it being done. I had my nappy changed a few times. 27 I was at the time. But anyway, that's another story. Slight incontinence problem. But I don't mind. The red arrows are at 3 p.m. if wet in the town hall, says Nicholas. Oh dear. Yorkshire saying, E bar gum. Put wood in toll. Which means please close the door. Please close the door. It's funny, actually, when we went up to Yorkshire, I mean, I was fairly sort of posh boy. And I seemed to get on okay with them. Well, I think so. Well, that's what I tell people. I was very popular up there. No, I wasn't. They hated me. They absolutely hated me. And you know why? I was the only one in my class at the age of 13 with short trousers. Short trousers. Short corduroy trousers with matching jacket. You can imagine the ribbing that I got. And why? Because my prep school uniform was grey corduroy trousers with a matching jacket. And my mother said there's loads of use in them, so I went to school wearing them in the middle of winter. I was the only one in my class with little blue and red knees. It was so cold. So how girls used to cope going to school in the winter with just a short skirt on. Well, obviously a top as well and a hat. It'd look a bit ridiculous just going with a skirt, wouldn't it? But that was I got ribbed. I don't know my mother ever realised. My brother was wearing long trousers long before I was. Because mine had loads of wear. I couldn't wait to leave school. The humiliation was too dreadful. Oh, look, another picture of attention-seeking Maya Jama. Go away. Go away now. Thank you. Oh, dear. This is model Winnie Harlow. Soaking up the sun. What's she got? What's Winnie Harlow got? It's not impetigo. I can't remember what they call it. She's the black model with the white... Is it impetigo? I can't remember what it's called now. I know that there's a name for it. There's a name for it. Here we go. Canadian fashion model, vitiligo. Well, it was something like that. Aligo. Vitiligo. Have you not seen her before? Yeah. She's very well known. So her name is Chantel Whitney Brown Young, but she's known as Winnie Harlow. Chantel. I think Chantel's quite a nice name. Why would you want to change that? You know. Also, I'm blessed my career was no flash in the pan, says Brian Blessed. He reckons saying Gordon's alive in Flash Gordon is the most important thing he's ever done. He's lovely. I love him. I think he's absolutely a great, great character. Great, great character. Robbie Williams, always proud to be a Brit, but even more so when he watches Naked Attraction. He watches Naked... I can imagine Robbie Williams watching that. He says, very strange. He said it wouldn't and couldn't exist in America. Well, I'm quite surprised that it exists here. You know, this is if you haven't seen it, it's a programme where there's five people, either men or women or a combination or people who are pansexual, whatever it is, and then somebody has to pick out, and they are stark naked. It's full frontal nudity. And the camera does a close-up of people's bits. And it has a strange fascination, because the one thing you're fascinated by is not their bits, but you're fascinated as to what on earth possessed you to go and stand on the television and take all your clothes off in the first place. You know, if you don't look particularly good naked, and people know whether they look good naked, then don't go on television. You know, because, I mean, it doesn't do you any favours. Doesn't do you any favours at all. 84850, somebody says, posh boys don't slurp their tea live on radio. You something the matter with you. Were you dropped on your head as a baby? Or are you a baby? Right about the same thing. What do you mean posh boys don't slurp their tea? Quite clearly, you've never been to Fortnum and Mason's. Goes on all the time. All the time. Especially if you pour the tea in the saucer. That's much better. Posh boys don't slurp their tea. God, blimey, honestly. You need to watch Downton Avenue. That's always very popular, which is different from the Abbey show. This is down. Yeah, I mean, there's Downton River. They're all different shows. Steve, if you want a good laugh, watch My Big Fat Greek Wedding. I've seen it. I think I know the people in it, actually. Jack says, You only know people change nappies because you saw it on television. I so did not see it on television. Why would they want to show you changing nappies on television? No, I've seen it in real life. Did your brother go to the same school as you? Thank God, no, Carol. No, he went to grammar school. I didn't make it to grammar school. I was sec mod. But I don't mind. Listen, didn't do me any harm. Didn't do me any harm. When people say, oh, you know, do you not sort of worry about the fact you haven't got any qualifications? Hello, welcome to my breakfast. Jack says, sorry, Steve, that's what you said. I didn't make it up. Yes, you did. And somebody says, Robbie Williams. Yes. I was slightly disturbed that he watches Naked Attraction. I mean, I've seen it, but Rob, you don't expect Robbie Williams to be watching something like that, although perhaps you do. 16:58 over Richmond Park. Red arrows are flying over. There you go. Which means that you'll see them in the sky, which will be lovely. You're definitely going to enjoy that. Steve, apparently the shushing, shh, says Tim in Bracknell, is similar to the sound of blood rushing around the body when the baby's in the womb. Right. There's something about that. Shh. Shh. You watch, there's 3 people just gone to sleep now. I don't like the idea of slushing, similar to the sound of blood rushing around the body. I'm sure it's not in my case. Do you remember that? What was that thing where they miniaturised a little submarine and they put it into this bloke's bloodstream and they went all the way around the body? What was it called? It was a kids sort of television programme. Somebody would tell us. And they miniaturised a little submarine and inserted it into the bloodstream, and it went throughout the entire body for ages and ages and ages. If anybody can let me know, I'd be very grateful. Steve, sterilised milk, great on cornflakes. Oh, actually, I had some... I shouldn't have had them yesterday. I had these fruit and fibre thing. It's just full of sugar. I know I shouldn't have had it, but with ice-cold milk, it's particularly delicious. And I had it before I went to bed. Because it saves having a yoghurt or a pudding or something like that. And I'm not really a pudding kind of person, so I try and sort of not do it. If you boil a couple of cans of evaporated milk, it turns into toffee. It does, for banoffee pie. Yes, be very careful when you open the tin. Very careful. So you just put the evaporated milk in a saucepan full of boiling hot water and let it boil away, and it turns into toffee, which you then pour into banoffee pie. But I don't like banoffee pie, so it doesn't really help. You like banoffee pie? Yeah. You made it, yeah. Did you boil up the evaporated milk? Yeah. It's funny how it does something to it, isn't it? It just sort of turns it into this sort of toffee thing, and then you pour it in. My mother used to make coconut macaroons were very popular, and then she did another thing like a coconut pyramid, which was sort of wiped around with apricot jam and then dipped in desiccated coconut. They were very, very popular. Florentines, she made Florentines. I love Florentines, but again, not a good thing for diabetics. So don't take my advice for things. You know, you have your own agenda. Some people can eat different things. Just so happens I used to eat those, but that was years ago for sort of young. David Harper. Where have you gone to? Oh, you've vanished again now. Come back. He sent me his book, and it's lovely. Actually, it's really lovely. David, do you know that you look like that other guy on the television who does antiques? I used to get quite confused. He's got a big sort of warehouse. David's book is. Wait a minute. I have to tell you what it's called, because otherwise you'll be going, what was that David Harper book? And it's called A Romp with the Georgians. Okay, funny, outrageous and dastardly historical stories. He's obviously got a penchant for doing this kind of thing. I've just opened the one up here, very appropriate at the moment, on Georgian toilets. Because when it comes to public toilets, they didn't actually exist for the Georgians. The closest there would be something referred to as a communal log house, which was a room full of large pots for weeing in, for ladies only. You'd find those in city pleasure gardens. Pleasure gardens were a Georgian invention. They arrived in the middle of the 1700s, were places the public visited for entertainment. Acres of beautiful gardens, sculptures, winding walkways, fountains. You see, to me, we used to call those... Oh, what do they call them as well? There was another name for those pleasure gardens. Botanical gardens. I always think the word botanical sounded so brilliant. But in the evening, there was food available, performance sang and danced, and then in the evening, Chinese lanterns appeared. I mean, it sounds utterly fantastic. However, a little bit later on, the ladies of the night. That's where you went to meet a friend. And business was... London must be an absolute chock-a-block with people like that. But anyway, David says, I caught it on catch-up and I was chuffed to bits. She thinks so too. But he specialises in antiques, classic cars and history. Writer, artist, speaker, auctioneer. And that's why we laughed yesterday. I'm sorry, David. Because his antiques, auction and art business is based in Barnard Castle in County Durham. Seriously, couldn't make it up. But there's tons of stuff in here. I mean, there's literally... And I'm assuming you can probably find it on Amazon. Can you find it on Amazon for me? A Romp with the Georgians by David Harper. Which would be quite... Because most people then write into me and say, where can I get hold of a copy of that? So we like to sort of tell people. And seeing as Amazon seems to be the gift that keeps on giving, there we go. Getting an answer. We're still waiting to find out where the R2-D2 thing came from. So, A Romp with the Georgians by David... There's so much stuff in it. Oh, we found it. Oh, it's very reasonable. The Kindle edition is $4.99. Really good. Loads and loads of stuff, blimey. You're top of their list of things by David Harper. Funny, outrageous and dastardly. Packed with stories from the Georgian period, including strange pets... binge drinking, cosmetic surgery, smugglers, money launderers, moving to Australia, dodgy politicians, dating tips, and instructions on how to sell your wife in auction, amongst many other things. It's 202 pages. It's not a little thin book. It's like a paperback. But it's really good. I like books like that. I like things where you can dip into and discover strange things. And you can certainly discover strange things. Well done to everybody. Paul in Manchesterford and everybody else. Fantastic voyage or journey, I think, or inner space is that thing where they injected this little ship into somebody's bloodstream, which is good. Steve, did you know that you can eat Alpin with just water? It contains milk powder and is certainly reasonable in an emergency. Oh no. I have to have ice cold milk. Steve, the programme is the Magic School Bus, says Phil the Trucker. No, it's definitely not that. Inner Space with Meg Davis, Ryan Quaid and Martin Short. Very good little comedy in the mid-80s. Fantastic Voyage, I think it is. And I think it was about 66. My 67th today. Bit ahead of you, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. That's Glynis in Dartford. Do you know, there's people listening to this programme over the entire country. Seriously, I've never known anything like it. You can discover people. I get no end of people coming in and going, I've just had a taxi driver. He listens to you all the time. I said I get a lot of taxi drivers. I got a thing from a cab company this morning, and it says... What did it say? Wait a minute. I have to repeat it for you, because it says here... That's right, please follow, it says... TfL guidelines and wear a face covering in our vehicles. And then it tells me what my vehicle is and tracking it and all the rest of it. And but I'm very good at doing that. I do wear it. Corey's mother, as I say, is still making all these masks, which she's selling for charity. So they're raising money for charity. But you must be listening to the programme tomorrow. I forgot. You know what I forgot to do? The poem. How could you forget the poem? Very slack. This is a silly poem. Okay, I should have done this about 25 minutes ago, so I do apologise for those people who wake up specifically to hear a silly poem. And somebody requested the other day something from Spike Milligan. So here is a silly poem by Spike Milligan. Said Hamlet to Ophelia, I'll draw a sketch of thee. What kind of pencil shall I use? To be or not to be? Okay, that's it. There'll be somebody listening going, what's that? I guarantee it. There will be somebody listening who has got no idea that pencils are graded. 2B, 4B, 2BB, all those... I never knew what they were. It was something to do with hard and soft and colouring, wasn't it, or something like that? When you look at it, you can get a big box of pencils now. Most people like the felt tip things that you can draw and colour in. I threatened to bring Corey one in one of those books where you can do colouring in. And then they do them on plastic now, so you can colour them in, then you can wipe them over and clean them, and then the kids can use them again, which I think is quite a good idea. We never had that when I was younger. We drew on the pavements with a bit of chalk, but we couldn't afford chalk, so we didn't draw on the pavements. It was sad, wasn't it? We didn't have anything, actually. I can't remember. We had a little train set, and we had balls. Well, obviously we did. And you know, for the beach, and we had buckets and spades and a lilo. But we never had sort of bags and bags of of toys when we were little. So it kind of makes you appreciate things when you get a bit older, doesn't it? Steve, tea tastes better when slurped, of course. The Romans had toilets, so the Georgians must have taken a big step backwards, says Bill. I know, and that's where the trouble started. Steve, I watched the movie in the 80s, but I don't remember the title, says Java. Raj in Ruislip says, Steve, the film was called Inner Space. Love the show. Thank you very much indeed. You see, there's people everywhere. You know what it is? Because wherever you go in this land of ours, there's always something that's opening up. Bakeries will be opening up now. They've been open for some time, getting the bread made. Milkman loading up. Kevin out there and all his mates. And people driving buses. They're still letting people on without masks. Not many, but they're still... I want to say something to them like, get off the bus. I seriously want to, because if we've got a law in this country, then I think we have to stick to it. Our Greggs is not open in Twickenham, which is a little bit difficult. Lee in Essex says, have you ever milked a cow? No. I've seen people doing it. I mean, it doesn't we have machines for doing that nowadays, as far as I'm concerned. I don't have a machine either. Maybe sound like I was being a bit flash. Yes, I've got a machine that milks cows. Steve, Ree Banoffee, you must top up the boiling water until the end of cooking time to avoid the can exploding, says Patrick. Yes, I mean, I knew that, actually. Yes, Amazon, my website, and eBay, says David. It's David Harper. He's got a book out. A Romp with the Jordans. Bless his heart. Most people are talking about his coloured trousers. His coloured trousers. What's the matter now, honestly? Producer's gone all funny about it. Don't know why. They never mention your coloured trousers, do they? Because you don't have any coloured trousers. You don't have coloured trousers. What coloured trousers have you got? Red trousers. No, that'll be a tartan, won't it, you fool? They're not just red. What did you buy those for? And where would you wear them? Got red trousers. I used to have different coloured trousers. I used to have a pair of Rupert trousers, which were sort of like checks. And they were very fashionable, and I bought them in Lord John in the King's Road, which was right. If I'd saved them, they'd be worth money now. They would be worth money. But I didn't, as all these things, you get rid of them. I used to have cheesecloth shirts, which when they got wet, used to gape, and those look dreadful. Dreadful. A lot of people tell me what the film is called. Thank you very much indeed. Shane in South Africa was telling me about... Do you know, I nearly did a South African accent, just about to... But it used to be on my phone. I used to have a little South African woman on there till the boys changed it. Now we've got an Irish woman, although that's what we had a few hours ago, whether or not Corey has decided to change the voice on my phone. If you change the voice on that phone and I get halfway home and discover that you've changed it, I'm coming right back to London. I don't know how to test it out. Oh, that's the point. Siri. Oh, no. I have to remember what I have to say to it. It's very temperamental because he's adjusted the things. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently raining and 15 degrees in London. Expect thunderstorms starting in the afternoon and clear skies tonight with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 19 degrees and the low will be 14.
You are in so much trouble. So much trouble. So now we've got Aussie Woman. Yes, I'm glad that provides endless amusement for everybody except me. I knew he'd have to do something to my phone. It's absolutely fatal to let him touch anything. So first of all, we had South African, then we went to Irish, and now we've got, good day, Steve. It's going to be Aussie Woman now. Oh, dear. Did you do it the other day? How many more choices are there? Does it come in Chinese as well? Really? Oh, how fantastic. I don't want any more. Thank you very much. Oh, that's the time. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're looking good this morning, but just remember, it's raining. And it's going to rain for a fair bit. I can't believe they've changed the voice on that. They apparently did it yesterday. I love the way they think it's hilarious. I said, let's change that. I said, how many different voices are there? Hundreds of different voices. So I'm never letting them have the phone again. It's only because we had to record something on the phone to send to another department at Global. You will not get hold of the phone ever again. I'm going to have it electrified. Have you seen that programme on YouTube? It's an American programme where what they do is they electrify a mobile phone and they leave it on the back of a car with the window open. So people walk past it. Oh, the phone on the back seat. They go to pick it up and they get electrocuted because somebody's pushing a button. And it's brilliant. It's absolutely... I mean, to be honest with you, because all these people are tea leaves and they're just basically... Nick, are you also putting pictures on the phone as well? Are you sure? Because there's a couple of pictures on my phone which I don't remember putting on there. One of them is... Wait a minute. It's a picture of a drag queen. And I don't... Did you put a picture of a drag queen on? Don't smile like that because it's annoying me. I've lost the blooming thing now. Wait a minute. Yeah, there was a picture of a drag queen, and I remember thinking, why would there be a picture of a drag queen on my phone? There's quite a few pictures of a drag queen on there. No. I love the way you sit there and you just blatantly lie, don't you? A minute ago, we hadn't changed the voice. Now, all of a sudden, genuinely nothing to do with you. Okay. Yeah, right. What else have you done to the phone? Have you done anything else peculiar with it? Honestly, and I've always been so nice to you, Corey. I've always looked after you, had your best interests at heart, and that's how you repay me. That is hurtful. That is hurtful. Never mind, I'm sure there's other people we can get at short notice. Steve, with your mask on, you could become the Phantom of the Radio. The Phantom of the Radio is here. Steve, I went to sleep listening to you on podcast, thanks. Tell the ship joke again. What was the ship joke? I don't remember the ship... Oh, right. What was it? Do you remember what it was? I don't remember what it was either. I can't remember from one day to the next. And, Steve, Greg's Twickenham is now open, says David. Well, it wasn't yesterday. And I don't know how it could be open today at 24 minutes to 6. It was definitely closed yesterday. Will you stop doing the... Hey, Siri... I'm trying to play My Turn Online... Oh, shut up. I'm trying to play My Turn Online Scrabble, and I get all my letters dissolve, and I get a weather report. I used to do it here because they've got one outside on the news desk. I used to get it to play Coming Home for Christmas by Chris Rea, which of course provided me with endless amusement. Steve, I used to have pink leopard skin trousers... brought from Boy on the King's Road, also bondage trousers. Bondage trousers. You remember bondage? No, you wouldn't remember those. That was in our that's what the punks were wearing. It was trousers that had zips on and also they called them bondage trousers. I don't think there was anything to do with bondage. I can't believe it, honestly. It's not even 6 o'clock. We're talking about bondage on the programme. A lot of people going, listen to Steve Allen, it's bondage. You know, people being tied up, I suppose. Also, Steve, I recently had a conversation with a bus driver who stated they can't intervene with people not wearing masks or face coverings. Apparently only the police have any power, says Rachel from Gloucester. I knew a Dr. Foster from Gloucester. And Sally says, I've just seen a picture of Gemma Collins after her 3-stone weight loss. Well, she says 3-stone weight loss. She's still very large. She must have been enormous, but good for her for the loss anyway. She's doing it on injections. It's got nothing to do with diet or anything else at all. She's just doing appetite suppressant injections. So the moment she stops, the weight will pile back on again. It's as simple as that. They're not really designed for sort of people. It's not, you know, you don't mess around with she has this every Tuesday. You don't mess around with these sort of things. They're not for messing around with. What she's done is basically the crash diet. It's the lazy diet. Oh, I can lose weight, then I can make some money out of it, and the usual baloney that comes out of all these people. Never ever take the word of a third-rate Z-list celebrity on how to lose weight. You go to the doctor, you get some professional advice. That's how it's supposed to work. You don't, why would you take any notice of somebody from the Housewives of Cheshire? For God's sake, they don't look as though they can organise their own faces, let alone their own weight loss. Robbie Williams. Oh, so we did Robbie Williams, didn't we? I don't know who half these sort of pop stars are nowadays. I've heard of Black Eyed Peas. I've heard of Will I Am, and that's about as far as it goes. There's a tiny baby wombat here, rescued from its dead mother's pouch. This is from Australia. John Crichton from Wombat Care says, I've checked many pouches over the years and saved many joeys, but I've never seen one like this. Ever so cute, but do you think it sort of grows up and then it sort of thinks that it's its mother or father or something like that? I like that idea, actually. I quite fancy having pets. I told you yesterday, if I had a farmyard, I would have loads of pets all over the place, except donkeys. It's not that I don't like donkeys. I like donkeys. It's just that they don't do anything. They just sort of stand there. I don't like the idea that they're being used. I get very, very emotional watching that advert on the television for Donkeys Abroad, where they literally work them into the ground, which I think is terrible, absolutely awful. So the Phantom of the radio. Also, tanker driver Phil is the one who was doing the online Scrabble with Jeannie Francis in Canada. He says, I bet you didn't know some of us spikers play together. So much better, thank you. The old jokes are the best. Also, make sure you sanitise your phone after he's had his grubby little hands on it. He does have grubby little hands. I don't know if you can do this one. My grandparents were called, ready with your finger, were called Pearl and Dean. We called them Grandma and Grandpapa, Papa. Do you remember that? Do you ever remember Pearl and Dean? Did you get... No. They used to have the adverts at the cinema, and it would be pa-pam, 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 pa-pa-pam, ba-bam, 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 bam. Yeah. And that's why they call them Grandpa, and we call them Pearl and Dean. It was Grandma and Grandpapa, papa. Yeah. It's an old gag. Do they still do that? Well, nobody's been to the cinema in ages. We've got no idea, have we? Steve... I'll be so glad when Greg's reopens because I've been eating so unhealthily for the past 3 months. I love it. Please wish my son a very happy birthday. He's 27 today, says Connie. He really is your biggest fan. Thank you. I like when people say they're my biggest... I always get that. I get, surprisingly, I know it sounds awful, I get that a lot. People say, my mother's your biggest fan. But I got this one from Sidcup Julie. She said, this is a film she sent me in, which she promised to send me in. It's called Not Without My Daughter with Sally Field. So I'm going to watch that. It's a riveting story of terror and escape. So that's on my list. Sidcup Julie, thank you very much indeed. And the other one, which was from Connie from Stockwell, she says, I listen to your show every day in the morning. You really and truly are the best on LBC. Dear me. I hope you're doing fine. Yeah, also I'd like to send my love and best wishes to your family. Hopefully you'll find the time to watch this DVD. But of course it is Son's birthday. And so the DVD is called Shackleton. Kenneth Branagh, utterly gripping and not to be missed. I shall enjoy watching that as well. Thank you very much indeed. Also, I got an email, which I promised to read out. It's from Stacey, who says, my brother-in-law, Dave Hempstead, is an avid fan of your show and will be 100% listening. He's walking 26 miles today. Actually, I've got the right date. Yeah, the 18th. For an amazing charity who he, as a London black driver, does a lot of work for. Waterloo Uncovered, who every year take many war veterans out to the battle sites to excavate and examine the 200-year-old battle site. He does extensive charity work for war veterans, especially Chelsea pensioners. So can you wish him luck on his 26-mile walk? Well, it's a blooming miracle, Dave. You enjoy it. It's good. Listen, I like it. We always mention the black cab drivers because they take all the disabled children down to the coast. Although there's not been much open for ages and ages. Hopefully all that will get back on track. But he does a lot of work for... So it's Waterloo Uncovered. So Dave Hempstead, there you go. I don't know what time you're doing it today, but I hope you have the energy and the stamina to finish it, because you're doing a lot better than me. I couldn't do anything like that. I'm not even sure my team could do that. Corey can barely make it down the stairs. Thomas is okay. He sort of managed to nearly run across the road for the bus the other day, which was quite funny. You can run, can't you? When you go jogging, yeah. You jog to the fish chip shop, then jog back again. Oh, really? It's a park. Oh, right. And you go jogging in it? Do I know? No, I don't. No. Oh, right. No, you live too far away. I wouldn't be out your place or your neck of the woods ever. Why would I want to do that? We've got enough parks around my way. I don't go jogging round them as well. Steve, have you heard of Powfu, Beara Doobie and Simba? They're all currently in the singles chart. You are joking, aren't you? So I've never heard of those. In my day, at least you knew who the groups were. There was a Lord John in Carnaby Street, wasn't there? A nearby lovely tailor, supposed to be Darcy Bustle's Aussie dad. He made my uniform when I worked at the Dolphinarium in the early 70s. Said Steph, white flares and a purple jacket. Keep up the work, Steve. You're a lifesaver. Steph's in Malvern, where the water comes from, which is lovely. Chris Rea is a lovely guy. When I chefed at Bray, he never wanted serving, came to the kitchen, served himself, and had time for everybody. He's a top bloke. Yes, I love him, actually. Steve, Gemma Collins needs to swallow a tapeworm, like they do in America, and that sort of keeps you thin. She's decided to do it this way, but as I say, it will pile all back on. If she gets herself pregnant, And to be honest with you, I mean, Arj is not stable. He's been in rehab so many times. I mean, I would worry, really. I mean, first of all, they're together, then they're not together. Then they're together, then they're not together. What sort of situation is that to bring up a baby in? Not me. Pat says, thanks to the boys, I've just changed my Siri voice to Irish. Yes, I thought I had as well. Obviously not. God knows what we'll get next week. Steve, I'm seeing more and more people eating crisps, and once they finish, they empty the crisps into the mouth by shaking the crumbs directly from the packet. And I stare at them while scoffing down fruit pastels. I bought fruit pastels the other day. Not for me, but for in here, actually. Steve, please try and put a northern accent on the phone sometimes, says Anonymous. Don't encourage them. Don't things like that, do we? 14 minutes to 6. Let's music, says Paul in Manchester, but it's called Asteroid by Pete Moore. Several versions on YouTube. Thank you very much indeed. Actually somebody else told me that as well. Also, can you give a shout out to my fabulous fiancée, Claire Smythe, who's supposed to be with me in Northumberland, but is doubtless listening to you right now. She's recently discovered your show and loves your entertaining and melodic wit. Can't get enough of you on Catch Up, says Ed in Walk on Tyne. Walk on Tyne? Is that a place? People write these things down. I happily read it out, you know. I'm never too sure. Also, I've... another one here says Dev. Personally, with my teenage peers, seen them coming from caves in large numbers and eat tropical fruits such as mangoes and lychees. Yes, this is bats. Protected in this country. Pipistrelles. It's the only ones I know because they're so tiny. So tiny. People do say if you've got long hair, got to be careful because bats can get themselves tangled up in your hair. Ooh, horrible. And did you know that William Shatner's had tinnitus since the 1960s? It's not a... Is it a joke? I'm not sure. Nobody liked him, did they? I don't know why. He's 80-something now. Steve, the show's going too quickly. Yeah, I mean, which is a good sign. The producer said to me the other day, he said, "Gee, this show whizzes through." And it does. Seriously, you know, the first hour that we start off, we run through the stories in the papers and try and find something that's new. Unfortunately, there's very little new at the moment. It's all recycling. But unfortunately, I can't catch you as much because I'm baking and I can't hear the radio over 3 huge ovens, says Paulio. You know I'm a turntable DJ, so you know I know. Thank you. Steve, I see that boring old Amy Hart is offering her fan politics support and guidance now as a way to thank them for their support since she's been famous. Famous? I don't think so. I mean, put it this way, how many people do you know that sort of take The Guardian and the podcast? I don't know anybody at all. Except maybe Corey. But as long as he's got a drag queen picture on, that's where he got it from. I don't know where he got it from. Yeah. You can protest all you like, but I'm telling you, you just look guilty. I can tell you look guilty because you're smiling. If you did... See, you're smiling again. You're smiling now because you know that's guilt. That's a guilt smile. That's a guilt smile. You're guilty. No, I know. You can sit there, as I say, till the cows come home to be milked, and I would not believe a word you say. I shall never believe anything you ever say again. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Unlike Thomas, who, of course, is an absolute paragon of virtue and is going to be deified on the probably on a cloud somewhere in the distant future. Okay, let's not be crazy about it. Steve. Somebody else telling me about Asteroid. Thank you very much indeed. And I heard you talking about Chris Rea. Yeah, I'd heard the joke, actually. I heard the joke before you'd even completed it. And. A lot of people tell me about all these groups I've never heard of. I'm never sure if it's right, actually. And John is the one who says, I've had tinnitus since last October and it's a nightmare. I just hope I can get used to it. Have you ever had it? No, I haven't. It doesn't sound... Listen, there's loads of things I've not had, but it doesn't sound very pleasant, does it? Doesn't sound very pleasant. Front page of the Sun this morning. This is Barbara Windsor's heartbroken husband. This is Scott Mitchell. Has revealed that his 82-year-old wife's Alzheimer's has worsened. He said, it's a thing I've always feared, and they're going to have to look at probably getting her into a home. So they've got lots of lovely pictures of Barbara, especially when they got married in 2000. It was all very hush-hush. But the actual typical cost of an individual's dementia care is $100,000. Scott said nobody has got that kind of money. It's just hugely expensive. I mean, I wish I could say to Scott, listen, it's all going to be better, but it's not. It doesn't get better. That's the trouble. We need to pump more money into it. I mean, I think it was 2018 that Scott did his first interview. So sort of, it was becoming increasingly difficult to keep it a secret. Now, of course, it's got to this stage where, bless her heart, you know, she might have to go into a home, and that makes it even more difficult, because that then means that he's not going to be with her. So we'll have to see. They had a 59% increase to the Alzheimer's Society website after they talked about it on radio and television. Then he had to call an ambulance after she collapsed at home, and she was fitted with a pacemaker. She's got all the bits and pieces. It's just, it's awful for those people who've known her a long time. As I say, I've probably known Barr and Scott for probably at least 30, 35 years, and it's an awful thing. But he couldn't have been the better person for her. Seriously, I mean, he was absolutely and is the most perfect person. So, I mean, there are 850,000 people, approximately, in this country with dementia. The cost is about £34.5 billion, 2/3 paid directly or indirectly by people with dementia and their families. It's very sad, very, very sad. She says, I can't imagine leaving Babs and her thinking, why has he done this to me? Because you don't know what's going on in somebody's mind. He said, you know, sometimes she knows who I am. Sometimes, a lot of the time, she doesn't know who he is. Do you live here? You know, it must be incredibly difficult. So we wish them both the very best. Steve, I listened yesterday, you were talking about fun fairs and their rides. Have you heard about a travelling vintage fun fair called Carter's? Oh, good Lord above, I've known about Carter's for about the past 40 years. It's a vintage fun fair. They've got the swing boats and all those sort of things. I don't think... I think it's Joby who runs Carter's Steam Fair now. I think it's the son, I think. And it's good. It travels round our way. Most fun fairs don't travel very far, so all their lorries and equipment have got really low mileage. Freddie in Ramsgate says, would you ever go back to being a DJ? Absolutely not. What sort of music would you play? No, probably 70s disco, but absolutely, I wouldn't want to do it. A friend of mine, Toby, he does it, and he's about 40. I don't know where he gets the energy from. I really don't. So, definitely not. I did it. And I know some of these DJs can get an absolute fortune. Steve, I've just seen the Groovy Gang picture. That handsome Corey needs to cut his hair. He's getting awfully long. You can tell Thomas he has beautiful eyes. Listen, I tell you, I'm working now with people. You can't get them out of the studio. We have to wait till their head shrinks down again. They're just sort of, oh my goodness me, we don't get this on the other programmes, you know. They're all so funny about the whole thing. I get used to it, people talking about the way I look. You know, Steve, you're so lucky, you're so good looking. Could Barbara go to Brinsworth? No, because I don't think they have the facilities to deal with somebody with dementia. Don't think so. I don't know, could be wrong, but I'm sure that was why Norman Wisdom never stayed there. He only went in just to be assessed, I think. Although that would be better, then at least, you know, it's not too far away. But, you know, she's only going to deteriorate. She's not going to get better. That's the awful thing. It's so awful when you wish you could wave your magic wand and things were going to get better, but she's not. You have to accept the fact that she's getting on a little bit now, and it's a terrible situation. But it's for so many people. Nearly 1 million people are in the same way. Right. The chief suspect in the Madeleine McCann case left to set up an illegal drugs network. I still can't work out why the German police are saying to the McCanns, I believe they might have the letter now, that they know that she's dead, but they can't tell them how they know she's dead. But they just know. Now, how would this be? I've got no idea. But anyway, the former lawyer for Maddie's parents, Jerry and Kate, declined to comment. I mean, nobody's making any comments on this at all. So, I mean, are they talking out of turn? Are they guessing? What is it? We do not know. That's the problem. I like the idea the other day, proving what a nation of animal lovers we are. A car had to be lifted and then taken apart because a kitten got trapped next to the engine. The pet was stuck on top of the exhaust pipe of the Ford Fiesta, and a fire crew used specialist gear to get it out. I mean, it didn't seem very pleased to be got out. I don't suppose it would, actually, because you can imagine... Actually, luckily, it was a kitten. You know, even though they've got very sharp claws, you know, they're happy being... Ours, when we had one years and years ago, the kitten used to climb up in the garden behind the thorny rose bush. So, of course, you couldn't get it out. It managed to get in and out without doing itself any serious damage. Dreadful, really. Steve, I don't do any social media. Can I see the Groovy Gang on the Global app? You cannot. You cannot. It's exclusively... Where is it exclusively on? I don't know how we sort of do that one. I'll get them to explain it to us. Just Twitter. Just Twitter. Well, they don't do social media, so they don't do any social... apparently that... Okay. You know, that's all we got. Today, 18th of June, it's wet. It's wet. Actually, it's been quite a while, actually, since we've woken up in the morning to the sound of rain tumbling down outside. And there will be people getting on buses and things with no face coverings and no Macs, no umbrellas. You can get such tiddly umbrellas nowadays. There's no excuse, but some people seem to enjoy getting absolutely soaking wet, which is not so good, is it? So today, take a little umbrella with you. It'll make it an awful lot easier. And it's going to be raining tomorrow. It's just rain constantly raining. The terrible toll of the shut schools. The teens are learning nothing in lockdown. Of course, they look on this as an extended holiday. It's going to be quite a shock when they actually have to go back to school and stay there for a few years, which will be good. Paddy McGuinness was back driving yesterday, hours after crashing the Lamborghini. They gave him a Skoda. Obviously safer that way, to be honest. I don't think they lose cars very often. And Meghan and Harry's charity has been dealt a blow after American officials dubbed the plans too vague. They want to launch Archywell, a non-profit foundation named after their son Archie. I mean, it's almost childish, really. They filed paperwork in America to trademark it, but it was embarrassingly sent back by the authorities. And in a further blunder, the application form hadn't even been signed. So they've hit the stumbling block with the United States Patent and Trademark Office after submitting their application 2 months ago. Strange enough, paperwork seen by The Sun shows it was filed by Cobblestone Lane LLC, registered in the state of Delaware, but linked to the Beverly Hills offices of a powerful lawyer who has worked for Meghan for years. An examiner was assigned to review their application, and they've addressed a catalogue of errors, which is not particularly good, is it? They're currently living in this sort of huge mansion, but unfortunately they don't own it. Whether they're paying rent, we've got no idea. And they say, hopefully, this charitable organisation will become the inspiration for our son's name, to do something of meaning, to do something that matters. But they haven't said what they're doing with it. That's what they've thrown it back. What is it? Is it just a way of channeling money? Because that's not particularly good. Anyway, they have to resubmit the application by August the 22nd. You see, this is it. They've obviously been very badly advised, very poorly advised. So they wanted to create a non-profit organisation that offers emotional support groups, a multimedia educational empire, and a well-being website similar to Meghan's deleted blog, The TIG. But they delayed the plans after they focused their efforts on the Black Lives Matter. Still no income, though. Still no income. They don't know how to make money. They only know it when they're surrounded by people. They're suddenly going to realise it costs an awful lot of money to generate money, and it's not looking very good at the moment. But they're looking forward to launching Archywell when the time is right. What a stupid name. So it's based on their son, or whether they just call it Archie. You know, that's his name, not Archywell. And it just doesn't mean anything. I don't quite understand where they're coming from. But there again, they don't seem to take advice. They just want to do whatever they want to do. And it falls apart, which is not so great. A house burst into flames the other day. Why? An electrical storm hit Britain. So you do hear of these things. They're very random. Flash flooding, deluged rivers, deluged streets, rivers burst their banks, and there were scores of accidents on the road. It's always the people who want to go out driving. You get a really bad weather day and they go, I think we'll go for a drive now. And you go, are you sure? That wouldn't be the thing to do, would it? Also, I found you a lovely penthouse that you can rent in London. We have lots of nice ones. This is quite nice, actually. And it's among many of a prestigious address status. This has got, I think it's 4 beds in Mayfair. And it's also got space for luxury cars, which is great, as opposed to tatty cars. And how much are they charging rent on this for a month? Now, bearing in mind, average rent in London would be 1,000, 1,500, something like that a month, I would think. How much? Yours is 1,500. So that's about average. That's what they think they can get for a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom. 2-bedroom, okay? So 1 bedroom, and then, you know, if you have an argument, somebody can go sleep in the spare room or whatever, if you're doing nights. The rent on this 4-bed place is £260,000 a month. So it's about £3 million a year rent. Why don't you just buy a place? If you're stupid enough to waste £260,000 a month, you know, you might as well buy a place. You can get a place for that. In fact, your mortgage wouldn't cost you that much, would it? You could... It's mad, isn't it? But somebody will buy it because they go, oh, it's the most expensive. But they've said it's not... Yeah, renting it's mad. You shouldn't rent it. I mean, renting, it is kind of difficult because you're not saving any money at all. But they've said here it's got no unique features apart from four bedrooms, and it's in Mayfair. Well, you could buy a place in Mayfair for $4 million, something like that. Why not do that? I suppose it's for businessmen, isn't it? They come in and they do, you know, $260,000 a month to some people. If you've got billions, it's not going to make any difference to you at all. But if you've got billions, why would you want this pokey little place? I have seen some quite remarkable flats. I love, as you know, I love going to the websites of people like Knight Frank and things like that, and I absolutely love it because you can fantasize. You just go round the country and abroad, and you can find out, you know, exactly what's on offer and how much these places cost. It's absolutely lovely. Steve, I think Meghan is hoping her acting career will pick up and she'll be an A-list actress, but using Prince Harry in the process of doing so. I don't think she will. I seriously don't think. She was never a great actress. I mean, it's not like you're dealing with, you know, some of the people we got in this country. She's only been in a couple of things. One of those involved being in bed and the other one wasn't. And that's it. She's not an accomplished actress. She's not A-list. I don't think so. The only reason they make her A-list is because she's with Prince Harry. He's the stepping stone. She needs the stepping stone. She hasn't got the money either, which doesn't really help. Steve, I notice on the Twitter picture you're wearing a nice Submariner. Thank you. You can see that, can you, from the Twitter picture? And another one here, it says, lovely to hear you talking about Barbara. Always makes me smile. I bet the two of you were a right pair back in the day. No, we weren't. We have history. One day maybe I'll tell you about the history. One day I'll tell you about the history. But I did watch a documentary, Steve, with Barbara the other week, and her rise through the theatre, working with Danny LaRue. Yes, working with Oh, she could tell you stories about Danny LaRue. Mind you, Scott could tell you stories about Danny LaRue. In fact, actually, most people in the business could tell you stories about Danny LaRue. I bet Barry Burnett, young Burnett, has got a few stories. Everybody's got stories about Danny LaRue. Everybody. He was one of the country's biggest stars. He made drag respectable, which doesn't account for where Corey got the picture from to put on my telephone, but I don't want to make a big deal about it or mention it ever again. Seriously, I mean, it's really nothing to do with me, but it's the fact when I mention it, he starts laughing. So I know it's guilt immediately, guilt by association. And Thomas has said it's true as well. And so there you go. It is absolutely true. Do you ever listen to The Doors? Is that Come On Baby Light My Fire? Come and Riders on the Storm. Yeah, that was quite good. Any opinion? Not really, no. And he said, do you know Piper Gates of Dawn by Floyd? No. It was one of the first albums I bought. Actually, no, one of the first albums I bought was Mike Oldfield's Tubular Bells. I listened to that one. Then I bought Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon, because one of the girls I lived with used to dance to Time at the Chelsea drugstore, when the Chelsea drugstore was to be reckoned with. I think it's now a burger place, which is not the same, is it really? Another one here. Heard your interview with Scott. His love for Barbara was very touching. They've been together for ages. Nobody, I've said it a million times, nobody thought that they would ever stay together because of the age difference. I think there's about 30 years, something like that. Didn't seem to make any difference at all. But she knew she fancied him the first time. They worked together in pantomime, I think in Reading, if memory serves me correctly. It's a lovely story, seriously. It's a lovely story. He's had to go the distance, really. Another dreary thing on Gemma Collins. I don't know what you can do with Gemma Collins. She wants to get pregnant now. But mind you, she was trawling nightclubs only a short while ago to see if she could find people to get her pregnant, which I don't quite see the point of. It became like a trophy. Might as well get a puppy or something. Also, here we go, the coronavirus crisis financial misery warning. Although the medication that we were looking at yesterday, a course of treatment's about £5, and the tablets are about 50p each, so that sounded quite good. Now they're talking vitamin D, which I was telling you about ages and ages ago, and the papers are telling you about the Germans who want to compare a sample with the suspect DNA that they've got, which was taken from the room. Why is it that the Germans appear to be doing so much more than the British police, who seem to have been sort of less than clever in this one? You know, it's been going on for years. They've spent £12 million. In a short space of time, the Germans are comparing samples with the suspect DNA. They want to interview this man who they've got in prison. They're doing everything, and the British police are just sitting back because they don't know everything. The Germans have always told us. Also, the mother of a missing German youngster linked to this same man has hoped that both the girls will be found alive. She's obviously not hearing what the German prosecutor's saying, that Madeleine McCann is not alive. Although until they get some sort of concrete proof of this, what are they going to do about it? The answer is we do not know. Still no rain in Southsea. Mind you, it didn't rain in Brighton the other day. A friend of mine said to me, she said, I was waiting for the rain and it never materialised. So there you go. Steve, if you had billions in London, where would you choose to live? If I had billions, where would I choose to live? Oh, I don't know. Piccadilly? Nice little mansion coming up for sale down there shortly, I think. That'd be a nice one, which was Palmerston's old house. It used to be known as the In and Out Club. They used it in various films. In fact, I think in The Man Who Never Was, they use it as the outside. He goes there it's listed as a private club. But it's all been gutted out. That'd be a nice one to have. Not very much parking, though. You could probably get about 3 cars there, which is, okay. It's not really enough, though, is it? If you're going to spend a lot of money. But that I would quite fancy. Or something off Trafalgar Square. Something down Whitehall would be quite nice. 20, Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. So there are fears for thousands of BBC jobs as the corporation invites staff to apply for voluntary redundancy. Oh, so it was there and then it vanished again. It's got an ad blocker on it. Very annoying. Very annoying, just when you want to read something. And so they're trying to work out where the cuts are going to come from. If they're looking for thousands of people because they want to save 125 million, I'm trying to think, well, I don't know where they would save that. I mean, they do need to save money. That's an absolute fact. And they've tried that for some time, but they've never been very successful because they waste an awful lot of money. Doctors have also demanded schools reopen. They're not wasting any time, are they? They've decided that they're going to go for that one. And the Prince of Wales is warning of the potentially devastating impact of coronavirus on the young. Plus, contact tracing app will be delayed until the winter. And big companies are building their own apps and taking other measures to get staff safely back into the office. But I can't find the rest of the BBC. I don't know where they're going to find these people from who are going to sort of voluntary hand in their note, because there is no work. That's the big danger out there. Also, they've got a lovely piece in the Eye which you need to read about the rogue puppy breeders who scam the public. You know, and people end up buying dogs which are not fit for purpose. In fact, many of them are very seriously ill, and they don't tend to last. Loads of tributes to Willie Thorne, who died the other day at the age of 66. He didn't have any money. They've had to do a crowd thing where they sort of get money in to presumably pay for the funeral. And the protester rescued by Black Lives Matter hero is as a demo turned violent as a former police detective. This is Bryn Mail, carried out the crowd who feared the Millwall supporter could have been killed. It emerged that he's he's British Transport Police detective constable. Not quite the same, is it? You've got Met Police, City of London Police, Parks Police, River Police. Then you've got the British Transport Police. He retired in 2014. A former BTP colleague from the 1990s says he was not surprised to see him at counter demonstrations. He said he used to wear his Stone Island clothes. He was involved with Millwall at the time. He lives on the outskirts of Basingstoke. It's believed he moved to the modern estate with his wife Karen and son Harry in 2003. He's understood to have been on the robbery squad in the late 1990s in South London, and worked alongside a Met Police initiative to tackle muggers. So it's interesting. He's also he's a delivery driver. Oh, now he's a delivery driver. Thank you very much indeed. And he went down with a load of lads he used to go to Millwall games with. He's then been set about on his way home, had his phone and chain nicked, from what I'm told, but I never heard him say anything racist or anything like that. Wait and see. So, Director General of the BBC, Lord Hall, has announced plans to allow any member of staff in the public service part of the corporation, including radio, the chance to ask for voluntary redundancy. So in a briefing to staff, he highlighted the need for an extra £125 million of cash savings to be made to budgets, and he said he hoped the chance of voluntary redundancies would mean the BBC didn't have to make compulsory redundancies. So we don't know where they're going to come from, actually. We've got no idea. He himself is due to leave the BBC later this year, presumably with some sort of pick-up, I would think. So staff can register their interest in taking redundancy from tomorrow for a period of 6 weeks. It's understood the scheme is open to all public service employees based in the UK and at all levels. No guarantee the request will be accepted, and any redundancies will be based on business need. So that's what they're looking at. £125 million they need to save. That sounds like an awful lot of people going, as far as I'm concerned. 9 in 10 shop workers. This is a strange one. They've been saying this for years. The unions have been saying, we don't want people working on a Sunday. And a lot of people who work on Sunday like working on Sunday. We like shopping on a Sunday. Why shouldn't we? Every other country around the world seems to, go there. But 9 in 10 shop workers are against big stores being allowed to open for more than 6 hours on a Sunday. A report and a survey by the shop workers union Usdaw of over 11,000 staff found almost all opposed it. Well, I've never seen anybody looking miserable working in a shop. People don't want to do it. They can't force you to do it. Adding a few more hours will not make a difference, could be damaging to shop workers' lives. My God, honestly. Such mamby-pambies nowadays. I mean, everybody... I used to work... If somebody... We didn't work on a Sunday. We had a half-day Wednesday. Have you ever heard of such a thing? But I remember thinking, I wouldn't... If somebody said to me, you can come in on a Sunday, it was good. If you're, an elderly person who works in a shop, and many of them are, they probably welcome the opportunity of sort of going out there on a Sunday. Like we enjoy going out on a Sunday to shop. Why not? Some people are alone. They were talking the other day on the radio, in fact last night, about being lonely. People at home being lonely might be widowed, widower, could be anything like that. You might have lost your job or something, and you want to go out there. You don't want to sit at home staring at the wall or the sideboard. You want to get out there and sort of and mix with people. I don't understand why people say, oh no, we should keep Sunday special. Special for what? Special for what? Yeah. The producer, Thomas, he said when he was a student he loved working Sundays. Because that's what students did. They got drunk on Saturday, and then they went out on Sunday to sober up and pick up a few extra little bits of cash. If you worked in a restaurant, then you could nick some of the food coming out, just a chip here and a chip there. Nobody noticed. That's what they did. But it's great. I don't know why they. I see lots of elderly people walking around on a Sunday. They don't have to be doing shopping. They just want to get out, and they like looking at different things. Why shouldn't they? Goodness sake, must be boring enough staying in. Although I heard people. I think the other day, talking to Darren, saying that they've not been out for ages. For nearly the whole of the pandemic, they've not been out, and they were not planning to go out at all. I can't imagine anything like that. If I had billions in London, says Veal, I know exactly where I'd choose to live. The Maldives. And Steve, have you seen the video of Gemma Collins in leggings on Instagram trying to ride a bike? It's worth watching, says Ailsa. And Steve, have you ever heard of Gifford Circus? Honestly, how old do you think I am? Of course I've heard of Gifford Circus. I'm a circus aficionado. They sort of they tour about all over, actually. It's around my area as well. And there was a debate on Twitter yesterday about the longest-serving current breakfast host. Yes, I saw that. Was that through David Lloyd? Some of us said you, but it was thought you don't count because you're on too early. The rules are continuous service and must be still in the time slot now, says Jack. Yes, I mean, it would have to be... I mean, I've been on the station for 41 years, but it has to be continuous in that particular job. So in which case, I don't know who it is. I don't know who would be the longest-serving breakfast show presenter. I might have to sort of get... I think David Lloyd said he actually knew who it was. So, is it somebody on here? We seem to have the track record, but I'm sure there must be people doing the show for the longest time, The Breakfast Show. That would be an interesting one. Very interesting, I think so. Another one says, apparently lightning can bounce along the ground like a ball of plasma, says Ian. No. After a study of her work to date, I have evaluated Meghan's acting skills. I've now got her on a par, Steve, with Arthur Mullart. Oh, dear, honestly. Somebody's saying, I wish it would rain. Well, come round here. We got loads of it. We got loads of rain. It's very miserable. Very miserable. But actually, I don't mind because it fills up the water, but all the plants, get... But don't think your baskets get watered. They don't. And by the way, to the person who says, does Thomas have a partner? The answer is yes. There you go. That's... So that scares him, yes. And if you're still listening, Brian, doing my bit in lockdown. This is Johnny Vegas. I like Johnny Vegas, actually. I like him. There's something warm about him. I don't know what it is. No lockdown for Nessie. That's Loch, as in Loch Ness. It's been officially sighted for the 5th time this year. This time, Nessie was spotted by an enthusiast in Oregon, 4,500 miles away. On the Nessie webcam, Kaylin Wangle saw a black object moving across the loch from right to left. It'll be a log, dear. It'll be a log. Recorder Gary Gamble says at least Nessie's not self-isolating. It shows the power of the webcam. Ironically, Kaylin is just a few hundred miles from Lake Tahoe, which is said to contain a monster called Tessie. Nessie fans are calling for cams to be installed all the way around the loch. To see what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. There is nothing to see. Go home, stay at home. Do not bother with ridiculous people 4,500 miles away saying this is something drifting from right to left. Yeah. I mean, do you not think this thing would be coming up doing backstroke by now? We've seen the Loch Ness Monster and lived. No, because there's nothing in there, okay? It doesn't do backstroke. It apparently doesn't breathe either. And it's also apparently hundreds and hundreds of years old. So it must be very slow. Perhaps that's why it just sort of drifts backwards and forwards. It doesn't go anywhere else, does it? Which is not very nice. Raining in Kent, says Ali. Chucking it down. I've just turned the radio on. I love looking at really posh, rich places and dreaming that I live there. Oh, if only. Listen, it doesn't matter, though, does it? It really doesn't. I don't think it matters whether you live there. You can still fantasize over it. Have a glass or two of Prosecco, and you can imagine you live in Buckingham Palace. Although that wouldn't interest me. I'd like to live in a place like Chatsworth or Burley. But there is a nice house off Trafalgar Square. Go into Trafalgar Square, head down Whitehall for about 5 feet. Little turning on the left-hand side. It's my favourite house. It was built by a courtier some years ago. Wanted to be near the King, the Whitehall Palace, but the King wasn't interested. So the house still stands. It still stands. But I think there's a lot of strange buildings around there. There must be government buildings because the whole place is absolutely covered in cameras. Cameras for this, cameras for that. I'm slightly disturbed. Words for We Will Rock You. Have you heard this? We will rock you. This one goes, no mask on your face, you big disgrace, spreading your germs all over the place. We will. No mask on your face, you big disgrace, spreading your germs all over the place. We will. We found the R2-D2 bit. It's only short. It's only a little thing. Do you remember I don't know who did this one actually, but we did have the Steve Allen meets Sweep, which was cleverly put together. This is Steve Allen and, I believe, R2-D2. Ready? Here it is. The idea. I don't know why. Do you like fish? Yeah. Like fish and chips? Do you like sushi? Oh, it's just raw fish, isn't it? That's just horrid. Salmon. Yeah, I can eat salmon, but it's you have to make sure it's wild salmon for it to be good. Most of the salmon you buy is farmed. You don't know that? It's sweet, isn't it, really? It is sweet. We still think the Sweep was the funniest thing ever. Sweep was just the funniest. I mean, it was especially... I think we must have played it, goodness knows how many times. A little bit of advice. If you buy on Gumtree, or you buy on any of the sites... This is somebody who's written in to Penman, who writes for the Mirror and does all these investigations. And they paid... This is what they wrote. They said, I paid £86 by bank transfer for a lady's bicycle after putting a wanted ad on Gumtree, but I never received it. And now the seller isn't answering messages. Warning bells, warning bells. And so the answer is I'd be suspicious of any private seller who won't use PayPal, just as I'd be suspicious of any business that doesn't take credit cards. Gumtree advises against paying via bank transfers and money wiring services, warning, should the deal fall through, or if it turns out to be a scam, they offer no protection. It also suggests you inspect the goods before paying. I can see why you didn't do that when you live in Peterborough in Cambridgeshire and the seller claimed to be in Eastbourne, 150 miles away. On the plus side, at least you smelt a rat when the seller asked you to sell some more money. Send over more. So just be warned. It's like, you know, if ever you buy a puppy, you're supposed to see the mother. If you don't see the mother or they make up excuses, they're fraudulent. OK? They are fraudulent. They're people who are cheating the system. These are puppies which are brought in from abroad, like that so-called Love Island reject who bought a puppy and it was dead within days. They were just exhibiting it. They were holding it like it was some sort of... It's a beer mug. Could be anything. Could be a bauble. Could be a bangle. It could be anything. Piece of cutlery. And that's what they were doing. And then it turned out it wasn't well. It had been smuggled in or brought in from Russia. Because these people don't care. Once they got the money, that's all they care about. They couldn't care less whether it lives or dies. Unfortunately, people are stupid. They said, oh, next time we'll buy a puppy from this country. Well, I should have thought about that the first time round, shouldn't you? Do you know that lorries are still crammed with livestock? I thought we'd change this. You know, animal rights just have gone out the window. These lorries, which are arriving in Ramsgate in Kent, are then loaded onto a ferry. They are then taken... through France, into Spain, possibly beyond, into North Africa, where the animals are slaughtered in unspeakable conditions. They've travelled all this way. The first shipment of livestock from the port since March the 13th. But I thought that Boris Johnson, back in 2018, something like that, called this practice barbaric and agreed with campaigners that farm animals should be slaughtered in this country and then exported on the hook, not on the hoof. But instead of action, we've had prevarication. I mean, there was supposed to be a law, wasn't there? I seem to remember, I can't remember what it was called, actually, but there was a law, the sort of Lucy's Law or something, to make sure that animals didn't suffer. So they were slaughtered here, and then they were taken out. I mean, it's just appalling, really, that all this still goes on. But it's already come into force in England, where it's now illegal for puppies to be sold by shops, and anyone else who's not the breeder dealing a hammer blow to cruel commercial breeders who hide behind closed doors. Yet Wales, which is the epicentre of the mass commercial breeding of puppies, has still not acted. Shame on Wales. Boo. Boo you. Some of the conditions for these animals, you've seen them, you know, where they go in there with hidden cameras, and these puppies just chuck together. They die, they throw the body out. They don't care. They're not animal lovers. They're just after your money. Just after your money, which is not so good, is it? Steve, I love R2D2. Now playing Sweep. So please, no, I can't play Sweep again. We've already had Sweep before. He's confined to the archives. He's confined to the archives. Steve, it's been raining heavily in Guildford. And I wonder what Princes Charlotte or George do if they want to invite a friend home for tea. They don't. I don't think they do. I mean, you can't, can you? Much as though it must be a little bit... their mummy and daddy or somebody comes and collects them at the end of the school day and they go home. I don't think they're encouraged to have friends at school. They don't want that. I don't think so, anyway. I might have got that wrong. Doesn't Prosecco dehydrate you? No. My partner went into her first shop yesterday since lockdown. An hour in IKEA, says Tom. An hour. That must have been just for one thing, mustn't it? You can't, I mean, I've only ever been to IKEA once. Once experienced, never again. Thank you very much indeed. I don't enjoy that kind of thing because you've got to get the shelf from here, the corner units from here, the screws from that. No, thank you. No. I'd rather sort of just go online and order something and then wait to have it delivered. Makes it a lot easier. I don't want to get confused by things. Here's a letter. You've all read Wind in the Willows, and Kenneth Grahame, the author of Wind in the Willows, has a letter coming up sent to a Mr. Curtis Brown, and it was a letter from Kenneth Grahame talking about his overwhelming sorrow at his son's suicide. The poignant note gives a rare insight into the writer's heartache after student Alistair died aged 19 in 1920. His son, widely thought to be the inspiration for Toad of Toad Hall, a character, of course, in the book, which was written in 1908. The Scottish author wrote to the literary agent Curtis Brown 19 days after the tragedy, saying, "Just a line of true appreciation of your kind words of sympathy with us in our overwhelming sorrow. The dear boy went back to Oxford this term, so full of new plans and interests. And from all we can glean, his last days were especially happy ones." They reckon it could fetch about £600. I think it'll fetch a lot more. He was obviously very disturbed. Alistair, who Graham nicknamed Mouse, was plagued by health problems, including the fact he was blind in one eye. He killed himself by lying on a railway line after returning to Oxford. Very sad, isn't it? Very sad. But that somebody's selling that letter. Who actually had it? I've got no idea. No idea. But somebody will benefit. Will benefit from it. You could come to Highgate, says Charlie Girling, and live near me and Jude Law. That'd be all right, wouldn't it? We could live in Highgate. I definitely want this house in Trafalgar Square, though. I definitely do. It's so nice. If you saw it, and you can find it on the internet and everywhere else, it's very nice, very, very nice. I just want to go inside. I just want to see inside it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So Mayor Khan's latest idea, says Richard, is to tell OAPs when they can use the Freedom Pass. And he gets paid for this. Yeah, they're trying to recoup the money back. So if you want the bus in the morning before 9 o'clock, you have to use an Oyster card. You can't use your Freedom Pass unless it's the disabled Freedom Pass, in which case you can still travel free on the buses. So, but I'm not bothered by that. I'm not bothered. Sometimes I do get dropped off at Waitrose, do a bit of shopping, and then come home on the bus. So I generally pay just one way for the bus. It doesn't make any difference to me. But I thought the idea of being a pensioner was that you could actually get into the supermarket. If you walk to it, you can get in at 7:30. But they sort of like those sort of things, don't they? Talking about Waitrose, you should get a platinum reward card. Oh, I wish there was such a thing. That would be lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody saying, Steve Allen highlighting the terrible UK live animal exporting market this morning. Absolute disgrace it's allowed to happen. I can't believe they've not done anything in Wales. Seriously, I can't. I mean, why put animals through... I can't bear people who make animals suffer anyway. I mean, it can't be much fun if you're a cow or something like that. I mean, hopefully they don't know what their fate is going to be. Well, until they get to the other end, and I'm sure there must be something that goes on in their mind. But, to travel them all the way across France, across Spain, to end up, and all they do is they just sort of face an agonising death, I'm afraid is absolutely disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. My poppies have been ruined, Steve, says Helinka, because it has been raining all day. So with you on wild salmon, Steve. Tastes completely different to farmed fish. They did it on the Come Dine With Me yesterday, and there was, I think, one of the ladies on there, and she did salmon en croûte, which looked delicious, which is difficult to get right. You've got to get the pastry right, and the salmon's got to be cooked on the inside. It's like beef Wellington. I quite like beef Wellington, but I can't remember the last time I had it. Steve, you're a sweep swerver. I didn't know what to say. A sweep server, yes, definitely. Star's hell of a 30-year mental health battle. And this is Denise Welsh. That's what people talk about now, isn't it? Their problems. Mind you, she was drinking. Drinking doesn't help, I don't think. Still to come, the Oxford College, who backed the campaign to remove the statue, Rhodes Must Fall. I mean, are they going to just melt it down, or are they going to put it into storage? I don't know what they're going to do with it. Nobody's actually said. You just have to kind of guess. And also, the buyers, they bought a house. Lady and gentleman, husband and wife, and next door to them was a house. And now in certain parts of the country, it could be in Scotland, you have to tell somebody if there's something the matter with the house or there's a problem in the area. And that's part of it's not buyer beware. It's a case of you have to disclose this information. Next door to this house was, they'd let it into 7 bedsits. And they were drinking. They were shouting obscenities in the garden. Their children couldn't play in the garden anymore because of this house next door. So they went to court to get their money back from the person who sold them the house in the first place. And they lost. They lost the case. And they've now been landed with a 5-figure bill to pay for it. So not only are they stuck with the same little tow rags from next door, making all the noise and ruining their lives, but they've had to pay a 5-figure sum as well. What a disaster for them. What a disaster. Also, the half of a golf course closed off. I know people who love playing golf. Why? Rare orchids had bloomed across it during the lockdown, and so you can't do anything. If there's rare orchids there, it's like if you buy a house and there's bats. I think you find Mark Wright and his wife Michelle. They've got bats in their area. They've got to make provision for them because they're protected, and for hedgehogs and all these other things. If you're living in the country, you've got to think about these things. Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. Steve, only the government can ban the transport of live animals. But I thought they had. It's just that Wales haven't pulled themselves into line, so these animals suffer. You know, I mean, it was mentioned pre-election. I seem to remember that, but obviously I have selective hearing. The Daily Star, hairstylists, when they come back, and please God it's soon, will have to cut the chat. Well, what's the point of going to you only go to the hairdressers to have a good old gossip. What is the point? What is the point? Also, what's this? Basil Brush is set to play Glastonbury. He's the only act confirmed to be playing the world famous festival. I mean, how on earth is that going to happen? It's going to be the Basil Brush family show. A Glastonbury? What is he? He doesn't sing, does he? I don't think so. And Barry Manilow was surprised by the reaction to his coming out because he thought everybody already knew he was gay. Well, people guessed, dear. People guessed. The singer went public about his sexuality in a magazine feature 3 years ago with his manager and boyfriend of 39 years, Gary Keefe. Barry says, I thought everybody knew. Everybody I knew. And I assumed everybody knew. When Gary and I ended up on the cover, the comments we got were all positive. He said everybody was happy for us. Yeah, it's not such a big deal. I mean, to be honest with you, it's now becomes the subject of interviews, doesn't it? Going back to Pip Schofield, who's been offered money to write his autobiography about coming out as gay, which I thought was the most pointless thing ever. I just don't get it. I come out as gay, but there's no boyfriend, and I'm still living at home with the wife. What sort of gay is that? Obviously something that we're not aware of. Steve, what a big Hancock up. Matt calls Premier ace Daniel. Not so good, is it? Pubs and beer bosses are demanding Boris Johnson tells them when they can reopen. It's getting desperate. And theatres. Hello, theatres. That's going to be a total disaster if they're not very, very careful. Also, Willie Thorne died listening to his children saying they loved him. That was sweet. He's been on this mechanical ventilator. He's only 66. Only 66. Way too young. But I knew when they'd said the other day it was serious. But there wasn't much hope, really. Also, Nick Clegg has defended Facebook's refusal to censor controversial posts by Donald Trump. I'd forgotten he's Sir Nick Clegg. I remember when he was just Nick. Now it's all changed as well. Chat show host Trisha Goddard was trained by the Special Branch to deal with racist bomb threats at the height of her fame. 62. 62. Don't look it. Don't look it. And fans of the BBC drama 13, I haven't seen it actually, have been shocked by chilling parallels to the Madeleine McCann case. At the end of the day, I think we know so little about the Madeleine McCann case. There's loads of guesses of what might have happened or what might not have happened, but I don't think anybody knows for sure. Even the German prosecutor's a bit vague about the whole thing, but they don't want to say anything because, and yet I'm sure that the man who's in prison in Germany must be having access to newspapers, in which case he must have read all about himself. Maimed by boy racers, 2 drivers who left a pedestrian disabled while racing high-performance cars have been jailed, which is good news. Kaleem Adalat, 23, roared away from traffic lights in his BMW Sport alongside William McDonough in a Ford Focus. Poor soul, honestly. They swerved to avoid Graham Stanley, who was crossing the road, but Adalat hit a lorry driver. Mr. Stanley's right leg had to be amputated. Adalat, who had smoked cannabis, admitted causing serious injury by dangerous driving. Only jailed for 18 months. Should have been 25 years, shouldn't it, really? But there's no accounting for the judicial system in this country. State pensions locked in, according to the Eye, as Sunak fears rising cost. And Eve Hewson. Mum and Dad thought I wouldn't get to drama school, but she has, and done very well indeed. Plus the famous faces of theatre, who are saying you've got to sort out theatre. We're in danger of losing theatres here. What are we going to do? Turn them into? I mean, it's just ridiculous. They're a little bit slow. And here, schools to hire private tutors to aid pupils. A bit late now, isn't it? The Daily Mirror. It's Ladies' Day at Ascot. What does that mean? Ladies' Day at Ascot. Any pictures of ladies at Ascot? No, I don't think so. There's no pictures at all of ladies at Ascot. Because this is always the day when all the worst fashion comes out, isn't it? When you start seeing people who don't look as though they can actually dress themselves. And there was a picture of... Who did I see a picture of? We had the pictures the other day, and then there must be more pictures today of people who'll be celebrating Ladies' Day, but they would have been taken yesterday. So people obviously like that. But it really is the oddest people who want to go to Ascot. But I can't find any pictures. Anybody like me thinks that Fred Sirieix is rendered speechless? I mean, honestly, the man who just showed people to their tables, all of a sudden he's now sort of popping up with Gordon Ramsay and Gino D'Acampo. All very bizarre. Daily Express this morning. Football returns with a respectful salute. The great holiday stampede is coming, so they say. And the Queen batters the bookies at Ascot with a 7-2 winner. So I'm assuming she must have made how much money she made, I've got no idea. But it would be quite interesting. There's one lady here with Crohn's, Tony Kelly. She's got Crohn's and she feels discriminated against because toilets have not reopened. I don't think they've even thought about you, Tony. I shouldn't imagine they're even aware of you. They've just gone, we have to close the toilets. And you're going, excuse me, I have Crohn's. I shouldn't imagine if you asked them what Crohn's is, they would have the faintest idea. Because otherwise they would be looking after you, wouldn't they? They'd be making sure that there were toilets open because you should have a special key so that you can use these disabled toilets. A bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? The Daily Telegraph, Charles Young faced devastation from virus. The Times, uniformed Trump asked Prime Minister if Britain was nuclear power. He really doesn't know anything, does he? He has no idea at all. And the doctors have now demanded that the schools reopen, or if they can queue up for Primark, they can blooming well go back to classes as well. The Sun, cops give us the maddie clue. This is German police probing the prime suspect, but of course the British police haven't got the faintest idea what's going on. Not a clue. They seem to have missed everything. And this one is sort of, it's going to run and run until they actually tell the McCanns what it is, or the British police on how they know that Madeleine McCann is not alive anymore. Then we're just going round in circles. Daily Mail, why does Amanda always get the cold shoulder? She has a shoulder exposed, It's called fashion, I suppose. We wouldn't really understand this. Health chiefs are urgently reviewing the use of vitamin D as a coronavirus lifesaver, which I knew about ages and ages ago. But they finally jumped onto that one. And the Financial Times. Indian soldiers guarding a route to the disputed border with China as New Delhi prepared to send extra troops to the area after the first fatal clash in over 50 years left 20 Indians dead. Beijing has cancelled flights to stem the outbreak, and they've kind of gone into lockdown again because it's come back, which is what we think it will do in this country, but we don't know, do we? We don't know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And another one here. This is somebody talking about, is very upsetting about the animals' plight. Well, I thought they'd sorted it all out. But obviously they hadn't. Well, I think, today must be the first day in ages that we've managed to weave in every single tweet. We've not missed anything out this morning. How brilliant are we? Amazing. Boys are very pleased. They just sort of keep pumping them through and we keep reading them all out. The more you keep sending, the more we keep reading. We'll be back with you tomorrow on the programme between 4 and 7. I have a free little bit extra podcast today. You go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk. Susan Boyle showing off her dance moves on TikTok. Just wait till I get on there. My cha-cha-cha is second to nothing. I take a look inside Kim Kardashian's house. Incredibly dull decor. Matches the owner. David Beckham has admitted he's run out of hats. So you've got to see that funny little hair again, haven't you? Bonnie Lithgow has wonderful memories of Dame Vera throughout the 70s. The young generation were on a BBC series with her, and I knew her husband and her daughter. And she said, I feel very privileged. There is nothing like Dame Vera. Do you know, she got to 100... Funny thing was, there was a picture of her in the paper. Do you remember about a month ago? And I remember looking at the picture of her, and I remember thinking, she looked a bit unrecognisable as Dame Vera. But I thought she was wonderful. I had a tape sent in by, not a tape, a DVD sent in by my friend Ray. And it was one of the Raw Variety performances when Dame Vera topped the bill. And they brought on all the armed services. And then she came through I get quite emotional. She came through the middle singing, all the songs that made her famous, and the Royal Variety audience absolutely lapped it up. There was nothing. Listen, she was 103. You were a bloody miracle, and I hope that you're singing your heart out on a cloud up in heaven. She said, I'm sorry I said this earlier, but I've got to go to get my hair cut on the Gold Coast. It's a long way to go to get your hair cut, isn't it, Bonnie? Long way to go. Actually, I'm still waiting. The only thing I can't do on my hair is the back of it. I was going to bring in the clippers and get Corey to do it, but then I thought, no chance. Look, I mean, the state of him. You can't... because I can't do the back. The front bit, I think, looks all right. The front bit's all right, but I can't get the back bit right. And now I feel as though it's sort of... It's getting in my ears. And I've got one of those sort of clippers. Bit of a disaster the other day, but I can't tell you about it, so that's another story. But it did rain. Boy, did it rain. I went out in the rain to water the baskets, and before you say you don't need to water baskets when it rains, you blooming well do, because the rain bounces off the leaves, and so the basket can be bone dry in the middle of a thunderstorm, which is a little bit of a pain. But what have we got today for you? Trump the ignorant. I think we can call him that. He didn't even realise the UK had nuclear weapons. He probably doesn't even know who we are. He'll be knowing who I am, I should imagine. I bet every time there's a mention, they go, you were mentioned by somebody called Steve Allen. He's on this LBC early breakfast. You can just imagine, can't you? Jane says, how are you all? Well, they all look all right. They all look okay. I mean, for this time of the morning, we're not exactly expecting miracles here, are we? It's a case of, that's the best you're going to get at this time of the morning. I don't know, Well, anyway. Also, having a hamburger and chips for lunch right now, says Shan. Hamburger and chips. See, we don't call them hamburgers. We call them beef burgers. Beef burger and chips. I mean, I haven't had a hamburger for ages and ages, but I do want a spam fritter. I do want oh, don't turn your nose up. They're nice. Spam fritters are nice. You can get the oblong, and then you dip them and deep fry, and then, oh, lovely. It's like a sausage in batter, only it's not. It's a spam fritter, and they are particularly lovely. And also, what have we got here? Oh, yes, Steve, could it buy... I'm not going to tell you, Daniel, but you're right. I shouldn't be saying that, because people are now having a guess at what it is I'm going to offer you. And listen, I'm expecting this to go mad. Seriously, I'm expecting it to go mad. I'm wanting it to go mad. I'm pleading with you to make it go mad. And every time, you've always come up trumps, and I want you to... Oh, God, that's a faux pas, isn't it? And I want you to come up trumps on this one as well, because the money that we raise for Make Some Noise goes to such a good cause. Every year, I know I say that, and every year you manage to reduce me to tears, because we managed to get stuff done, and it was lovely. Steve, I heard you yesterday saying William Shatner has tinnitus. You didn't say whether it was in his left ear, his right ear, or the final front ear. God. Howard says, I think it's a smart car found in your boot. I wish it was. I wish it was. I mean, does anybody know how much a set of wheels for a Bentley go for? A whole set of... Just thought I'd ask you. I don't think anybody knows, actually. Bonnie says, I will travel anywhere to get to a hairdresser. Well, you and me together, but I'm not travelling to the Gold Coast anytime soon. I'm really not. Steve, in the 70s, says Dion, I was a teenager who lived in West London, did the clubs where you hosted, including the Gunnersbury, Cheeky Pete's. Did you ever do Hammersmith Palais? No, I didn't. No. No, I didn't. I did the Hippodrome once. That was a huge barn of a place. That really was. You had to have separate people actually sort of driving the desks for you. And I mean, really, really complicated. Really complicated. Steve, I'm living in sunny Scunthorpe. Sunny Scunthorpe. There is such a place. And says, live shows are out of my range because of disability. But what a joy to be able to join you online, says Barry. He says, I won't be looking at your bald bits if the cameras are misplaced. Believe you me, Barry, they will not be misplaced. They will not be misplaced. I'm telling you now. And so, please, listen, I've got room for loads of people. Room for loads of people on this one. Even Sheila in Arbroath is going to be joining. So, only the best. And that's you. So, should we wait and see if we can get... Listen, I'm telling you, if by 5 o'clock I can get 1,000 people, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? That would be nice. More the merrier, as far as I'm concerned. More the merrier. 1,000 by 5 o'clock. We did tote bags, didn't we? Did 1,000 by 5 o'clock, didn't we, on the tote bag? So I'm beginning to wonder, as this is a little bit cheaper than the tote bags, It would be nice if 1,000 people listening at the moment, of which we had many thousands, other radio stations listening in disbelief. Seriously, they can't believe it. You know, well-established presenters going, how does he get the audience? I ask myself the same question every day. How does he get the audience? That's Steve Allen. How does he do it? All he does is waffle on about Z-list celebrities. I know, funny, isn't it? The popular press, always the most popular, hence called the popular press. You know, if it was, I mean, put it this way, if I just read out The Guardian every day, you can imagine how dull and boring that'd be for everybody. My audience don't expect The Guardian. They expect sort of The Sun, The Mirror, The Daily Star, The Daily Mail, if you're really pushing it a bit far right, and a little bit from The Express. And that's how it works, and that's why it's successful. Not everybody can do it, apparently. I had no trouble. Andy says, it's my 49th birthday today, and I shall be eating fish and chips on South Sea seafront with a bottle of Prosecco with my dear wife. When you say your dear wife, is she still alive? You know, I'm never too sure if people say that. But fish and chips with a bottle of Prosecco. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I could do that now. I could eat chips now. I keep meaning to have chips, and I sort of never get round to the blooming things, because I don't like frying stuff at home. But on the other hand, I know people say you can just do them in the oven. Will you be having any special guests? I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. Jane says, I've seen the latest photo of the Groovy Gang. Thomas is handsome. Has he considered modelling? It's ridiculous. Well, yes, it's Thomas writing in again, and his mother, and his father, and his sister. Everybody just writing, oh, is Thomas, is he doing any modelling recently? Yes. Okay, he joined the Ugly Agency, and no, he doesn't do modelling. Steve, your international spikers can't text that number. I don't know, actually, I'm not sure. We will check T's and C's. Mary says, on the 16th, Steve, great idea, I shall have my cheese sandwich and Prosecco and my tote bag ready and waiting. Good. And Ray says, I'm in another great live show. Good. Excellent. 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And it's lovely, actually. The audience just grows and grows on this program. You always get somebody who writes in, don't they, and say, oh, I'm going to listen to another radio station. Why would you bother writing? You'd have to be really thick, wouldn't you, to write to a presenter on a radio station going, I'm going to be listening to something else. You go, oh, please don't, you know, like I care. It's so funny, honestly. They're so sweet, people. If not... Did you see the show last night about the Page 3 girls? Brilliant, some very big boobs there, says Sandy from Peterborough. Yes, I mean, it's just the same drearies, isn't it? Oh, it was so awful, it was this and that, people took advantage of me, and you think, well, for goodness sake, honestly, get over yourselves. I mean, for some of them, seeing the light of day, of course, was a little bit disappointing. And we had the one who sort of moaned about Vernon Kay, but as I said yesterday, if it wasn't for Vernon Kay, nobody would have heard of Rhiannon Sugden, you know, who's milked every inch of the publicity that she can out of it. And now it's got to the point where I'm going, oh, just go away. Really. People need a reality check, I think. Dawn French reuniting with Jennifer Saunders to sort of turn the country round and give us a bit of a laugh, which is what we need. Jim Davidson says he'll stop the jibes on colour. You know, he does Chalky as one of his characters, which I think was nicked from somebody else. And he says he's not going to apologise for any of the jokes he did about Chalky, and he did sort of a cod black voice and all the rest of it. But there you go, that's Jim Davidson, isn't it? What can you do? The Mermaid TV chat washout, they managed to find a woman for this morning. I don't know where they found this one. She claims she talks to mermaids. So they decide to ferry this old bag, who quite clearly has got some peculiar problem going on, where she believes that she talks to them in the sea. Mermaids exist. No, they don't. She'd obviously just watched the film Splash and decided that there were people like Daryl Hannah swimming around, although probably, truth be known, they probably looked more like her. Somebody who was sort of slightly peculiar and wore a big long caftan. But anyway, she turns up on this morning, and they wanted her to talk to mermaids, but she couldn't. Why? The sea was too loud. I mean, you really want to take her out into the middle of the ocean, push her off, and then go and talk to them. Talk to them now, and then come back to us in about a week's time and tell us what they said. Honestly, what is it about people who believe this sort of... I mean, the trouble is, though, we're all trained to go, well, they might be right, you know. And I'm thinking, no, they're not. Why do we pander to this kind of stupidity? You know, like Gemma Collins. You know, I think in heaven there will be candy floss and Prosecco on tap. And I'm thinking... You are just one step away from falling down another hole in the stage, aren't you? Only this time we're all going to be behind you, pushing you into it. Ross Kemp, living with dementia last night. My heartfelt thoughts to Barbara and Scott and everyone involved in this cruel condition. A real eye-opener. A real eye-opener. I agree with you. Absolutely, absolutely terrible. And he's now going to have to consider putting her into a home. And that's going to be the most heart-wrenching thing for him. But I think, at the moment he's struggling because she does go from one extreme to the other. So 1 minute she'll be chatting lucidly about something she's seen on the television. The next minute she'll look at him and go, "Do you live here?" And she'll be quite serious about it. And so, if I was in that situation, I'd be as torn as Scott is at the moment, because he's going to have to put her into a home, and she might then be in one of her lucid periods. What am I doing in here? Why am I being left in here? On the other hand, on some occasions, she'll be sitting there. She won't know where she is. She'll just be sitting there, and I don't like to think that Barbara's going to spend the rest of her life, however long that might be, sitting on a chair staring out of a window. I don't know why. I've got this funny thing. My mother exactly the same way. When she was diagnosed with cancer, we sort of put it, well, how's she going to cope? And luckily she went to live with her sister, because it did come up that, we might have to put her in a home, and I didn't feel that we could put her in a home. I just don't like that sort of thing. Steve, I've just registered for the 16th. Missed out on London, so I'm not missing this one, says Rachel, one of the originals. See, the good news is, in this fair and lovely land of ours, you can listen to this programme over the whole country. The only place you can't do it is abroad, I'm afraid. And another one here. Somebody's I've just registered, but it's a surprise for the wife, which is good. And Marion says, I always have a bath once a week, whether I need it or not. So on the 16th of August, I shall put 50p in the meter and sit in front of you glowing. That'll be nice. Andy said, is macadamia nut, honey, or both? Oh, I don't know. Nuts, I thought. Macadamia honey? Macadamia honey? Might be. I don't know. Oscar in Sheffield says, I like your programme. Is helping me improve my English. Well, there you go. You can't miss out, can you? Goodness sake. Can't miss out. How much do Bentley wheels cost? I've got a 97 Red Label Turbo R, and 4 new tyres cost me $1,200. Yeah, they're about... I'm talking about the wheel. The whole wheel. With tyre, because the tyres are about $250, $300 each, so that's about £1,200. But it's the wheels, because... Here is the dilemma. If you remember, the car went into the garage to have the wheel sorted out, because I cracked the wheel. It had bent a little bit, so a little bit dangerous for driving. So we thought we'd send it off to a specialist place so they could rebend it. Well, they can't. They can't. And so I thought, right, that's all right. Then we'll just get another wheel. Unfortunately, they don't make my wheels anymore, which is a pain. So I'm going to have to buy 4 complete new wheels, we think, unless my friend Stephen can sort things out. But we think it's 4 new wheels, and I'm assuming they're probably around, I don't know, I thought 2,000 each. Could be 2,000 each. Very depressing time, as you can well imagine. Very depressing. In fact, I'm warming more to the Jaguar than the other thing. Steve, who would you choose for an In Conversation if you were forced? I'm never forced, Matthew. No, if I don't want to do something, I don't do something. Katie Price, Katona, Gemma Collins or Maya Jama? Well, I'm afraid none of them. I would have to retire from the business graciously and go, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. I mean, Katie Price, because she's now turned up on the doorstep of Chris Boyson again. She really is an interfering old bag, isn't she? Because apparently he said something about Bianca Gascoigne, who he's going out with at the moment. And Katie Price, being the jealous old bag that she is, didn't like it, so turned up on the doorstep. You know, they weren't married. She's just interfering, I'm afraid. That's why nobody likes her. Gemma Collins, because it's basically just a pile of rubbish, and of course she's sort of got all these new things now. She wants to have a baby, whereas I've said that's great, but who's the father going to be? She trawled around discos a while ago trying to find a potential man to impregnate her. Luckily, she couldn't find anybody, as if it was some sort of puppy or a pussycat or something like that, or a budgerigar. And what was the other one? Kerry Katona, no, she keeps trying to reinvent herself, but still basically doesn't do anything for a living. And Maya Jama's obviously got a new agent. Must have. Every day there's another dreary picture of Maya Jama. A bit like Rita Ora. Every time another picture of Rita Ora. What does she do? Who knows? Who knows? What are you doing? What's he looking at? What's he looking at? What are you looking at? What's that? Oh, right. Oh, right, okay. With our phone line? Oh, no. No. Oh, right. Oh, good Lord. How complicated. It is very complicated. So it's broken at the moment, is it? Oh, no. God. 5 to 5 is the time. So front page headline in this world of ours is Rio and Kate, attention-seeking Ferdinand, are expecting a baby conceived in lockdown. Thrilled Rio says, we got our wish, I can't wait. Yeah, I bet she's fairly thrilled too. Also, with the husband playing for the Red Devils, Melanie Marshall was bound to choose a corset featuring scarlet roses for this shot. She's the wife of Man United forward Anthony Marshall. I mean, don't you think it's slightly embarrassing that that's the only publicity that this poor Melanie can get is by sort of posing in her underwear? Mind you, that black line down the middle of your head, dear, that must take some doing, mustn't it, really? Madeleine McCann's parents have been sent 2 letters, wait for this one, by the German police. Do you remember we told you about it? It turns out the bungling British police have failed to pass them on. I mean, having wasted 12 million quid of our money, they now can't even pass the letter on. What is going on? What is going on with the police here? I mean, as they say, they've had more cock-ups on this one than you can ever shake a stick at. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it, really? There's a snooty council. I love a snooty council. This one has been blasted for skewering a posh town's only kebab van. This is the Barbecue King, served for nearly 30 years, and locals called it the backbone of the community. But councillors refused to renew the licence in Wokingham. Wait a minute, Wokingham. Isn't that where Prince Andrew goes to get his pizzas? Woking. Well, it's close. Isn't it close? Just got to do ham at the end of it. It's claimed customers boozed, urinated and smoked cannabis nearby. 5,000 locals have signed a petition to save it and were even backed by the mayor. Lynn Forbes, Councillor Imogen Shepherd-Dubé, called it a witch hunt. They're so posh down there, aren't they? Hello, is that Imogen Shepherd-Dubé? No, mate. She says, I've never known any trouble there at all. But it's a kebab van, isn't it? You know, they do attract people. If ever you see a burger van in a lay-by, it attracts people who want to eat in lay-bys. And the British seem to be particularly popular with that one, don't they? Oh, look, it's absolutely tipping down outside. Let's go sit in a lay-by and have cheese and pickle sandwiches staring through the windscreen wipers. And if it's a doner kebab place, that's even worse. I mean, they're bad enough at the best of times. You only enjoy them when you've had a few sherbets. So when they say people urinate it, they're not ordering a kebab and having a wee while they stand there, are they? But I can well imagine it attracts people who smoke dodgy marijuana stuff and things like that, you know. While sort of, I mean, you've got, okay, do you want to smoke? Oh, thank you, yeah. What's your name, love? Kylie. Love you. You want a kebab? What's my kebab? I've got it with the chilli sauce. Have you ever had a kebab the next morning? Leave it, order it, leave it, and just let it fester overnight. I promise you, by the morning, it'll be out the box and banging on the door. They're like that. They look and then you suddenly realize how much grease it's sitting in. It's swimming in grease. All that white fat round it, that's what's been going in your stomach. That's why all the people you see in kebab shops late at night, I had a drink. What do you want? You want kebab? Yeah. And chips, mate. Oh, chips as well. You've got to have chips, haven't you? Because then you wrap a bit of meat around the chip. We've all done it. I'm no exception, honestly. Don't think I'm any paragon of virtue. Thank you very much indeed. I've been there, but I do enjoy Chinese takeaway. Sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork balls. That's the thing you can have in the car. You can't even have a spring roll because they're dripping in oil, and if you bite it, you're going to get all over the place. It's terrible. Not good. Here's another picture of, it's dreary old Summer, somebody. Can't remember who she is, actually. You know, the one who went out with Paul Hollywood and has no career. They say here she's looking good in her shorts. It's the only pair of shorts she's got, apparently. But Summer was out on Kent as Paul Hollywood's ex, social media influencer. She's not a social media influencer. She's a barmaid, for God's sake. That's all she is. Obviously not much cop at that either. You know, a family strolling on the... I used to be very good at finding things on beaches. People, mainly. And this family found a 19th century elephant tusk as they were poking through the sand in Sandwich Bay in Kent. It's good, isn't it? And it came from a shipwreck at nearby Goodwin Sands. Goodwin Sands is that fatal place. It seems to swallow ships. The ship got onto Goodwin Sands and then it was trapped. It was that quicksand. And you know what quicksand's like? When you get on quicksand, you start struggling and it drags you further in. And the suction means that they have to crawl to you on boards and everything to pull you out. We decided to leave the ship on the Goodwin Sands. It was so much easier. No one's going to pull the blooming thing out, were they? Still to come. Oh, look, loads of pictures of Pamela Anderson in the paper. She's a mum of... Steve, Shane in Sydney says, I laugh when you talk about Gemma Collins because I don't know who she is. Well, don't worry, Shane. She doesn't know who she is either. She refers to herself in third party, which I suppose she'd have to. And Steve, Lepsons in Gillingham will sort out your wheel and do a pick-up and drop service, save you hundreds. You might have seen me on television. Oh, right. Interference. No, on television, interference. Steve, it'll be wonderful to see you and have some Prosecco and party with you and your awesome team and the best of my fellow spikers. Yes, my awesome team. Awesome team, honestly. It's lovely. Steve, been listening to you for a year. First time contacting you is I had curry for late dinner, so I've not slept all night, so actually listening live instead of catching up, says Elizabeth. I've registered for the show as I'm so curious to see the legend. What, Corey? Oh, you'll see what he looks like. He'll be the one sitting in the camera will pan around and there will the boys be sitting there. Corey with his dreadful hair. Honestly. We have a poem for you. Every day we have a poem. I've scanned this one a little bit. It's another one from the amazing Spike Milligan. I hope you like it, because we do one every day just after 5. Some days I forget. Yesterday I forgot completely. Completely forgot. We didn't get round to it till just before past. This one is called The ABC. 'Twas midnight in the schoolroom, and every desk was shut, when suddenly from the alphabet was heard a loud tut-tut. Said A to B, I don't like C, his manners are a lack. For all I ever see of C is a semicircular back. I disagree, said D to B. I've never found C so. From where I stand, he seems to be an uncompleted O. C was vexed, I'm much perplexed. You criticise my shape. I'm made like that to help spell cat and cow and cool and cape. He's right, said E, said F, whoopee, said G, ip, ip, hooray. You're dropping me, roared H to G. Don't do it, please, I pray. Out of my way, LL said to K. I'll make poor I look ill. To stop this stunt, J stood in front, and presto, ill was Jill. You know, said V, that W is twice the age of me, for as a Roman V is 5, I'm half as young as he. X and Y yawned sleepily. Look at the time, they said. Let's all get off to beddy buys. They did. Then Z, Z, Z. There you go. The ABC by Spike Milligan. When he came in to be interviewed by me on LBC years and years ago, because his daughter, Jane, used to come in to be one of my regulars. And he came in, and the PR said to me, said, listen, you won't get a very long interview out of him. He's not really big on these sort of things. I said, oh, OK, well, I'll do as much as I can. Well, we couldn't get rid of him. He didn't want to leave the studio. We ended up keeping him for an hour, because once he actually started chatting, he was over and away, and I loved it. I think that was fantastic, actually. Steve, for your show I'm working that Sunday, would it be possible to watch again like iPlayer, or is it live only? Says Steve. I don't know. I can't answer that one for you. I'll try and find out. We will try and find out. Steve, just looking at the papers, there's a picture in the Daily Mirror of the snow in the Midlands. Must be true, it's in the Mirror. Last I heard about Rolls wheels was about 1,200 each, depending on the model. Yeah, I couldn't believe they didn't do mine, because I love my wheels. He says, trying to pretend he knows all about cars and everything else. But I think they're going to be... I've seen them up to about 5,000 for a set, 5,000 or 6,000 for a set. But then, of course, you've got VAT added onto that. Seems like an awful lot of money. I thought perhaps black wheels. But I don't know. I've got to wait and see what they actually come up with. They're going to look, I don't know, on a grey graphite car. Is it tacky? Oh. I thought shiny ones where when the car stops, the inner bit keeps revolving. Have you seen those ones? That'll be quite nice. Just look like a drug dealer. And I don't know what else they have, actually. Yeah, I was thinking about jacking the back up and sticking sort of red lights, which I can colour change at the push of a button. And, I mean, years ago, people thought it was naff to have furry dice. Pfft, not anymore. Not anymore. Steve Allen has effectively brought them back. Maria from Elephant and Castle has booked her space. Very excited. She says, I'm a Steve Allen virgin. God, so few of you around. So few of you around, Maria, but you'll be especially welcome. Harry and Meghan's trademark in America has been refused. What are they doing to themselves? Well, they're doing it because it goes through various stages. And I think they wanted a bit more clarification on certain aspects of what this charity is, not just, it's money making for us. They have to, you can't just set up a charity in America. I think somebody did some years ago, and I think her name was Mrs. Reagan. She was Ronald Reagan's wife. And she set up a charity which basically benefited her. Because in America, they have a different system of charities where you can set up. So I could set up, if I lived in America, the Steve Allen charity. And there's no set amount you had to give to charity. But she had a sort of offices, fresh flowers. All her travel went through her own over here, we have it. And they're called... What do they call them over here when they sort of set up things? It's like you've set up your own charity. No, not a startup. Startup. Wish you'd not said it now. I can't remember what they call it. There's a name for people who set up... If you're earning a lot of money, you set up a foundation. You set up a foundation. And a foundation is a way of sort of, you can raise money for charity. I'm assuming you have to declare exactly what you're doing, but foundations. So anybody who's earning a lot of money, generally speaking, has got a foundation. They don't pay tax like us poor people, sort of cough up the money every cent. Mind you, I've done very well. I've saved up all my tax money, which might be disappearing with a set of wheels for the car. I phoned the person who looks after my account. She says, well, it's going to take you close to the edge. I said, well, I don't know how much they are at the moment. Steve, next time you have a kebab, buy a second kebab, wrap it in foil and leave it on the radiator. What, you put your heating on at this time of year? Surely not. Surely not. You can't. Steve, been listening for a year. Lovely. Amazing how many people have been listening for quite some... Well, we know people have been listening for quite some time, which is always very pleasing. But as long as you buy a ticket for this virtual show, that'll be how it works, which is good. A lot of people talking about the Ross Kemp living with dementia last night, and Barbara and Scott, and everybody involved with it. There's nearly 1 million people suffer with Alzheimer's. It's very sad, and they're not pumping nearly enough money in it. So we hope that they do start putting money into it, because it's very important. Very, very important. Steve, Bentley Continental Flying Spur Mulliner new wheel and tyre 980 or offers, says Chris in Oban. That's on eBay. Yes, I mean I'm reckoning about, I think about 4,000-5,000, something like that, for the complete set. They've all got a match, obviously. Might make the car look more streamlined. Although, Steve, you can go to Halfords, buy a couple of flames to put on the side of the car, but definitely the revolving wheels. Have you seen them? They're in sort of like a silver plastic, and it turns. So you look at the wheel and it turns. So even when you stop at traffic lights, they still continue revolving round. They're really chav. Really, really chav. So perhaps I should do those. Mitch says Lepsons are very good. Great show, thank you. Yes, I think the garage that I use should know about them. And Mike says, I've watched Wheeler Dealers, and they many times refurbish wheels done by specialists. Yeah, this one, they can't, though. They can't. Because that's what we originally thought, which would have been an awful lot cheaper. An awful lot cheaper. What have we got here? We got, it's a picture of, I don't know why Pamela Anderson's in all the papers for today. But she's sort of semi-naked, sort of lying down. And she strips off for the camera. She's 52. She's still happy to peddle her wares. Well, of course but she lives on a trailer park, doesn't she? I'm sure I read that some time ago. Which is lovely. But she's 52. She's a mum of 2. I think I've seen pictures of her children. But it's we'll never meet such an inspiration again. And there was a picture which was put out. This is the picture I saw of Dame Vera Lynn, which was released for VE Day, where, she was looking her age. She's 103, for goodness sake. 103. The Queen apparently is said to be very sad, and she admired Dame Vera immensely and believed she played a vital role in the Allied victory during the Second World War. So they've all sent messages. Captain Tom Moore, Catherine Jenkins, Sir Cliff Richard, who you're going to be hearing on Breakfast this morning. I believe that was brokered by Warren, clever Warren. And so you hear Cliff talking about her, and he talks in the paper. He said, she is held in such high esteem, and my best and favourite memory was sharing a performance with her in front of Buckingham Palace for the VE Day celebrations in 95. We walked to the stage through a crowd of survivors of that war, and they were reaching out to touch and get a smile from Vera. And I heard the words, God bless you, thank you, we love you. A great singer, he says, a patriotic woman and a genuine icon. Absolutely. 103 died the other day. Nice to have your company. Dallas says, get your groovy gang, boys, to Google details of the broken wheel. There'll be someone breaking up a vehicle for spares somewhere. So the trouble is they're such specialist wheels. It's not just like putting a tyre on a Mini or something like that, or your Corgi cars. It's slightly bigger than that. Slightly bigger. Steve, I think the word you're looking for was philanthropist. No, that wasn't the word, Sam, at all. No, it was foundation we were looking for. Foundation. Mick the mechanic, Whitstable. Somebody has to live there. Oh, I know people who live in Whitstable. It's very nice. That's where your whelks, things like, don't they come from Whitstable or something? Or oysters. Whitstable oysters. And they have a lot of sea shanties, which they all sing down on the pier. And, as well as they're sort of quaffing their booze. Steve, I've been listening for 19 years. Good Lord above. Thank you for the tears and laughter. I know I'm crying at times. We're trying to work out this morning why I can't get the figures for the amount of tickets that we might have sold for the show, because they're coming in later, so it takes an hour and a half to get the first 15 minutes. So if we'd only sold 30, that's the figure it's going to give me at 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 hours after we started. It's such a slow thing. I don't know why. I feel like going around and kicking it out the rear end and sort of booting up a bit. So it means that the actual figure of how many we've sold, and I can't work out, how to sort of sell it to you if I don't know how many tickets we've sold. And it's such a bad system. Such a bad system. For me, I need to know. In fact, we knew before, we sort of got it fairly quickly, but they've said it works an hour and a half behind. So in other words, just an hour behind. So it means that I'm not going to get in anything until 7 o'clock, and even then it's not going to be accurate, because it'll come in at 8 o'clock and 9 o'clock, which is like ridiculous. Steve, got my ticket, really hoping that Captain Rob will be home to watch it with me. He's been away since April, says Rose in Lichfield, and has to do longer shifts than normal because of coronavirus. Happy to work together to raise money for MSN. Thank you. What about Anne Widdicombe or Janet Street Porter in conversation? We haven't had an in conversation for a little while. It's mainly because we're socially distancing. Socially distancing. Steve, I'm a massive fan, and I became a spiker when my daughter was a baby, as I didn't have much choice but to be awake in the twilight hours. Would you mind saying hello to my sister Abby, who is pregnant with her first child, says Jess in Stoke-on-Trent. I have a feeling you'll be keeping her happy. Well, listen, I'm friend to pregnant women everywhere. Because when you wake up and you go, I remember Charlie Girling, when she was sort of waking up for early morning feeds. That's not her, the baby. Although I suspect Charlie probably had a chocolate bar along the way. And so she was there most mornings. She said, because that's what happens when you've got babies and they need feeding. Kim says, sad and difficult times, but at least you're keeping people positive. Mike from Arkansas. I know it's Arkansas. I just like saying Arkansas. How did you crack the wheel? I fell in a pothole. It was only because somebody, when I took the car in to be washed, they noticed the sort of the bending of the thing. So if I'd been going down the motorway and the tyre would have gone, you'd be listening to somebody else doing this programme. So I think basically we're on the right thing. I mean, you never know. Stephen might be lucky and strike lucky and try and find one of my wheels. But at the moment, it ain't looking too promising. So in which case, I might have to buy 4 wheels, in which case that's going to be very expensive. Steve, please wish the girls, Angie, Sue and Karen, a great weekend, and decided I'm having a Cooper's shop up tomorrow. Nice and healthy rather than Kentucky opposite, says Matthew. Yeah, apparently somebody wrote to me the other day and said that Greggs are all open now. I didn't notice in Twickenham. I did go past it. No, that's what I thought, but they've got pictures of people shopping at Greggs. And I was thinking, oh, well, that's quite nice. At least they've made an effort to start opening up places. One of the columnists today in the paper is talking about Page 3 Queen Rhiannon Sugden, attention-seeking Rhiannon Sugden, I'm afraid, said in last night's documentary that sexting fling with Vernon Kay ruined her career, just ruined my career, didn't it? Well, he just got away with it. This columnist says, I'm not so sure. At the time of his indiscretion, Vernon was a star presenter on BBC Radio 1, host of 2 ITV game shows, and working on primetime TV in America. A decade on, and he presents Formula E, me neither, coverage on YouTube. Strictly Come Dancing presenter Toss Daly with Vernon, who stood by her husband during the scandal, is now the biggest star in that marriage by some way. Yeah, whereas Rhiannon Sugden's milked it for all she can. Oh, poor me, poor me, poor me. Shouldn't have given your blooming phone number out in the first place, could you? Should you? Would you? And why not? That's what I say. Do you know, there's a picture here. If ever was a picture guaranteed to make me go, please not, please not. It's a man called Adam Lockwood. Adam, oh, God, it makes me feel ill. Adam is a free climber, which means he climbs up the outside of buildings with his bare hands, with no safety net, with no nothing. If he falls off, he is killed instantly. He's 19. He's a self-confessed professional idiot. So here he is, climbing over a balcony, and he's hanging on with one hand to this balcony. Have you seen the picture? It's the most frightening thing I've ever seen. One hand. I mean, if that balcony broke, he plunges to his death. It's as simple as that. So he swings onto it. But I mean, he does climb the outside. Oh, they're ill watching it. Turn the page, Stephen, turn the page. He does cling to the outside of buildings with his bare hands. Say the glass comes away. You know, they make it look so I couldn't even support my own weight, and there's no chance for the two next door. Of course he's smiling, because that's what he does. He's a professional idiot. That's what he does. He clings on with one. I mean, say all of a sudden somebody goes, tickle, tickle, tickle. You know, tickle, tickle, death. And then he's got to pull himself up. It sends tingles all through my feet. Oh, it's horrible. I don't mind the one sitting on there with no hands. It's the clinging on with one hand. He's obviously lowered himself down. Dear Lord above, what do people do this for? And here's a woman here. Her name is, well, she's a real-life Rapunzel. She's a computing student in London, and she's got hair that's 5 foot long. Hair that's 5 foot long, and it measures 5'2" from top to bottom. She spends half an hour a day cleaning it. I'd have it cut off, dear. Save yourself the time. Go out and do something more interesting instead. Niall Horan hasn't been enjoying lockdown, poor soul. And what's a pic of this? Oh, Vicky Patterson showing some front. Basically, her boobs have fallen out. It's a bit dreary. We've seen them before, love. Kyle Jenner pulled out all the stops for a Vogue photo shoot. Bearing in mind, all of these people are airbrushed within an inch of their life. If you saw these people with no makeup, like all the Love Island people, unrecognisable. Seriously, you wouldn't know who they were. If somebody said £1 million on who you think these people are, you wouldn't know. A, they're not blessed with height. Most of them are appearing in pantomime, or would have been, had we got pantomime. And they've got nothing. They've got nothing going on at all, apart from a ton of makeup put on by proper professional makeup artists. They can't do it themselves. That's why television's looking a bit ropey at the moment, because you've got people who's having to do their own makeup. And some people have found it very, very difficult. Another one here. Put in a claim against the council which supplied the pothole, says Colin. Yes, if only I could remember where it was. So now you know. Steve, have you ever thought of selling the things you throw away on eBay? No. I don't throw anything away. I'm a hoarder. I don't throw things away. I would never, ever do anything like that. Why would I throw stuff away? Although actually I did throw something away the other day. Just remembered, a small vacuum cleaner, a little Black & Decker one, because it got dirty and I wanted a new one. So, because once things get dusty, I kind of go off them. And so I then sort of go and buy another one. That's the way it works. Listen, it's my life. The vacuum cleaner got dusty on the outside. On the outside, because I think what they do is they actually build up static, and it attracts well, that's me done in. I can't do that. I remember some years ago, well, about a year ago, I had a saucepan and I cooked something, but it burnt at the bottom of it. Well, I couldn't be bothered to clean it, so I threw it away and got another one. That's my answer to everything now. You know, if in doubt, buy another one. So very good. Steve, go to breakerlink.co.uk. Oh, that was Mick the mechanic from Whitstable. Don't knock Whitstable. I think Whitstable's cool. I think it really is. I think it's very, very nice. Norm says, bought the ticket for the mother-in-law. She will be thrilled. Thank you very much indeed. I just need to know how many tickets we've sold. That's all. But we're never going to find out on the programme. I'm not going to hear. Apparently, oh, right. Between 4 and 4:20, we got 325. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. It depends how many we got now, though. Well, how do they know that bit? Have they found out?
Yeah, it's an hour's delay, so...
Oh, right. Oh, Lord, honestly, I'm going to drive myself... I might as well... So, at 6 o'clock, I'll know the first hour. Will I? Oh, right, OK. That might make me feel a little bit better. So, 325. So, we've nearly filled up the theatre. But, of course, we don't have a theatre. It's a virtual show. So, the more the merrier. You could be standing on each other's shoulders. But the good news is there's no seat numbering. So you don't get, I bought the ticket late, so I'll be sitting at the back. You'll be sitting at the front. You get front row. It's like the television talking to you. Hello, like Eamon Holmes does. Have you ever seen Eamon? Nice to see you. I thought, what is he on? You can't see anybody. The only person you're looking at is down the lens of a camera, which is what I'll be doing. I bet he's bought a ticket. He'd definitely buy a ticket. He wants to know what I'm going to say. I want to know what I'm going to say as well. But it was obviously the other day Martin Frizzell who came up with the brilliant idea of putting a mermaid hunter on the television, who turned out to be the biggest waste of space that we've ever seen. I mean, these people are mad. They can't help it. It's not their fault. But they sort of go, oh, yes, I believe in mermaids. And can you talk to one now? No, the sea's very loud. I mean, you know, the moment you say something like that, as I say, she's obviously watched Splash a few times and thinks it's possible that when you take mermaids out of water, they grow legs. And then when you throw a bucket of water over them, they grow the tail again. I mean, seriously, the beaches would be littered with mermaids. We've had sperm whales, killer whales, all sorts of whales beaching up. And, you know, in between them, a woman with, I don't know why, for some reason, mermaids have always got long hair. You know why? Covers their boobs. You know, you never find a mermaid who's going to be a page 3 girl because she's got long hair to cover her boobs. And the funny thing is that when What's-It from Splash was swimming through the water, she had long hair covering, well, it must have been taped to her boobs. Ridiculous. Steve, are the boys looking dusty then? Difficult to tell, really, actually. I don't know. I don't think I'm in a sort of the right place in my mind to start commenting on their appearances, because I don't do things like that, as you know. I'm not that sort of person. I don't think it's necessary to weave other people into the programme. And also, there is the danger that I might be cruel and rude, if not both. So I won't tell you what they look like. Robin Redding, he says, listener on and off, nearly 40 years, bought a ticket. I think so, too. It's only a tenner. It's only a tenner. It's not a lot, is it? And that goes to charity. I supply all my own clothes, you know. Hair and makeup. I might get some of that spray-on stuff that O'Brien's got. Oh, sorry, did I say... Oh, I can't believe I've said that. I discovered it's in his chest of drawers. Next to where he sits and puts his feet up. He's actually got a set of... There's everything in there. Tweezers, nasal cutters, and spray hair. Fake tan. Does a lot of fake tan. Well, actually, there are quite a few people during the daytime who do fake tan. I'm not one to tell tales out of school, but I think Ian Dale is practically sitting in a vat of it every night. I'm totally convinced. Totally convinced. In between that and his dreadful eating habits, I remember telling him a few years ago when he was eating strawberries. He said, "Oh, I love strawberries, Steve." I said, "You're a diabetic. Can't eat things like that." Even I only have 1 or 2 strawberries, you know, because I'm looking after my figure. As indeed are the boys next door. I told you I couldn't resist it. I can't help it. So we'll have the news down at the news desk. I think Nick's doing something else, and I can't remember, actually. I was just talking to Dave a moment ago, and Dave was socially distancing, and he was about to tell me something else. Well, he told me about how they've set up this interview with Sir Cliff Richard, talking about Dame Vera Lynn, because they work together. And Cliff has said in the you have to listen to it. It's going to be really good, actually. Anything with Sir Cliff in is good. I think he's got a DVD. I have a feeling there's a DVD out. I might have to check that. Might have to check it with sort of Robin or with Warren or with Cliff himself. I don't know. I shall have to see. Can we have some magic at your show? Believe you me, from start to finish, it will be very magical. Actually, I was speaking to the Magic Circle the other day. We don't know if we're going to get a Magic Circle Christmas show. Which I'm hoping we can, because that also raises money for charity. We've done it for so many years now. I quite like the idea of doing these sort of shows because they raise money. And so my virtual show for you, first of all, we've ever done one, Steve Allen, is at, I'll tell you it again, actually, now, because at the moment I've got this problem with, because it's a different system that we're operating, I can't see how many tickets are sold. So consequently, I don't know how to play it, which might seem a bit naff, actually. But I promise you, if you do something like this, if it's like sort of saying, oh, well, I've got tickets to my show, blah, 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 blah. And you get there and the curtains open and 3 people sitting in the audience. You go, I didn't plug it enough. So I don't know if I'm plugging it enough to sell as much stuff as I possibly can. And that's where it's like your hands are tied behind your back. You don't know. All we know is that we sold 325 tickets, real tickets, in about the first 20 minutes of the programme. So that was between 4 and about 4:15, 4:17, something like that. So I won't get the next update until 6 o'clock, but it won't be a complete up-to-date update. It'll be an update till 5 o'clock. Okay? So it'll be the first hour, but it just gives me something to work on. I need to work on something like that. So we can't do face-to-face, but if you sort of put your face right up to the screen when I'm on, we can do virtual kissing. Bit of snogging, before the programme, like... I could just move all the way around the screen, actually. That'd be quite good fun. So, my first online show, An Afternoon with Steve Allen. Never been done before. There's a reason, I should imagine. Never done before because he doesn't look good on television. Well, I shall be for this one. I shall be putting on all sorts of slap. So, you can join me on your laptop, your phone, your iPad, or whatever, with a voluntary donation to make some noise using your mobile phone. So, here's the date and the time. You need to make a note of this. It's 3 p.m, on the 16th of August, which is a Sunday afternoon, so no excuses. You'll have been to church, you'll have done some shopping, be back in time for 3, cup of tea or a bottle of Prosecco. A ticket costs £10. So if you'd like one, you just have to text, and you've got to do... If you don't do this properly, you lose it, because it disappears. It's Steve 10, capital letters, STEVE, capital letters all the way through, 10 at the end of the E, no spaces, please, and send it to 84850, which is the text that you send all the time, but it's Steve 10. Okay, without a space, to 84850. A voluntary donation from every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. You will get a text back which says, thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, you'll be sent a message to tell you how to join. So don't panic. You'll get the first message, thank you for registering. And then on the actual day from, I think, 12 o'clock, you get a special message with your special code, okay, which is unique to you. So text Steve 10, capital letters, S, capital T, capital E, capital V, capital E, 10, without a gap, to 84850. All the information you'll find on the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Carol says, can't something be worked out for the international fans? I know, unfortunately, it's not open. We've had a couple of these things before. It's not this sort of show, but we've had things before where you can only do it if you're in this country, and for this particular system to operate, it's only in this country. I don't understand it either, Carol, so panic not. I'm sure somebody will sort of tell you all about it. Steve, I can't find info of the show on the LBC website, says Larry. Well, you're obviously blind because you can't miss it. It's about letters that are about 10 foot tall. I think, is it on the front page? Yeah, it's on the front page. Are you sure you're in the right world, Larry? You can't miss it. It's on air now, Steve Allen, and there it is. It says, buy tickets now, Steve Allen's virtual live show for Global's Make Some Noise. I mean, I don't know how you could miss it. I'm wearing a red sparkly jacket, and they built a set for me and everything else. They're very good for me, you know. They build sets and everything else. And so it's actually, I might bring in some Christmas lights or something. Perhaps we should do a festive show. Who knows? Norm says, mother-in-law Christine was thrilled. Could only say, fantastic. Steve, your virtual show will sell a huge number as £10 is a bargain. Online Magic Circle show would be good too. I remember seeing Edward Hilsom and Piff, the Magic Dragon, says Rob. Yes, I mean, God, we've had so many good people. So many. In fact, all these magicians that we use all the time are lovely. See, body colour wheels with chrome lip, very smart and understated. And I don't know what year yours is, but some have chrome around the rear light clusters and the wheels can copy it. Oh, not sure about that. Len says, could we all meet up in virtual after show garden party? Brilliant idea. Steve, will you be wearing your sumo wrestling outfit for the live show? And then somebody else says, have you got a favourite magician? Anybody who's good. Anybody who's good. I love a good magician. I love all sorts of people. I do. I mean, seriously, I don't have any... What? No. We can have a Diablo. Yeah, I can do Diablos. We're not... Are you going to do a Diablo? No, I didn't think so. Can you not do the bricks? The bricks, where you've got three bricks, you're holding two together, one in the middle, then take your hands away, put them back again, and then the brick drops down, and then you throw it up in the air, spin round, and then still catch it. Never seen that? You don't get out at all, do you, really? Have you been to a circus? When you were a child, did you go to a circus? See, scared of clowns. There's a name for that, isn't there? It's a recognised name, scared of clowns, and I can't remember exactly what it is, but a load of people have a fear of clowns. What's this phone of mine? It's taking pictures all the time, and I don't know why my phone is taking pictures. I don't like this. I have to start... Oh, go away. I have to start sort of cutting out all these things. Yeah, there we are. It's, so annoying. So annoying. So I just have to delete. There's me again. Isn't that lovely? This was the one... that was for something the other day that we did that I don't think I'm sharing with you. There's things we share and think, just show me the picture of the clowns. I love clowns. Love clowns. Yeah, they are... Yeah, but these are scary. And it's called coulrophobic, which is, coulrophobia. And that's a fear of clowns. But mind you, some of these clowns are fairly scary, aren't they? They look as though they've come out of nightmare films. I don't like clowns like that. I like the funny ones that throw buckets of water and stuff like that. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, it's very good, actually. Lindsay from Caterham said, I'm so excited, Steve. I've got my ticket. I know. I mean, the good thing is about this, there's no limit to how many tickets we can sell. Steve, I've just bought my ticket. I'll be watching you and the gang in the garden, providing it's not raining, having afternoon tea... and a bottle of Prosecco. That'll be the highlight of the year. Can't wait. It'll be quite nice. But also, there could be thousands of us. There could be thousands of us doing that, which I think is quite a good idea. Don't you think it's good? I think it's a great idea. It's only £10. It's not very much, is it? I mean, barely three cups of coffee in a coffee shop now, £10. So that's very reasonably priced. You can watch me in the bath. Why would they want to watch me in the bath? What, in my bath? Watch me in the bath? Oh, no, I don't like that idea. I shall have to get my little rubber ducky out, and my little flannel, and my loofah. I've got more stuff in the bath than anybody else. I seriously... Sorry? Salt. I've got colour-changing salts, bath pearls. I've got everything. Shower... You know when they say, take 2 bottles into the shower? 16. I'm one of these people. I tell you, I can lose myself and immerse myself in hot water and bubbles and things. I love it. Shower gels, I adore. I'm very good. And I've got a brush on a thing, and I've got like that, and I've got all these bits and pieces. I've had bath bombs in the past. Little bit, yes, if you're sitting down. Little bit uncomfortable with a bath bomb. But actually, they are telling you now, don't have baths, have showers, and have quick showers, because they say we're going to run out of water. So I've started stockpiling. I'm not having this at all. I'm buying it and freezing it. I've decided it's... And then when we go through drought, I'll be the one laughing, going, ha, ha, ha. I've got my own water for the shower. Steve, is it true they're taking Uncle Ben off the front of the rice pack? I'd heard the same story. And somebody says, Steve, I've reserved my front row seat with a chilled bottle of Prosecco. See you on the 16th. Thank you very much indeed. Yes, exactly. I mean, you pick the seat where you want to go, and I suspect everybody, even David and Tracy, asking, will I be break dancing? I've got no idea. On Penn and Teller, can Penn speak, or is it an act? It's an act, obviously, he speaks. What do you think, he's mute? No, he definitely. Is the 10 in letters or numbers? Numbers. So, not difficult. Actually, I got a text the other day. Oh, I'll take a break. I got a text the other day, actually, which I will tell you about in a moment. How do you cool a bottle of wine in 30 minutes, down to room temperature to ice cold in 30 minutes? Well, I thought put it in the freezer, but you've got to be careful because it can crack, can't it? Only vodka can you put in the freezer. But anyway, researchers tested 8 chilling methods and found that the quickest involved a combination of water, ice and salt. Apparently, the temperature of a bottle of beer fell by 66 degrees Fahrenheit to 1.6 centigrade in just half an hour after it was submerged in the solution. The salt adds an extra 3 centigrade of cooling salt water. It's got a lower freezing point than regular water, so the temperature of the solution can actually dip to less than 0. So you've got to cover the whole bottle, and then it will. So the winning one consisted of putting a kilo of ice in a bucket, filling it with enough water to submerge the bottle, and adding 100 grams of salt. And that will take the temperature down. Or failing, I'm sure there was a machine I've seen in the supermarkets where you put your bottle of wine in there and it chilled it. You know, and that was always quite a good one. Steve. And another one here. Wait a minute. Made my day, Steve. I've just bought my ticket. First thing I've had to write on the calendar since lockdown. Brilliant. So we've got part 1 and part 2. Oh, part 1's coming. Okay. So I had to read this out because it's somebody that I was told about who had sadly passed away. Somebody who is known to a lot of my listeners from years and years and years ago, and also to Clive Bull and to loads of other people on LBC as well. So once I've got part 1, I shall tell you the full story. The WAGs breaking the virus rule. Here we go, more thick people. This time WAGs flouting lockdown and posted glamorous pictures online enjoying Royal Ascot at a birthday bash, but they are thick. Freya Cork wed to Burnley FC player. Burnley who? Jack Cork held the party for her 31st, joined by Real Housewives of Cheshire star Nermina, whoever she is, wife of Burnley's Eric Peters. The party was held at Freya's mansion in Knutsford, and the WAGs were joined by 4 friends. Freya posted pictures of the glammed-up group sitting in the kitchen flouting social distancing. A picture of Freya with her pals was captioned, "So beautiful." Should have put in brackets, "and a bit thick." A source said it's so brazen. They clearly don't care about the government's guidelines. It shows a disregard for the safety of others. They should be ashamed of themselves. Well, they look a bit stupid, don't they? Honestly, what is the matter with these people? The answer is, they're a bit stupid and they don't understand. Like all the people demonstrating in the square, they're not doing social distancing or anything like that at all. It's really very disappointing. What's the point of the government giving you advice? I told them the other day. Well, I didn't tell these lot, because you assume they'd have half a brain cell between them. But they, merci. But they were saying that there's these kids, 12 of them, 15 went to a party, I think in America, I'm pretty certain, and they didn't socially distance, and they didn't wear masks, and every single one of them has now got coronavirus. What could you do? What can you do? So, here's my my email of the morning. This is from Liz Saul, who says, I wanted to let you know, and this actually came to me, Clive Bull, Nick Ferrari, and let you know about my mum, Janet Gersman, who sadly passed away last Thursday from cancer. She was a regular contributor to LBC in recent years, but previously worked with at least 2 of you at LBC and Pete Murray as an expert guest on family history. So please let Pete know. I remember coming to the studios with Mum on several occasions when she did a slot with him, and he was always very laid back and kind and funny. Mum's journalism career included work at the Today newspaper, in the press lobby at the House of Parliament, a researcher for several MPs, freelancing for many national newspapers, and regular spots on LBC and Spectrum. She worked with many well-known people in her capacity, running her own PR company, Tony Newley and Hughie Green, to name but 2. Her funeral is this coming Sunday at Edgware Cemetery. Is it Edgware Bury Cemetery? I've never heard of Edgware Bury Cemetery. But due to the current situation, only 12 people are allowed at the service. It will also broadcast via Zoom. And then there's an open house type wake at her home in Esher from Sunday afternoon until 9 p.m. and then 11 till 7 Monday and Tuesday to accommodate current social distancing. Thank you, Liz, for that. Yes, I knew your mum very well. She appeared on many, many, many of my shows, offering her advice to people, wanting to know more about their family history and the origins of their names. And she would come in and do it. So it's nice to know that Liz has also followed Mum into the business. And she's currently working from home, which is probably the safest place to be, I should imagine. But thank you very much indeed. Very sad to hear that. But no, she was wonderful. What a personality. Lovely lady. More of your texts and emails. Missing your evenings at the Magic Circle. I laugh so much at the evenings. And who were the 2 guys in the Last But One show? Did the head in the... I've got no idea. I can't remember last Thursday. It's no good asking me anything. I'm totally useless. Have you booked Charlie Girling or Joanne Webb to put on your slap for the virtual show, says Stuart. No, do you know, I'm quite lucky, actually. I don't think I actually need stuff like that. Steve, I'm going to put my laptop in the hall and watch from the upstairs landing, because I always like the dress circle front row. Then you get it's a quite good idea, actually. I think people should listen to me in the car. Yes, little binoculars. Yes. How much? A shilling. A shilling for the binoculars. Or it used to be £1. It used to be a shilling, then it went up to £1 or something. Actually, talking of theatres, I was watching a thing the other day up at Sadler's Wells. If they don't get some shows in there now and they start selling out, they're in danger of going under. It's as simple as that. And Cameron McIntosh said the same. He's not going to open Mary Poppins, Les Miserables or Hamilton until next year, which means that everybody's out. The theatres are sort of locked up, and if they don't get money from the government to take them through it, we won't have any theatre next year. There'll be more theatres with the boards up saying closed until further notice. That's how bad it is. But them to say that at Sadler's Wells is really bad. They rely on the money that's brought in. Not half a theatre's full of money. They need more. They need the theatres full. The Palladium Pantomime needs to operate at full capacity for it to turn any sort of profit. They've got a big show to put on. Very, very big show. So, little bit worrying. In fact, it's actually very worrying. Steve, are there any secret passwords or handshakes for the Magic Circle? I can't tell you that. I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. I mean, imagine how cool that is. Some people are on the outside looking in. I'm on the inside looking out. I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle. Not a huge amount of us in the Inner Magic Circle. I don't know why I'm a member of the Inner Magic Circle, mainly because I love my magic. And always have done, actually. I've just realised I've got to water the baskets when I get home. See if we could do things like that, which would be nice. Also, the Steve Allen personalised tea towel, signed by me. Talking about myself as if I didn't know who I was. And that's quite nice. Mickey says, very sad I won't be able to join in from Kenya, but I've been lucky to see you in the last few years at the Beck. Wait to see what the Spikers say after. Oh, they'll love it. They'll love it. It's a first. Steve Allen has never done a virtual show, sitting in a studio with cameras pointing at me. Not that I'm an exhibitionist in any way, shape or form. Good morning. Love your show. Always put a smile on my face. Says, is it Justna? And Justina. Oh, lucky old you being able to pronounce things. I'll just give up now and go home. You can just take over the show. Steve, if the live show is similar to how Chris Moyles and the team did their live pubcast, people living in other countries should be able to watch. Ask producer James. Oh, I'm not allowed to talk to him. I think it's Pippa at the moment, isn't it? They had people watching all over the world. Yeah, watching what? Mag says, re-tickets for the show. Can we pay at the door? Yeah, what a brilliant idea. Steve, can I still donate if I can't attend the virtual show? You can. I think there's a button on your telephone. You have to you go onto it and you can donate. Can you donate separately from... Yeah, phone the LBC phone number and they'll give you the advice. So very shortly, we should probably the other side of the news at 6, won't it? For how many we've actually done. I'm putting bet. The boys are putting bets on 1,500 seats that we've sold, because the seat is yours, of course. The show comes from here, and so we'll find out. Rory says, I was privileged to meet Dame Vera in Bexhill in 1967. I said to her, she must have been scared entertaining the troupe. She replied, no, they were our boys. She was very down to earth and humble, just a very lovely lady and an icon. Yes, 103, I think you can't complain at being 103. Well, you could if you were 102 and life was drawing to an end. But, I mean, you don't know, do you? You've got no idea when you're going to go. You know, I might go this morning. I don't know. I'll see how I feel. I'm feeling okay at the moment once I've had another cup of tea. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have to keep going till August if we've sold all the... Imagine if they go, I'm terribly sorry, but here's a picture of Steve Allen you could look at for the next hour and a bit. So, not quite the same, is it? Not quite the same. No, I promise you. Listen, if I've got breath in my body, I shall be there. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. We've got the news at 6 coming up. And what do they say here? At least 110 humans would be needed to start a new civilization on Mars. Why would you want to go there? You walk to the edge of Mars and then there's just space. You could just fall off the edge, couldn't you? I mean, you'd have to stay in the middle bit to make sure. Here's the Red Arrows doing one of their fabulous fly pasts. You know, I completely forgot about it yesterday and missed it. So, but I know what they look like. I just like it when they do the vapour trails. The news at 6 is coming up. Just after that, we should have a figure for the first hour of the show, and we should know roughly how many we sold for the first hour, and then presumably what we'll do is sort of double it, and let's see if we, I don't know. I'm only guessing that bit. I'm only guessing it. Friday, end of the week. End of the week, the best time, isn't it, for all those people? Not if you're working the weekend. This is kind of the start for you, but for the rest of us, it's Friday and it's party time. Party time. Raising a lot of money today, hopefully, for Globals Make Some Noise and for our emergency appeal. And this morning, we've got another one. First of all, we did particularly well on the tote bags, which you remember, which will be sent out from the 1st of July. And I think we've raised about £80,000+ on those. Then we've got various other things. If you go to the LBC website, you'll find all sorts of stuff on there that you can bid for, including a Steve Allen signed tea towel, if you weren't lucky enough to get one. I think that's doing very well at the moment. And the one for today is a virtual show. We've never done a virtual show before, and it's only because of social distancing. And because we can't all get together in the theatre. Normally in the theatre, we do about 400 seats. I think it holds about 400. And we've done quite a number of them over the years. This will be the first year that we couldn't do our live get-together. And people come from all over the country to these. It's really lovely. And people know it. And people say, oh, you're so-and-so. Oh, you're... Everybody knows everybody. And it's a nice, warm, cosy feeling. Well, this time it's going to be a cosy feeling, but without the face-to-face get-togethers, but it's not going to stop us. I'm doing my very first online show, An Afternoon with Steve Allen, and you can join me on your laptop, your phone, your iPad, or whatever, with a voluntary donation to make some noise using your mobile phone. So the date for your diary is 16th of August, 3 p.m. 3 p.m, that's when it's kick-off time, when all of a sudden the screen will go and all of a sudden the picture of Steve Allen will fade into view and I'll go, hello, how are we? A ticket costs £10. If you'd like one, you just text Steve 10, capital letters, Steve, S-T-E-V-E 10, without a space, and send it to 84850. Now, voluntary donation from every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Standard network rates apply. You've got to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. You get a text back which will say thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, do not worry, you'll be logged into the system, you'll be sent a message telling you how to join. And it will be personal to you. Everybody gets their own message. So text Steve10, S-T-E-V-E 10, without a gap, and send it to 84850. All the information is on the LBC website. So that's good news. So there you go. It's a first, actually, for us. A first for, as I say, I've got no idea what it's like, but I'll be coming from the Big Boys studio downstairs, which is where everybody else comes. Only the trouble is, it's so big down there, I can lose myself. It's got its indoor running track. There's a fully built kitchen, a swimming pool, everything. It's all built into the studio. Just that I don't like to sort of dive in, from the top diving board. Have we got a number yet? We got a number, sort of a number. We don't have a number. We do have a number. We're working on it. Oh right. It's a bit slow, isn't it? Oh, they've got problems there. Right. Oh, God. Honestly, no. It's just you, is it? Of course it would be you. We're never going to get the answer to this thing, are we? We're going to finish the programme, going to go home in a state of deep depression, going, have we actually sold any tickets apart from the 325 that we sold in the first 15 minutes of the programme? And the answer is yes, we think we have. We just don't know how many. I mean, people keep writing to me saying, I bought a ticket, so that's another 10. And we're sort of getting there, but it's a bit slow coming through. I don't know why. We changed the system or something. Oh, right. It's easy to use, but it's just a bit slow. Perhaps it's not used to the overwhelming amount of people phoning in. Potentially, I'll start with that one, actually. That's the one that works, isn't it? Obviously, so many people tried to dial in, Steve, the system crashed. Okay, lovely. Because I'll have to mention it over the weekend then as well, won't I? I'm assuming. It's not till August, so I could probably do it then. Steve, says John, you'll have to send a tweet out at 10ish and let us know how many are attending the event. I'm hoping it's going to be quite a lot of Quite a lot of people. But as I say, I'm in the dark. I have no idea. Because we think that the system crashed a couple of times. A bit like my life, actually. Do you remember I told you I was when I had this thing fixed under my arm for the diabetes, and she looked at it, the lovely lady at the Teddington Hospital, and she said, "You've been having hypos." And I went, "Oh right, when would that be?" She said, "When you're asleep. When you're asleep, you have hypos." I've never had hypo. Normally that's when you sort of, but if you, and quite a few, which is lovely. Jason in Epsom says, "Just bought a ticket. Love the Elton John red jacket." Well, I've got various choices. Steve, I have a question. Question is, are we surrounded by stupid people? I saw a few people on buses and in the supermarket not wearing a mask. Do they deliberately want to catch coronavirus? Well, that is the problem, Connie. I mean, I don't think in the supermarkets you have to wear a mask. On the bus, they even flash up a thing, please be aware you must be wearing a mask to travel on these buses. But occasionally, there was one man got on, he was holding it in his hand. What an idiot. What a complete idiot. And a couple of elderly people standing at one of the bus stops, and they pulled it under their chin. It's got to go over your mouth and your nose. That's the whole idea. So, oh dear, I don't know. Steve, due to an error by my bank, I've been left without any money and access to my account for 5 days now. And the irony of it is, says Bev, that I've been constantly ringing them to be met by the message, "We're very busy at the moment helping our most vulnerable customers." Well, they're not, as I'm registered disabled and have the rheumatoid arthritis. Well, haven't they given you a special number? That's outrageous, Bev. That is outrageous. How can you be left without money? Don't, honestly. Drives me mad. Also, I'm very excited, says Chrissy in East Dulwich. Morning, Chrissy. I'm so excited. We'll have the Prosecco flowing here in East Dulwich. Fabulous idea and a wonderful way to raise money for the charity. An early birthday present to myself. Well, you can spend a bit more than that on yourself. A little bit more than that. And I can't wait for the show in August. Steve, says Tara. And how about auctioning off a few signed things? We can have the producer if you want him this morning. You can have him. I'll sign him, and then we'll send him off to you. See how that goes. You'll have to put up with his hair and everything. I mean, to be honest, you could probably, if you get him to lie down by the door, he can work as a very good doorstop or a draft excluder. Can't see him managing anything else at the moment. So whilst we're sorting out the blips in the system, that's what they are, blips in the system. Let's have a quick look at the papiers this morning. Let's see. It's tributes to Vera Lynn all over the place, which I find very, very appealing because, somebody like that, she would be so thrilled that people were even interested this much. But there's no doubt of her qualifications. There's no doubt of the impact that she had on a generation of people who grew up with her. And just absolutely amazing. 103. I did think, though, I said the last time we saw a picture of her, she didn't look very well. She was looking her age, and the Queen obviously liked her. I think everybody liked her. She was Vera Lynn. She was our Vera, like she was. There was our Gracie, and all these other different people. I mean, right to the end, she was lifting spirits through music. Just as she raised the morale of the troops in the Second World War with her concerts, so she countered the isolation of lockdown with song. Absolutely. Just a nice person. What can you say about somebody? When somebody passes on and they've reached the age... I mean, at 99, she was made a Companion of Honour, and she went on for another 4 years. And she kept smiling through, and she got tributes from everybody, from Sheridan Smith, Sir Paul McCartney, Carrie Simmons, Catherine Jenkins, Boris Johnson, Sir Tim Rice, Captain Tom Moore, and of course Sir Cliff Richard. And he just says, she was called out. Vera, thank you. God bless you, and I loved you too, says Sir Cliff. And you'll hear Sir Cliff Richard talking to Nick Ferrari. He's going to be with Nick Ferrari for breakfast this morning. Well done, Warren. Very clever, very clever. Dave, very appreciative, as you know. And not just a singer, Dame Vera Lynn, a wife, mother, actress. And there's pictures of her with the good and the great meeting Princess Diana in 92, Dustin Hoffman, Ronnie Wood, Catherine Jenkins. She was, to so many people, the person that got them through. And well done to her for that. She left a wonderful legacy. Will England rugby anthem be banned? This is Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, thought to have been composed by a slave called Wallace Willis and his wife Minerva, who worked on a plantation owned by Native Americans in Oklahoma. Uncle Wallace, as he was known, often sang spiritual songs that the couple wrote to the young boys in the local school. And it's thought that the song was written around the time slaves were freed by the 13th Amendment to the US Constitution at the end of the Civil War in 1865. Because there are, you know, the spiritual song was inspired by, of course, Wallace's work on the land next to the Red River of the South, the site of which brought to his mind references to the Jordan River. The Sweet Chariot, which comes to carry me home, is an allusion to the chariot that took the prophet Elijah to heaven. The song asks people to retain their faith, possibly, even though horrific slave labour as the reward of heaven ultimately awaits. The late Dr. Horace Bowyer, a scholar of African-American spiritual and gospel music, says the song means, I would rather die than be here now, Lord. Just come and take me right away. So, will it be banned? Possibly. I don't know how you actually stop a whole stadium singing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, but because for more than 30 years people have been singing it, but maybe not anymore. In a clear nod to the Black Lives Matter movement, the Rugby Football Union is considering asking supporters to stop singing the African-American spiritual. Will they? We shall no doubt find out. We'll take a short break. Time coming up to 6:50 is the time. Why is the government not saying save lives, wear a mask? Well, apparently somebody said to me the other day, which was very, very interesting, that when you see people on a bus and they're not wearing a mask, the bus driver doesn't say anything to them. But I heard somebody on the bus the other day. Mind you, the bus driver wasn't wearing a mask. She was driving the bus with no mask on at all, which I thought they were supposed to. But, you know, and somebody got on and on another bus I was on, and the driver said, you need to put your mask on. And then they push the little button which plays the, you know, you need to put your face covering on. I don't know why some people don't understand it. Perhaps they don't speak English. Perhaps we should do it in different languages on the bus. You know, different, you know, put your mask on. Put your mask on. You know, where's your mask? Steve, I work as a private hire driver. Very frustrating as no one's following the rules about wearing a mask while travelling. Really? Blimey. In R1, you don't wear a mask, you don't get on. It's as simple as that. But he said, I've just finished my night shift and out of 15 customers, only 3 wore a mask. Well, they're idiots. Complete and utter idiots. This will affect us drivers not only in a safety way, but also when we lose fares. Because we cannot take them. When we tell the customer that, sorry, we can't take you, they get upset. Well, tell them to throw off and go and do something else. They're obviously idiots. Give them get some badges printed up, little sticker things which have got, I'm a complete and utter idiot. And then as they get out, just stick it on their back. You know, that'll do them. Sort them out. I think they've actually said that, I think in Uber, that they will cancel your account. It's as simple as that. Either you're a complete and utter dipstick, or you're aware of wearing a mask. I can't believe it's somebody who would actually sit in the back of a car without a mask on. There must be, perhaps they've got a death wish. Perhaps they've got a death wish. So I understand that, but difficult to actually, you know, try and persuade people to do something when they quite clearly haven't got the faintest idea what it means. Or how, you only got to look at these stupid wags up in Cheshire. They decide to go round there and sort of tart themselves up. Whereas, in fact, the tarting should come when you put on a mask and social distance. Really stupid people. But there you go. Married to footballers. Hello. That's all you can tell me. Richard in Knightsbridge. A gentleman should only get down on one knee to propose marriage to a lady or receive his knighthood. Who was it who said that the other day? Only get down for the Queen. Was it Dominic Raab who said he would only get down for the Queen or his wife or something to propose marriage or something? I don't know. I didn't understand it anyway. I'll sort of go along that. Uncle Ben's rice is to drop its figure on the outside of the packet. Now, I buy a lot of Uncle Ben's rice because it's just a bit easy to stick in a frying pan or anything else. It's to combat racial stereotyping. It's been on there since 1946, so they've only just realised. It featured a portrait of an elderly African-American man in a bow tie, said to be based on a famous head waiter at a Chicago hotel. Fair enough. The image is outdated and the company believes it's time to evolve. But could that have a knock-on effect? How long before repeats of Only Fools and Horses are pulled off air by the BBC? In one episode, Del Boy takes his girlfriend to an Indian restaurant. He orders a chicken tikka, a mutton madras, a pair of onion bhajis, 4 poppadoms, some naan bread and a couple of portions of rice. Yes, sir, says the waiter. Which rice would you like? Got any Uncle Ben's? So it's going to be, isn't it? They're going to be cutting things off. So I don't know what picture they're going to put on the front of Uncle Ben's rice. Who knows? No, he's been there since the 1940s, for goodness sake. And now they go, it's time for the company to evolve. A little bit late, isn't it, really, to be thinking about that? Takes somebody to die, does it, to tell you at Uncle Ben's? Tent for two, dining cones. Have you seen these? They're like plastic... I don't know, this is a restaurant in Turkey where nearly 5,000 people have died. And it's quite a nice idea. You're sitting in your own little tent. You might as well have stayed at home. And they put air conditioning in the tents as well. What a brilliant idea. And so the hot air is all blown outside, the cold air circulating around the table. And it's basically an idea. You can get half a dozen people inside this sort of thing, which is good. Fresh air is pumped into the domes, which are disinfected with ozone and ultraviolet rays between bookings. Diners are also offered traditional Turkish cologne, which has a high enough ethanol content to kill viruses. Blimey, what are they putting on? What are they putting on? But apparently, however, relaxed lockdown rules, Turkish authorities were forced to make the wearing of masks mandatory yesterday in 3 major cities, including Istanbul, to curb a rise in cases after restaurants, gyms, parks, beaches and museums were allowed to reopen. I don't want to go to a gymnasium. I don't want to go to a gym anyway. What are you going to go to a place like that for? Full of depressing people. Oh, God, leave them alone, honestly. It's dreadful, isn't it, really? Steve, somebody else who says, will they change the name of Blackfriars Station to the Station of Colour? Well, there is, in fact, a pub called the Blackfriars because there was a monastery down there run by the Blackfriars. Now, I don't know if they were black because I remember if you go down the embankment and then come up as if you're going to hit the bottom of Fleet Street, the Blackfriars pub is directly in front of you. And it's quite old, obviously, really. But I can't remember where the name came from. I can't remember whether it actually came from friars or monks who were black. I think unlikely. But that's what they were. It's called the Blackfriars. It is the black cloak that they wore. Ah, there you go, the black cloak. They must have looked quite good, mustn't they, wandering through the streets, having been at the bar a few hours, you know, a drink, put on your black cloak, and you are sort of a black friar. But whether they have to change that, I've got no idea. Steve, there should be only 3 people who should be put on the 4th plinth. The Queen's side saddle on Burmese, Prince Philip or Vera Lynn. I don't think... why can't it just be a statue of the Queen? You know, riding side saddle. Or Julian Clary. Or somebody like that riding side saddle. Or, you know, or me riding side saddle. I think the Queen would be the good one to put on there. Don't you? On a horse? Somebody must better knock that up with a bit of plasticine or something and then make sort of a mould and then sort of lift it in, hoist it up on the... We've got a finger up there. We've had a finger up. Did you see that? The finger. Which was lovely. Richard is from the Wirral. Well done. He says, as someone who suffers from asthma, is it true I'm exempt from wearing a mask on public transport? I'm sure he read that certain categories of people don't have to wear one. We shall find out for you who doesn't have to. To be honest with you, I don't see why the problem would be wearing a mask, even if you're asthmatic. You can still breathe through them. It's not like I couldn't hear you if you said something then. You can still breathe through a mask. I could probably still talk through a mask. Let's have a try that. There we go. Social experiment. Wait a minute. I put my mask on and... Oh, blow me, I can't even find my ears now. So there you go. So that's the mask on. Actually, it sounds okay. It's just a little bit muffled, isn't it, really? That's about the only thing that you're going to notice. But no, you can still breathe through it. Oh, God, honestly. So I've got no idea. I don't know if people who've got asthma are exempt from wearing a mask. I would have thought, actually, you would want to wear a mask out of safety. Not whether or not, you've got asthma or not. I would have thought that. I mean, is anybody exempt from wearing masks on buses? We shall have an answer once the producers push the right button. So here we go. Here we go. We're never going to get it, are we now? So, first explains why bus drivers don't need to wear face masks. And... So it excludes drivers. It's interesting. While passengers are required to wear a face mark on first buses in Bristol, bus drivers are not, and they confirmed via social media. So if the driver needs to leave the cab to provide passenger assistance, they're wearing a face covering, but no mention of asthmatics. So I'm assuming you have to wear a mask as well, because the drivers are not required to wear them whilst driving due to the driver being in the driver's cab and having a screen as protection for both driver and customers. So the driver doesn't have to unless he walks out of his little cab, which they do occasionally to stretch their legs. So people with asthma, according to that, have to wear masks. I don't know why you would not want to wear a mask. I think little children don't. Mind you, I saw a father with his son, about 13. The son was wearing a mask. 2 little children, they weren't wearing masks, and the father wasn't wearing a mask either. I feel listen. If you have asthma, you don't have to wear one. Is that what it says? They give a reason, or they just say because you've got asthma. They say try it. If it's tough, don't wear it. There you go. It's up to you. Steve, it's a beautiful little pub, absolutely full of history, and it's just beautifully on the corner, says Jackie in Blackfriars. It is beautiful, isn't it? I think so. Steve, new laws are needed to allow the police to use water cannon on the idiots who riot in the streets or go to raves in their thousands like they did in Manchester. Give the idiots a jolly good soaking. Well, didn't we get rid of all the water cannon? Somebody bought them. It's like the bendy buses. They spend a fortune on bendy buses, and then they get rid of them. And the water cannon. Oh, we can't have water cannon. Oh, no, little loves might get wet. We'll have to hand out towels, so they can dry themselves off. Steve, what about me? Says Kay, who've been working on the front line since the start of this at Heathrow. Only now been told to wear a mask, but I've had COVID and confirmed to have the antibodies. I don't see why I should wear a mask now when I was offered no protection 3 months ago when I caught the virus, and having gone through the illness, at least I now have the benefits of having the antibodies. Yes, I think there's probably loads of people in your situation. I'm pretty certain. Steve, I'm a former member, says Jackie, of the Young Generation dance group. We danced in all of Dame Vera Lynn's TV shows. She and her husband Harry were warm and kind people and always had the time to chat to all the dancers. We got to know them very well, and she'll be sadly missed. I've written a song which I'm dedicated to Dame Vera and to her children's charity, which was very close to her heart. It's called It Won't Be Long, about how long we'll all be together again soon, sung by many of the dancers who worked with over the years. Well, you know, Jackie, if you've heard this programme before, that I'm a huge fan of dancers. Huge fan. I've lived with dancers. I've had relationships with dancers. Love dancers. I think they're the unsung heroes of theatre. The trouble is there's less and less places for dancers to perform now, apart from summer shows and the big spectaculars which they put on. But if we're not careful, we ain't going to have no theatre. It's that dire at the moment. It's that dire. Shows are closed and there's no chance of anybody going back anytime soon. So what do? We have to appeal to the government to sort of, cough up some money because it brings in a huge amount of money, revenue. Mind you, we've got no tourists. All the hotels are still closed. This is bad. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast. And Rob in North Kensington says, wife and I got our COVID test tonight at Heathrow. Heathrow? Matt Stadland said that he went to Twickenham. He went to the stadium. I didn't even know they were doing it there. There will be exceptions to the rule for very young children, disabled and those with breathing difficulties, although how that's to be applied is to be confirmed. It's always the trouble, isn't it, really? Steve, yes, the Black Friars were so called because of their black cloaks. Dominicans are Black Friars, as opposed to White Friars, who are Carmelites, or Grey Friars, who are Franciscans. There you go, says Chris and Chelsea. Now you know. So it's all the cloaks. Well, I've learned something new there. It was all the cloaks. A lot of people talking about the driver exempt from wearing a mask as they're sealed off or distanced by the screens. Well, they're not sealed off now because most of ours are front entry on the buses, so they're not sealed off at all. They're in the thing, but it's got holes in their thing. They're not sealed off completely. No, they've got holes in the actual screen. And they've got the big one underneath, which you can practically climb through. If you so wanted to, not that you ever would want to do things like that. A lot of people talking about Andy in Purfleet says in one episode of Only Fools and Horses, an Indian restaurant waiter tells Del and Rodney that all white people look the same to him. Yeah, I remember that one, actually. A lot of people talking about the plinth, and a lot of people sort of saying who should actually go down on one knee. And it's interesting, actually. Most people say it's the Queen, or if you're knighted. Do we know if Eamon and Ruth will be joining the show in August, says Donny? I think they might be. It's a Sunday. I think it's about their only day off. Steve, tried cooking myself bubble and squeak and soft egg tiger bread sandwich yesterday. Oh, I've tried tiger bread. I decided I didn't like it. It just wasn't for me, actually, at all. But it doesn't matter. Everybody. I mean, I quite like the look of it. It just didn't do anything for me at all, which was a bit of a shame. Steve, I've just texted and donated. Thank you very much indeed. And a lot of people talking about they're now going to sort of start planning for what they're going to be wearing for this event, which is on the 16th for Make Some Noise. Ladies' Day on the home straight, and this is a bit of a difference because mainly they're all doing it at home. They're doing a virtual fashion race, sitting at home. Some of them I've heard of and some of them I haven't heard of, but I did notice that up in Walsall, snow fell the other day. The brightest spring on record. It seems the sun has burnt itself out by the summer. For barbecue weather, it was not in parts of the country yesterday where residents woke to wintry scenes and more than a dusting of snow. In fact, there's quite a bit of it, actually. It was a residential scene here, looking like a scene from a Christmas card, following a severe hailstorm on the back of a night of heavy rain. Blimey. Happy birthday to Kathleen Turner today. She was, of course, the voice of Jessica Rabbit in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. She's 66, and she's got rheumatoid arthritis, and she's had it since her late 30s. It's Boris Johnson's birthday today. Boris is 56. The New York-born PM and former London mayor has been awarded the Plain English campaign's Foot in Mouth Award 3 times. So, happy birthday to him. What if he gets loads of cards delivered? Or just hate mail or something like that. I wonder what people get when you're the sort of the Prime Minister. What else we got here? In 1910, on June the 19th, Father's Day was celebrated in America, the first Father's Day. Now, of course, they've got Father's Day, Mother's Day, Grandmother's Day, Grandfather's Day, welcome to your divorce, happy divorce, welcome, good riddance to your husband, we never liked him, day. They've all got different day. In America, they're crackers for everything. Every sort of day you can think of, they've got. And Jean Kennedy Smith has died, the last surviving sibling of John F. Kennedy. She was 92, the 8th of 9 children. The Kennedys were quite a formidable family, weren't they, I believe? And it was very interesting. You have to read the book about Jackie Onassis marrying one of the Kennedys. She married one of the Kennedys, as you know, and he was then sort of shot dead. But the family couldn't understand why she wanted to live this extravagant lifestyle. And she said she found it really they all thought that she had money to live. She didn't have anything at all. So in the end, she had to marry Aristotle Onassis, who was this rather short, little, unattractive man, but he was seriously rich. And he had a daughter called Christina Onassis, who died some years ago now, who had a child and all the rest. But anyway, Aristotle Onassis loaded. I mean, absolutely Greek shipping billionaire. And she married. Well, of course, the Americans hated it. Hated it. The idea that she was going to marry somebody from another country and she'd been married to a president. She was expected, I think, to sit at home and do knitting or tapestry cushion covers, and she decided she didn't want to do that. Unfortunately, what she didn't know is that Aristotle Onassis was having an affair with an opera singer. So she thought it was going to be a night of, passion and all sorts of things with this wizened old man. And it turned out to be no such thing. She got herself all ready in this book that I read. And he came to the room. He said, I'm just going now. She went, Going where? He said, to see my mistress. And she said, I thought you just married me. And he apparently said in this book, I did, but I married you for the prestige. The prestige. Is there a dress code for your show, Steve? No, I don't think so. You can wear whatever you like, actually. But just remember, I will be able to see you all. So just be careful. Just be careful. There's a lovely set of books here, which you might like. They're all first editions, I believe. And one message was meant for an alleged mistress, and another for his old boss, the spy chief, known only as Mem. The personal notes to friends and colleagues from novelist and one-time secret agent Ian Fleming adorn a rare and complete set of his James Bond books. The witty messages mean the set of presentation copies inscribed have now been valued at £500,000. Because they've all come together. This is an online fair for these fantastic books. They all look, they're just amazing. So £500,000. A copy of Casino Royale was inscribed with a message to the head of the Secret Service, M. In it he wrote, to M, these pages from my memoir, Ian. Leonard Russell, an editor who assisted him with You Only Live Twice, received a copy of Thunderball with the note to Leonard. These Thunderballs from Ian. 2 books in the collection have no messages because they were published after Fleming died in 1964. It's a set of 14 books compiled by a book collector over the past decade for sale at the Masterpiece London Art Fair, being held by dealer Peter Harrington. So that's what they reckon. £500,000 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 books. That's good money, isn't it? Very, very good money, I would think. I quite like that, actually. I think that's a very nice idea. Very nice idea of actually sort of ending up with a complete collection of books of which you can sort of enjoy at your leisure. I wonder how many people read those. I bought some Mary Poppins books some time ago, and they were quite nice. They're sort of the original, because the original Mary Poppins books were all individual. Mary Poppins in the Kitchen was one book. Mary Poppins Goes to the Park. Mary Poppins Goes to the Zoo. And she was completely different in the books to the way she was portrayed in the film. In the film, she was sweetness and light and spoonful of sugar. And in the book, she was a bit tougher than that, because nannies, like governesses, were known as being very tough. They had to deal with children. None of this messing about, we're going outside to play. No, you're not. And we're not sliding up and down the banisters either. You'll come in here and you'll tidy up the nursery. Unfortunately not, dear. No, we don't do magic, we just tidy up the nursery. Families are being urged to save water, aren't we always, by taking shorter showers and not rinsing dirty plates before loading the dishwasher. Lucky enough to have a dishwasher. I've not got a dishwasher. I bet there's loads of people who don't have dishwashers nowadays. You got a dishwasher? No. You got one? Oh, right. Oh, I don't have a dishwasher. Perhaps I should get one. How much do they cost? Are they very expensive? Came with the flat. Oh, right. Oh, well, I should not bother, actually. So showers. You can save 8 litres by showering 1 minute less. I don't know how many minutes I'm spending in the shower. Also, the bathroom. Save what? 20... Oh, 2... I think it's 2 litres. I don't know, actually. If you use the plug in the basin when shaving, supposed to having the tap running all the time, you can save an awful lot if you turn off the tap when brushing your teeth. Toilet... You can switch the toilet to low flush. How do you do that? Switch the toilet to a low flush. If you fix a leaking toilet, you can save an awful lot. Using a dishwasher, you save a lot. And if you wash your car with a bucket and sponge instead of a hose, that's very good at... Well, wash your car full stop. I don't do that at all. John says, wife and I just got some tickets. Yes, so many tickets. So many tickets. Hoping for some magic. Yes, me too. And Keith says, at the name of Jesus, every knee shall bow. Sounds like the title of a hymn. I was on a bus, Steve, yesterday going to Croydon, and 11 people were not wearing masks. You know how desperate it is, don't you, when you're on the bus and you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 upstairs, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. 2 others were on the phone and eating. What's the mayor doing about that? Oh, I hate people eating on the bus. Isn't that just so awful? I've seen people, hot food. I've seen people getting out little Tupperware boxes, and you think, peasants eating on the bus. Yuck, yuck, yuck. It's not a sort of mobile restaurant, is it? Mind you, the worst I ever saw was 2 women who got on, I think they were going to Hounslow, and they bought Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they were sitting there eating Kentucky Fried Chicken on the bus. Peasants. I mean, really disgraceful. You don't eat on buses. Otherwise, the driver would be sitting there, with a McDonald's milkshake in one hand and a double cheeseburger in the other with a Big Mac on the side. I think he's another bus driver, I'm not too sure. More on Barbara Windsor and her husband, Scott. 20 years married. He says, I might need to put Barbara in a care home. I mean, that's going to be a very, very sad day. Very, very sad day. Annual bikes sales in the UK could top 1 billion by 2023, according to analysts. I don't know why. They've just closed R1 in the high street. They've stripped it out. It was a Halfords shop selling bicycles. And... it's been closed now for ages. In fact, not just closed, they've emptied it out completely. They've taken all the wall fittings, so it's obviously not coming back. And ministers have failed to ensure the speedy removal of Grenfell-type cladding from high-rise buildings. They reckon it's still fitted on 300 tall buildings. Not very good, is it? Not very good at all. And Fergie flies high as Andy. Yes, boring old Sarah Ferguson. Andy bailing out of public life. And Sarah Ferguson droning on about Budgie the helicopter and everything else, like everybody's not interested. And what was the other one I quite liked? Oh, Charles upping his exercise routine after recovering from a mild case of coronavirus, although he still says that he doesn't have a sense of smell or taste. Something like that. Which is interesting, isn't it? Mind you, that's somebody else did that. What's there's a picture of? Pierce Brosnan. He's killed bad guys and seduced countless women on screen, but Pierce Brosnan is honing a more domestic skill set. He's been harvesting coconuts. Oh, how lovely. As you do. With the help of his model sons, Dylan and Paris. And these apparently are models. His wife, the boy's mother, film producer Keeley, shared the picture of the trio, and they've got loads of coconuts around by their feet. I'm so excited and happy for them. Mark in Reading says, moved into our new house at the time, 12 years ago this month, never used the dishwasher. I know, sometimes you can't get the wife to work, can you? Sometimes it just doesn't go at all. Georgina says, 2 dishwashers. Good Lord, with a busy family, it's the only way forward. The washing cycle takes forever as well. Stick to the ferry. Yes. Steve, you're not allowed to eat or drink on the buses or U-Bahn in Vienna. Oh, I don't know, I wish you should take a bottle of water on. Always. I can't remember if I took anything to eat on. I might have done. Steve, I've got a dishwasher. Everybody's done this gag. It's the wife. Been with her 2 years. Which I like, actually. And I like the idea of having a dishwasher but never having used it. Has it still got the instructions inside? You open up the door and there's a little plastic bag with how to operate your dishwasher. Final time. Making some noise. My very first online show. So you're not doing the Leicester Square Theatre, well, because we can't for obvious reasons, but it's not going to stop us doing it. We've got an afternoon with Steve Allen, which means that you can join me on your laptop, your phone, your iPad, or whatever, with a voluntary donation to make some noise using your mobile phone. So this event is taking place on the 16th of August at 3 p.m. OK, now it's not like buying a ticket for a show. There's no sort of, I've got E7 to 13 or something like that. This will be, you get, everybody gets front row. Everybody gets front row, OK? Ticket costs £10. That's it, 10 quid. If you'd like one, all you have to do is text Steve, capital letters, STEVE 10, no spaces, please, and send it to 84850. So Steve 10, without a space, to 84850. Don't write anything else on there because it just gets lost and it doesn't go anywhere at all. We don't get £10. A voluntary donation from every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. You will get a text back which says, thank you for registering. OK? And I keep telling people, if you put a space in, it doesn't go, you've just wasted your own money through doing it. So, what can I tell you? But a total waste all round. So no spaces. I don't know how many more times you have to say that. But you get a text which says, thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, which is on the day that we're going to be doing it at 3 p.m, at about 12 o'clock lunchtime, you'll be sent a message with your special code. OK, and that's automatic. So text Steve10 without a gap to 84850. And all the information is on the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. Front page Daily Mail. How many more Corona fiascos? Exactly. How many? Goodnight, Sweetheart, Vera Lynn. 1917 to 2020. The Sun this morning, they didn't put her on the front page. They're more interested in, is it Lust Tango in Strictly? They might have to do lockdown. And apparently Rio and Kate Ferdinand are expecting a baby, conceived in lockdown. Well, there's a big surprise. What else have they had to do? He turned up on a very lame little programme the other day, kicking a football. That's how exciting his life has got. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but apparently they shared an online video announcing the news to his 3 children. They must be thrilled. Daddy's got the wife pregnant. How lovely. How lovely. Daily Express, Queen, I'm so very sad. And that's about Dame Vera Lynn, Queen leading the country in mourning. I don't know if it's going to be a private funeral or if it's going to be public and filmed. I really got no idea. No idea. She's on the front page of the Daily Star. And then Dominic Raab became the latest government minister to make an embarrassing gaffe when he claimed taking the knee to support Black Lives Matter was inspired by the TV show Game of Thrones. Where do they get these people from? Dawn French is reuniting with Jennifer Saunders to bring laughter back to dreary Britain. We have laughter. We have hello. We have laughter. Good Lord, have you listened to some of the shows on LBC? We've had ha 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 chortling. It's there all the time. The Vicar of Dibley star teamed up with her drama school pal for a French and Saunders Christmas special 3 years ago. Now they're planning a post-lockdown project. So it's lovely. Do you know what? I think Dawn said she'd partner up with Jennifer, whose Twitter handle is @Ferryfrump. Ferry Frump. She teased working with at Ferry Frump at a safe, laughing distance on something of interest. Well, that'll be good. That'll be good. We'd like to hear that as well. Plus Pamela Anderson lying down naked on a bed. Darling, we've seen it all before, many, many times, but thank you so much for sharing it with us. Also a murderer, convicted murderer, from Australia, but he's British. He beheaded his victim. They stabbed him to death and then they beheaded him, used it as a bowling ball. He's now back in Britain. He's been deported from Australia, and his name is Christopher Jones. He stabbed a homeless 17-year-old boy 133 times. And they've sent him back here. They don't want him. Mind you, I don't think we want him either. He moved from Tyneside to Australia with his family when he was a small child, jailed for life, but granted parole and released after serving 15 years, which means he's now moving around in this country. Thank you very much indeed. We don't want him. We don't want him. But he could be electronically tagged. They say if he's handed a violent offender order, he beheaded somebody. Hello? A violent... What do you call a violent offence, for God's sake? Do tell us. Apparently, non-citizens who commit crimes have no right to remain in Australia. What a vile piece of work. He beheaded somebody, and they'll have to check if he's handed a violent offender order. He could be electronically tagged, curfewed, or banned from certain places. Oh, well, look there. Isn't that amazing, honestly? You wait. You watch. As indeed we all will. Joy as Greggs reopens. Let joy be unconfounded. Everybody going rushing in there on sausage rolls and bacon roll and all the rest of it. It's been such a long time, isn't it? Of course, the worst thing is you're going to have to stand in queues with workmen outside there, which is something I'm not prepared to do for anybody. Thank you very much indeed. Also, what do the footballers enjoy? Their favourite foods. So, Marcus Rashford, spaghetti bolognese with cheese. Alan Shearer, chicken and baked beans. Paul Gascoigne, bottle of booze and a Mars bar. Wayne Rooney likes Cocoa Pops and a banana. Harry Kane, 2 slices of toast, scrambled egg and beans. And Jamie Vardy, the night before the match, a glass of port. Riveting. God, honestly. Small wonder they end up with the women that they end up marrying. Oh, I've got to go, I've just realised. Got to go. The Guardian's also got Dame Vera Lynn, the Force's sweetheart, who has died at the age of 103. Jason said, do you remember Robert's Robots in the 70s? No. I don't, actually. And Matthew says, music to my ears, and today's son, Louise Redknapp, is looking for love. I know. The worst thing is she's been appealing for quite some time for this. She did it about a month ago, then she did it a few weeks ago, and still nobody's taken her up on the offer. You know why? She insists on posing in her underwear. And I don't want to be rude, but I mean, nobody wants a bit of an old tart, do they? If you're going to, if you're an old tart, that'll be a footballer who marries somebody like that. Or you go on the Real Housewives of Cheshire, because that really is, I mean, that's dragging the barrel a little bit. He says, I may not have Jamie's looks or wealth, but I definitely charm her, says Matthew. Yeah, to be honest with you, I just see it as something terribly tragic. That Louise Redknapp at, what is she now, 70, 73? I don't know. It's a case of she can't find anybody. I don't think it's a case of they can't find... It's a case nobody's interested. That's the problem. And it's so sad. There's a 2-page spread where she's spread out in her underwear. Well, she's got about as much sex appeal as a marrow. Seriously, I mean, there is no sex appeal with Louise Redknapp. I mean, if you actually look at airbrushed pictures and somebody I would look roughly the same lying on a rug in my underwear. You know, with a little bit of airbrushing. Yeah, I could be up on Twitter later on. I could just sort of photograph myself and sort of, as if I was Babe Station or something. Not that I've ever seen Babe Station. I happen to mention that now because there's obviously people around here who have seen Babe Station. That's why somebody whispers sweet nothings into the telephone. Phone me. Who are you talking to, dear? Who are you talking to? A lot of people with old Macs on, that's what you're talking to. It's all very tragic. And then, I mean, it's seriously, I thought taking it about as far as you could take it. I didn't realise that sort of thing existed on... So I've heard, well, obviously I haven't seen it. Why would I be watching something like that? I mean, to be honest with you, some of them are a bit... I mean, we have had a few of them listening in to the programme. I've had people from, hello, Steve, I listened to you when I finished my shift at Babe Station. I called the police immediately. I'm not being any of that. Oh, malarkey going on. What's going on here? That being followed by people from Babe Station. Terribly worrying. Anyway, Steve Allen's early break. But do go for the £10 deal. They do that, don't they, Marks and Spencer's? £10 gets you a pizza, bottle of wine, portion of chips, salad and some profiteroles, which is quite good value for 10 quid as far as I'm concerned. But what else did I get the other day? Oh, I got good news. I thought I was going to have to buy a complete new set of wheels for my car. Like wheels, not just tyres, wheels. Because one of them, I'd fallen in a pothole. with the car at the same time, and it dented the rim. Anyway, they've managed to do it. So I've saved a small fortune, so I was very pleased about that. Very pleased, because I had to start juggling money around. You know what it's like when you get bills. Everybody's getting bills at the moment. Welcome to Sunday morning, the 21st of June. The weather's been all over the place, but worry not. Worry not. There's a heat wave around the corner. You can imagine how thrilled I am. Not. I can't bear the idea of a heat wave, but they've said that that's what it's like. We'll have a little bit more rain, and then we'll have the heat wave back again. And that's the time that I just literally fall apart. I don't know why. I don't know if it's to do with being diabetic, or I don't know what it's to do with, or whether it's age or something. I've got no idea. Robert the Robot was in Fireball XL5. Robert had a unique electronic nasal voice, says Joe. Do you know, I have got all the episodes of Fireball XL5. The only problem is they're all on video. Because I bought the ITC... I didn't buy the ITC collection. They sent it to me about 35 years ago. This huge pair of boxes arrived at the LBC studios, and it was the entire ITC collection. So all of the black and white stuff, all of the supercar, Fireball XL... I got everything. Joe 90, everything. There was just so much stuff that came out. And I have got, at home, somewhere, a video player. Mainly I use DVD, and I have over the years changed a lot of my videos into DVDs because it's just easier to use. But I had a dreadful trouble the other day. I couldn't make the fitted sheet on my bed stay. Do you know what I mean? It's not complicated. It's a fitted sheet. It's got elasticated corners, and you strip the bed and then you put the elasticated corners on. Well, for some reason, every time I moved in the night, which I am prone to doing quite a lot, it becomes detached. So I end up being wrapped up in the sheet. And so every day, well, until yesterday, when I perfected actually making the blooming ends stay where they were supposed to end. So that was sorted out. So I was quite pleased about that. Pleased about the tyre. I was more pleased about the tyre than I think anything in recent months. Because I suddenly realised, because we'd worked out, if you remember on Friday, that we thought it was probably going to cost about between 6,000 and 8,000 quid to have new wheels on it. Mind you, since then, I have seen some really nice looking wheels, but whether they're going to go on my car, I don't know. Somebody said you could get some nice black spoked wheels, and I've seen the ones you mean, and I thought, would they look? I don't know. They're going to go with grey. The answer is they possibly could. But I parked up earlier on tonight, and going down not the Strand, Trafalgar Square, was one of these little boys. They, Daddy buys them or Mummy buys them a little racing car, and they go through London with, and they make the most noise you've ever heard out of a car. And it's a bit sad because you get these people from Dubai. They've all got the foreign plates on, but they've obviously cut holes in there. I can't imagine why the car would be making a horrible noise like that. I felt like saying, I think your car's broken, mate. Because they're always sitting there with their little friends in the back. The little friends are the ones who lean out the windows and leer at girls. And it was a bit sad to sort of watch, because then you get the little British cars where they put on the fake tinted windows and they look so sad. But they've got, the music pumping out. We had a car pumping out music in Piccadilly. And I wanted to wind down the window and go, have you got anything about the Carpenters? But I assume that they probably didn't have at all. Steve, do you have a collection of Blu-rays? I don't, really. I don't have... I've got a collection of videos, I've got a collection of laser discs, and I've got a huge collection of DVDs. A huge collection. I mean, seriously, I've got more DVDs you can shake a stick at. I need to move to a big house that's got an entire room, or like a cinema room, so I can put all the DVDs out, because I've got so many of them, but I'm loath to get rid of them. I cannot get rid of things. There's a story in quite a lot of the papers today, and it's affecting a lot of people, and I warn you now, this is warning to landlords and landladies, because in a certain part of the country, I think it was Leicester, a pub was raided by the police. And why? They had 30 people having an illegal lock-in at the back of the pub. Now, it's illegal. That's why it's called an illegal lock-in. It now means that the pub faces losing its licence. The police will actually take it away, and they'll not be able to trade at all. It's very easy to get caught out. Somebody will actually snitch on you, and it'll be somebody local. somebody local, and they'll be sort of saying, the police, and the police will raid it. And if you're sitting in there, and the trouble is, if you're a landlord, you need to know the name and address of all the people who are having drinks in your place, because it obviously turns out to be your sort of your sort of home, so you can invite your friends round. If you don't know anything about them, you know that they're just people who are in for the drinking. I mean, I can understand it. I understand, that the pubs are suffering, and at the moment the government just seem to be sitting back doing nothing at all. If they don't do something for theatre, I'm predicting that by next year you won't have any theatre. It's bad enough at the moment in London because we don't have any theatres because they haven't allowed them to open yet. They don't know how they're going to manage it. They're never going to get everything done. Never going to let anything done at all. So there could be theatres that close that might remain dark forever. And it is now absolutely, the case of we could lose theatre, which is not good news. Jonathan says, I've got celiac, which causes me to have hypos. I can't stand the heat too, it drains me. Well, I mean, I don't have celiac, but I do get hypos, but only when I'm asleep. Isn't that amazing? And how do we know that? Because I was fitted with this thing under my arm, which I haven't got on at the moment because it only lasts for 2 weeks. And it was the diabetic nurse at the hospital who said, you've been having hypos, because she plugs it into her computer and then it shows you the little graph of how your diabetes is doing. And she said, you've been having hypos. I went, have I? When? Thinking, I'm awake for most of the day. I would know if I was having a hypo. But she said, you're having them while you're asleep. I thought, oh, my God. I said, how dangerous is that? And she just looked at me and I thought, I love it when they don't actually tell you anything. It's a case of, well, it's not good to have hypos. But perhaps that's why I keep tossing and turning in bed. It could be that, couldn't it? Because I'm like that. And then I'm like that. And then I'm like that again. I don't know if it's not what to get hypos or... I don't know. I've got no idea. I've never had hypos before. Well, I had one once in an Indian restaurant. Because of there was too much ghee in the food, and I didn't realise that I can't really have Indian food unless it's dry. So I could have chicken tikka, but it's the sauces that send me round the, might as well give me a feather duster and I'll clean the ceiling while I'm up there. But I had one in this restaurant. They all get quite worried. They had to take me outside to get me some air and everything else and try and pump me full of sugar, which I was okay with. But it was because I'd had this ghee, which at the time was sort of very popular, and I thought, and you just start going a bit woozy. So it's not really very advisable, is it? But having them when I'm asleep. So, of course, when I wake up, I don't really know about it. It's odd, isn't it? Things you get as you get a little bit older. Andy says, I've got my ticket for the show. Front row. Well done. Steve, apart from my registration, I also received a separate text saying you'd received my donation for my ticket. WP, says Lynn in Bushey. Oh, that's nice. That's nice, because you know that we're raising money for our emergency appeal. This is for people who've suffered badly, people who maybe have lost their jobs, people who've lost members of their family, people who don't have any food to put on the table. So it's for those people. And after we did the tote bags and we raised, I think it was I'm sure somebody said about £88,000, which we thought was brilliant. But, well, I thought you were brilliant. And so when they said we could do this reality show, normally we would only have, say, 400 tickets. On this one, we could have a couple of thousand tickets. Because it doesn't make any difference, because you're all watching it on your own tablet, on your own telephone, on your own... Well, in fact, you can watch it on anything. On your laptop, your phone, your tablet. It's easy. And you can watch it on your PC as well, I should imagine. And then I'll be in your sitting room with you. Brace yourself. Could be one of those days, couldn't it? It could be quite exciting, actually. But the boys have said they're actually going to come down and and join in the festivities. So I'll be doing it from Big Boy's studio downstairs. And we'll raise a lot of money, I hope, with your help. Stella says, Steve, you need deep-fitted sheets. I've got them. I've got deep-fitted. Because I've got a big, it's quite big, mattress. And so you need the deep-fitted sheets. I mean, Lord, listen, you can't find anybody who crawls over the bed more than I do. So thank you for that one. And then somebody says, my eyesight's not so good these days. Louise will do for me, says James in Sevenoaks. Yeah, but she might do for you. I don't think she's going to want you, though, is she? I mean, I have this sneaking feeling that Louise she's just an attention seeker. Ever since she sort of dumped the husband, whose name is... Louise Redknapp? Is it Jamie Redknapp? Jamie Redknapp. I mean, to be honest with you, every time I saw him, it was boring as hell. But, so perhaps that was the reason it all fizzled out. And then she sort of went off and did whatever she did. Nobody was too sure about that side of the relationship. And now she's back going, I think I'm ready to sort of have some dates again. I'm thinking, don't you know anybody? That's tragic. I've got a list of about 500 people that if it all went pear-shaped, I can just phone somebody up and say, do you want to go out? They'll always say yes. They never say no. But obviously in Louise Redknapp's case, they go, sorry, are you going to keep doing these underwear shots? It's not very pleasant. A lot of people calling for a statue for Dame Vera. And I think that. And Gemma Collins is hoping her mind can be uploaded to a computer so that when she passes on, we can all have access to her wisdom. It'll be a very small hard drive, won't it? Let's face it, the wisdom of Gemma Collins. Write that on the back of a grain of sand. And one of the Royal Navy's top fighting ships. We spent billion on it. Billion plus. It hasn't gone anywhere for 4 years. In fact, it's never seen action. It's a bit really, I suppose, like sort of Gemma Collins. And, because she's not seen much action, has she? And it's been stuck in port for 4 years because, A, they've got engine problems. It's not like just lifting one out and then dropping in another one. This is an aircraft carrier. It's worth billions. And they can't find enough sailors. You know what sailors are like? You know what they're like? They just, no, we're not going on that. Why not? Well, the engine doesn't work. What are we supposed to do? Well, you could swab the decks, couldn't you? 4 years it's been sitting there. What a waste. Terrible waste. Also, Spain ditches the quarantine for the Brits. And believe it or not, Tom Cruise has his sights set on moving to Britain. But it's not because he wants to embrace you. He wants to get more involved with the Scientologists, of which he is fairly heavily involved at the moment. And the reality, somebody called Tanya Bardsley, revealed she grew up feeling stupid. Well, there you go. No, it's not. It's 5:30. I have to keep looking at the clock here, actually, to find out what's going on. 5:30. Let's have a check on the news with Sunday, 21st of June. My God, the weather's been bad, hasn't it? It really has. It's been terrible. Good news. Good news. Steve got 3 front stalls tickets for your show. One for me and one for each of my cats. Should be superb. Yes, it certainly will, actually. That's Sarah Mack. Yeah, fancy it. Front row. Everybody's got front row seat. This must be the biggest theatre in living memory. It must look like Wembley, I should imagine, by the time we've actually finished. Stephen Birkenhead says, I've got my ticket for the show, thank you. Will you be doing some magic tricks? I was thinking about showing you my flowering bush. I was thinking about that. I hadn't quite decided whether or not I was going to do that or whether I'd do... Oh, that's interesting. Or whether I'd do something else. We've got till August to think about it. I might sort of... 8 weeks say I might do the power of persuasion. I've got a very good line in Power of the Mind, which you can all take part in, which would be quite good. If it works, it'll be a blooming miracle. If it doesn't work, it won't be a miracle at all. Aston Villa v Chelsea. Yeah, up the Aston. That's what we say, isn't it? Because I'm a big fan of Aston. Aston from JLS, yes, or for Aston Martin. Alan says, maybe we could have some open-air theatre productions if we have a run of nice weather, for example, at Kenwood. Would that be viable? Well, it would be. Kenwood's done the Sound of Music, where they invite people to go along dressed up as nuns or The Hills Are Alive or all sorts of things. Everybody goes as Maria, which is quite good. But you'll have to do the social distancing. But did they not say to us the other day that they were going to cut back on the social distancing? So you don't have to be maybe 2 metres, but they haven't come up with this as something official. So I don't know whether or not we're allowed to get closer to people. I mean, I don't think so. I'm just not comfy at the moment with it. I might have to wait a little bit, I think. I mean, I only say that, but we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I'm sure that the government will inform us in due course, but they're going to have to tell us soon because there are businesses closing left, right, and centre. Even now, we're still waiting for Greggs to open in Twickenham. Still closed. Other people have got Greggs open. Is Whitton open? Pfft, who the hell wants to go to Whitton? What do you want to go to Whitton for? Well, that's what the whole idea of having one. And they've got 2 Greggs. They're going to have one up at the station in Twickenham as well. So they'll have Mimo Greggs or something like that. And then, good Lord, you're here late. Where have you been? You've been titivating yourself, have you? Oh, right, okay. Oh, right. Was it all right? Was it? Yeah. Oh, right. I wish I could say that on air, but I can't. Not in these present climates. Not in the present climate. Steve says, G, the bus driver. On a personal note, I enjoy Louise Redknapp in underwear. Okay. Okay, that's what people come up with. So, what else we got? Tom Cruise, Batch of Dodgy... a £1,500 a night escort has a son fathered by an England ace after she was recommended by his teammates. I mean, I have to ask the question, because I'm obviously incredibly naive. Why would you spend £1,500 a night on an escort? Is that another name for a bit of old how's your father, a bit of hanky-panky? Because in which case, why don't you just go to a pub, stand there, order 2 bottles of Moet and Chandon, and I promise you'll be surrounded by people. You don't need to pay £1,500. I've seen a picture of her. Do you think they actually say that to make themselves sound more excited? They go, I'm £1,500 a night for escorting work. I mean, do you play Scrabble? Do you do card tricks? Well, what do you get for £1,500? Or do you have to take them out for a meal? I suppose that'll be another blooming expensive night at Pizza Hut again. Spending on... I mean, it's interesting. And so she has a son. So she was having unprotected sex. Very unwise. Unless, of course, you find somebody very rich, in which case, very calculating. Very calculating. So go home. Go home. He spends his life, he must have the smallest bladder under the sun, must Joe. I've never known anybody go to the toilet more times in the programme, apart from me, and even I'm getting better. I used to be terrible. If I had a glass of water, I could last about 10 minutes, and then I'd have to quickly nip to the loo, and during the programme, not really possible. You have to wait till an ad break comes up, so I'd have to say to the producer, whoever it happens to be, if it was Thomas or Corey or Nick, how long's the ad break? And they always used to know, they go, you've got enough time. So I'd quickly rush round the corner. Oh, it was a nightmare, it really was. Steve, I've just Googled photos of Louise Redknapp from 2nd of December 2019. She looked okay. What happened to her in 6 months? Oh, I don't know. It's a case, I mean, to be honest with you, it's a bit tedious. She started posing in her underwear, which obviously appeals to quite a few people. And then her children were not keen on the idea. They didn't, if you see a mother disporting herself over the pages of his back, over the pages of the paper, it's a bit embarrassing, but obviously she didn't understand at all. Josh, check on whether you've got big or small. Okay, it does make a difference. If you've got double length... See you, Nick. On that happy note. Yeah, if you've got... on your fitted sheet, it's got to be double the size if you've got a double mattress. It's so funny when you see everybody with masks on. You sit on the bus and you smile at somebody and they just look at you blankly because they might be smiling, but because they've got the mask on, you can't see anything. Which I think is hilarious. But I do wear mine on the bus. Actually, I said that, and Nick Abbott said to me earlier on, he said, you get on the bus. He's such a snob. Seriously, it's so unnecessary. I said, of course I do. He said, you get on the bus. I said, it's free. He said, why is it free? I said, because I'm a pensioner, that's why. I said, after 9. I know, well, that's ruined it completely for me, after 9. I just wonder if it's only the buses after 9 or whether I can get the underground before then. You think it's everything? Really? Oh, such a pain. And then I got a bit confused today because I thought, they're bringing in congestion charge 7 days a week. I thought it was today. Doesn't start till Monday, tomorrow. Doesn't start till Monday. So if you're coming into town today, you're okay. Don't need to pay congestion charge. But from tomorrow, it's 7 days a week. And is it 4 o'clock till 10 or something? Or 6 till, whatever it is, it's blooming early. They're determined to catch as many people as possible. And they've said, later on in the year we might change it back. I thought, yeah, Jackanory. Jess Wright in talks to return to Towie. Well, that's ruined it for everybody, hasn't it? I mean, she never contributed anything at all. It's like, go at him, and all the rest of it. That's the trouble. People look lovely, and then they open their mouths. It was a bit like, who was that one who had a child with one of the boys? Here we go. From Monday the 15th of June... 15th of June, older people will be between 4... Passes will be deactivated between 4:30 and 9 a.m. Monday. I got a text. Not only did I get a text to the telephone, but I also get something on the computer. And it says the passes will be valid after 9 a.m. during the week and at all times on the weekend and bank holidays. Oh, so that's all right. So you can use the weekend and bank holidays. Yeah, we're right on there. So it's only Monday to Friday. That will affect... There's 900,000 of us. The older person's Freedom Pass holder. Hello, that's me. and 370,000 60-plus Oyster card holders. Also, holders of the English National Concessionary Travel Scheme. What the hell's that? Will be affected, but as this is a national scheme, the number of directly impacted users will be minimum. So you're all right at the weekend and at bank holidays. So Saturday I might just go mad, just hop on and off buses, just for the hell of it. Freedom Pass, sit in the seat. No. I'm registered for the driving in. I did that a couple of weeks ago. So that's going to cost me 15 quid. But listen, what the heck? What the heck, if that's what it takes to get things back to normal. But don't spin us this spherical object line about, it's going to be fine and we'll probably sort of review it later in the year. No, you won't. Once you've done... They said that on chips. When there was a potato shortage, the price of chips went up. And they said, don't worry, when we get all the potatoes back, the chips will go down. They never went down in price. I was still paying 1 and 6pence and 1 and 9pence for a portion of chips. Did they go down? Did they? Hell. Ridiculous. How did you fix your sheet problem? Well, I don't know. I did the... I don't know, actually, how I did it. I sort of fixed it on the side that kept coming apart. And so you'd wake up in the morning and the sheet would have moved itself round my body. It was a bit like being in a shroud. It was a bit... Not that I've ever been in a shroud, but I was sort of thinking to myself, this is slightly odd. And so I did that first, and then I took the other one off, and it seemed to work. I woke up this morning and the sheet was still intact. So I thought that was quite good. I'm very good at solving my own problems, actually. If only I could fix a car, I'd be great. I used to have a friend of mine, Gary, used to come round on a Sunday. I'd cook lunch for him, and he used to repair my car. I used to have a Mini at the time, and he'd sort of go... It was a very bad old car, actually. Very bad old car. Because, stupidly, years and years ago, I had no money. I had no money at all. And it must be like the same as a lot of other people nowadays. And I didn't have any insurance on the car. I didn't have any insurance at all, and I got nicked by the police for having no insurance. And I knew I was going to be nicked because for some reason they sort of came up behind me, and I looked in the mirror, as you do. And the funny thing is, if ever you see the police car behind you and the light comes on, it's like a laxative, and you look at that, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, blue light on. So I sort of pulled into the side to let them go past me, but they didn't. I thought, oh man. So anyway, I sort of went over the traffic lights, and they still followed me. And he said, have you got insurance? And of course, I didn't know what he was talking about. And so I said, oh, what, for the car? He went, yeah. I said, I don't think so, no. And then I had money on me. I had £20. They wanted to know where I got it from. And because in those days, you could take £20 out, and I got it from, it wasn't a cash point, I think it was from the bank. You write out a cheque, and you put £20 on it to yourself. Basically, write out a cheque to yourself. And I got £21 notes, and they were all in sequence. They came in a little... And he went, where'd you get those from? And of course, I thought I was being clever, and I went, the bank. And I'd had them since the day before. He thought I was being facetious, but I wasn't really. So we didn't get on too well. But anyway, so I then sort of suffered because I didn't have the car insurance. It was so expensive, car insurance. You only don't have any... I can understand people driving without it now, but the difference now is that the police can sit behind you and they can tell if you've got insurance, who the driver of the car is, whether you've got an MOT. What's the other thing they check? There's something else, actually. Insurance, and tax. Because I used to like the tax disc. That was so much easier to put in the front of the car. Now, of course, you have to remember to do the tax disc. And so the police can see, it comes up on their computer. In fact, as the police car goes past you, it will ping up on their automatic number plate recognition stuff. And that's when it's difficult. And then people lie. People lie. I've seen more people on these police interceptor programs. They go, sorry, mate, car's showing us no insurance. They go, no, I've got insurance. And they go, all right, who are you with? And they go, oh, I'm with, Billy Bongo Company or whatever it happens to be. And the police go, well, let's have a check on that. And so they phone the Billy Bongo Company, and the Billy Bongo Company say, no, they haven't got insurance. And the bloke will stand there arguing, and he goes, I've got it at home. So they went back to his house with him. What did he do? He did the same as a lot of people. You take out the insurance and you do it monthly. After the first month, you cancel it, but you've still got the certificate. So that's the thing they think, because they're so dim, these people. I mean, they seriously are dim. They're about the dimmest going, and they think you can get away with... What was that noise? I just heard something. Very odd. No. And... Oh, was that you turning the chair? All right. And so, and he then said, I've got insurance. They went, no, you cancelled it after the first month. And that's when they go, I'm going to take your car away. And that's when the person loses their temper. There's a right load of old chavs out there having their cars taken away. And they go, well, if you want it back, then you have to sort of pay to get it back. Most of them never bother. They never bother. Mike in the Wirral says, on your fitted sheet problem, you can buy a device like sock suspenders. Put what the dickens a sock suspender? I've never heard of such a thing. Oh, I know. Are they for people who used to... I think I do know what they are. They're like a clip-on thing, aren't they? But I can't remember how they worked. Not that I want to. What's that? There's the Sven Joyment Wet Look there, £24.99. And why would you have things like... I mean, I've got socks, but they don't fall down. And so they're like garters, but I don't wear garters anyway. Is it... perhaps people are buying cheaper socks, and perhaps they're not elasticated. Although I'm supposed to have, I know, socks with no elastic in the top of them because of diabetes, and it's bad for your blood flow. So you can always tell if you've got wrong if you actually sort of move your socks down and there's a ridge around your legs. Perhaps I'll have to... No, it's something else to put on in the morning, isn't it? Sorry, I'll just put my suspenders on. That doesn't go... Interesting, actually. They're talking about... Because it's Father's Day today, so happy Father's Day to fathers everywhere, because the kids are bound to forget. But everywhere around the world, it seems to be celebrated differently. It's not a public holiday in the Ukraine. Celebrated... it's called Den Batka. In Canada, it's the third Sunday of June in Ukraine. Costa Rica... It's the third Sunday of June to March the 19th, the day of St. Joseph. And they think it's sort of stated that it in fact came in sometime after the Second World War, not without opposition. There you go. And there was a song which came out called Thank You for Being My Dad. Thank you for being my dad. No. I've just assumed... I can't think of anything else, actually. In Mexico, it's celebrated on the third Sunday of June, not a public holiday. It's amazing. It's always the third Sunday in June. Father's Day. It's not religious in any way, shape or form. Last Sunday of June in Haiti. And apparently fathers are recognised and celebrated with gifts, cards, breakfast, lunch, brunch or early Sunday dinner, whether enjoying the day at the beach or the mountains, spending family time or doing favourite activities. We do roughly the same here, actually. I like to go to the mountains and to celebrate with dinner. Not. In Trinidad and Tobago, third Sunday in June, again, not a public holiday. What's the point of having it then? Is it just an excuse for somebody to write a card out? Dear Dad, you are the best dad in the world. I thought it was about 1910 that it sort of came over here, mainly from America. I think the Americans do these things, but they have Grandmother's Day, Grandfather's Day, Mother's Day, Welcome to Your Divorce Day, all those kind of things. And, nice to be wed to you for some amount of time, blah, 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 blah. And so it goes on. There's days for everything. Mind you, we don't have many card shops left. I remember looking around, we seem to have lost about 2 or 3 in Twickenham. In Kingston, they've lost quite a few. Card Factory were my favourite. You could get 10 cards for £1. Because all you need on a card is a thing on the front going, happy birthday. And if it's pink, it's for a girl. If it's blue, it's for a boy. So I bought loads of them. Because nobody goes, oh, look at that pretty picture on the front of the card that Steve sent. Nobody ever says that. And inside, they just open it up and go, oh, that's from Steve. And then they put it on the mantelpiece. It's like Christmas, isn't it? I haven't sent Christmas cards apart from to my godchildren and my brother and his wife for years. And I used to send loads, but I don't send loads anymore. Because, there's some lovely cards. I had some printed cards one year. We had Steve Allen show cards, which was, happy times. A few years ago, Steve, I had unwittingly overlooked renewing my car insurance. I was stopped by the police and my car was towed away. One of the most embarrassing experiences of my life, says Alan in West Hampstead. It's dreadful, isn't it? I didn't get mine towed away, actually. They just decided to sort of say, you need to sort of go and get the insurance. And, of course, like you, I'd just overseen it. I don't know why. I made up the excuse. I thought it was an automatic renewal, which, of course, it wasn't, and I knew it wasn't. Because you had to pay for it. So expensive. Insurance now is terribly expensive. It is for me. Well, you know what presenters are like. Presenters get done, same as jockeys and everybody else. Our insurance is higher. And the reason presenters have high insurance is because they think you might have a celebrity in your car. I know loads of people in radio, they don't even know any celebrities. But if you have a celebrity in your car and you have an accident, they're going to be sort of, taking it further. So that's why your insurance is particularly high. Although I actually don't think my insurance is bad compared to what some people... My insurance is less than my godson's insurance, because when you're young, when you just passed your driving test, it's terribly expensive. It's mainly because they don't want you. to drive on the road. So they make the insurance. I think my godson, oh no, it was a friend actually of a friend. The car cost £3,000. The insurance on it was £4,000. Bit bad, isn't it? Paul says, according to my wife, every day is Father's Day. Because I think it's like Mother's Day. The one day of the year where you go, oh right, this is your day. Is a box of chocolates and some manky old daffodils. No, I think every day's Mother's Day. You should always tell your mother every day just how marvellous they are. Gemma Collins says her beloved pussy has died of COVID-19. Well, she said that, although there's no evidence. She says, I thought that she died of COVID-19. I mean, any old excuse to come up with something. Roman Kemp says it's hard being Martin's son. That's his father. He says because he's better looking. And, I beg to disagree, actually. Roman Kemp's very much better looking. Not as good looking as me, but, I mean, he's okay. It's only because he's sort of younger. Also, what was the other one I quite liked, actually? Strictly. They say it's always been classy. Now Jennifer Metcalfe might be joining. I know, we didn't know she was either. Apparently she's in Hollyoaks. She's in Hollyoaks and she plays somebody Mercedes or something. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, so that's the... But the trouble is, I've always said, every time you get people on Strictly who prance around on the screen in pretty frocks with loads of makeup, your hair tied back and glitter in it, it's a case of, if you don't know who they are, they're from Hollyoaks. Because nobody watches that programme. It really is. I mean, seriously, I think it's made for the crew. I don't think it's actually made for an audience because nobody knows who anybody is on it. The cast are totally interchangeable. So if they ever go, and here comes Jennifer Metcalfe, and we're all going, who? And I then go, if you don't know who it is, they're from Hollyoaks. Because nobody knows who anybody is on that programme. Bit of a shame. I'm sure she thinks she's absolutely fantastic and marvellous, but, I beg to differ. Peter Andre's wife has been hit by COVID. I saw him the other day on the television, and he was on... I think it was Celebrity Catchphrase with Stephen Mulhern. And they had some people on there, and it was Joe Pasquale and Peter Andre. And funnily enough, Peter Andre must be a right little short bloke. Seriously, because he wasn't half as tall, and also he didn't know the answers. He didn't know anything. Seriously, they were showing him all these pictures, and he stood there, and he did a lot of sort of coming out from behind his little podium. I wanted to go, if I was the director, get back behind your podium, Andre. Because he's such a silly little boy. And he kept coming around to see where everybody else's score was. Anyway, they end up winning, but he didn't contribute to it at all. I was really surprised, actually, because I had him down as being a real intellectual. It's always amazing, isn't it, when you get things wrong? Well, I think catchphrase is quite hard, So what's going on? But they always give the celebrities the easy ones, And they had Georgia Toffolo on, with some bloke who I didn't know, but I think he must be something to do with motorcycles. And then they had Alison Hammond. She took up a lot of room on the set. And she was in the middle with that Helen Flanagan. What a dimbo. Seriously. I mean, they didn't do very well at all. Everybody else got like 4,700 and they got 600 quid going to a charity. I mean, that's not really going to go very far, is it? Mind you, every little bit is usable as far as I'm concerned. So we've got the news coming up in a short while. Then we go through the front pages of the papers. UK holidays, I know you're interested, from July the 4th. So hotels and bed and breakfast will be opening as Boris plans the staycation boost for the beleaguered tourist trade. Should have done it weeks ago. Seriously, should have done it weeks and weeks ago. The horror in the park story, it is now not terrorism related. Now not terrorism related, and that's the latest. The People stabbing horror, at least 3 feared dead and 11 injured, they say. The Mirror, exactly the same. I know this park very well, actually, in Reading, because I used to work in Reading, so I know it very well. Sunday Express, knife man in rampage at park. Man held after daylight stabbing horror in Reading. And the Home Secretary tweets she's concerned over the attack. I'd like to come with something a little bit stronger than that. Definitely, a little bit so. She's concerned over the attack, but it wasn't terrorist, it's just another person who quite clearly has got some, let's just call them issues, but serious issues. Well, there's one man who managed to get away. He ran, and then the knife man, who has since been arrested and is being held at the moment, went and attacked some other people, because you just don't expect it. It's like all the people who were attacked on the beach, do you remember, abroad? And they didn't know that somebody was coming up the beach with a gun. They had no idea. It sort of caught them unawares. And this one in Reading. And the man is Libyan, so they must know who it is. And I think they've also raided an address. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And loads of pictures, I don't know why, in the paper today, of the Duchess of Cambridge capturing a family portrait of the Duke of Cambridge with George, Charlotte and Louis at Anne Hall to mark Father's Day, as well as the Duke's 38th birthday. Not surprised they're always smiling. They don't exactly have to work for a living, do they? But then I think, who is it who's interfered? Oh, Harry again, just when you thought we could leave him alone in America. No, Harry's come back to haunt us, I'm afraid. He's also going with the Swing Low Sweet Chariot for the rugby, where they think they shouldn't use it. It was written by a slave, so they're not sure about that one. But again, even though he's the other side of the world, we've still got to suffer with what Harry thinks, what Meghan thinks, and everybody else thinks at the moment. So let's not worry about that too much, because we've got other stories in the newspapers as well, including somebody called Maura Higson or something. Nights with Love Island hunk. Bet your parents must be so thrilled. Honestly, you've turned out so well, haven't you, really? Must be lovely. Every other picture you look at her, here she is in her underwear. Be like working here. You know, if all of a sudden we all stood up and took our clothes off, you know, that'd be an interesting... People would go, oh, that's absolutely outrageous. Yet take some person from Love Island and that's they go, oh, right, so she wears her underwear. Yes, and they'll sell any stories they've got, because it's the only way they've got to survive. Other stories, Freddie Flintoff has learnt a few choice words. He's now a Scrabble champion, which is... I never could do Scrabble. I'm really rubbish at stuff like that. Absolutely complete rubbish. That's why I suppose I wouldn't be any good at celebrity, whatever it's called, on the television. Naomi Campbell admits that she regularly scoffs massive bars of chocolate. That apparently is a news story in this day and age, which shows how desperate some of the papers must be. It's hard being Martin's son. This is Roman Kemp. He's better looking. Well, it depends what you're after, doesn't it? I think his mum's great looking. I don't think she's aged at all, actually. And what was the other one here? What do we have? Kyle Walker has proposed to Annie Kilner just months after reality star Lauren Goodman had his baby. Lovely. They're so riveting, all these people, aren't they, really? And Jack Whitehall was sacked as a waiter when he started in comedy after trying out material on customers. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. But he has said he isn't going to do any more nudity in films. Because I think he's done nudity in a couple of films. He decided he's not doing it again. Because people slow the thing down, don't they? And then they sort of take a screen grab. And that's it. Forever you're immortalised in nudity. And it doesn't even matter who you are. They go, oh, don't worry, you don't see anything. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's awful. It's absolutely... You've got to be so careful nowadays. Just remember, sitting on a train with your flies undone, there's going to be somebody with a camera on their phone. They're going to take a picture. They're going to go, look, Steve Allen on a train. His flies undone, you know. Not a very nice thing, is it, really? Nick Ferrari telling it like it is. He's got his column today. Talking about Dame Vera Lynn, a symbol to a generation. And he's also the one who's going for a statue for her. Could we not put her in Trafalgar Square? We've got a spare plinth. Should be quite nice, excuse me. We have a spare plinth. We can put her on there. Or we could have where would you put a statue of her? Outside the Royal Albert Hall? Outside... Oh, I can't think, actually. I mean, we could have one in Leicester Square. There's room. We could have a statue of Dame Vera, which would be quite nice. I like the idea. Still slightly disturbed about the fact that a fly-on-the-wall show starring Colleen, Linda, Maureen and Anne launches next month on a cruise ship. Well, Colleen will take anything if it's a freebie. She'll always go for freebies. And so, having toured the world together during their music career as the Nolans, the girls are excited to let their hair down. Oh, please, let their hair down. But while in the ship, they do perform their hit, I'm in the Mood for Dancing. It's going to be... The Nolans Go Cruising hits our screens on July the 7th at 10 p.m. Everybody's asleep by that time. No, it's on something called Quest Red. Is that one of those racy-pacey channels? That where they do sort of... No. Oh, there you go. I'm sort of guessing. It's got the repair shop on there. Well, so it has, but it's got the Nolans, which I believe is their middle name. Nolans, you know, Colleen Nolan. I'm totally convinced, though, she didn't sing on any of the hits. I think she might have gone out on tour. But I think when they had all their hits, they finished by the time she'd come along. But we shall find out. Another picture of airbrushed and way too full of makeup. Poor old Jess Wright. Bosses want her back for the 10th anniversary. She's not been on it for about 4 years. Nobody's missed her. Nobody ever mentioned, oh, look, can we have Jess Wright back on again? She was part of the original lineup in 2010. An insider said, this will be her agent, producers have drawn up a wish list and Jess is one of the stars they're keen to... She's not a star. She was boring. She was terribly tedious. Terribly tedious. She's Mark's sister. Oh, there's loads of them. Seriously, it's like an epidemic. It really is. They're also hoping to get Joey Essex, Amy Childs and Lauren Pope on board. Oh, God. Well, Joey Essex is available for about £1. Amy Childs won't understand the question. And Lauren Pope, I mean, just... Oh, does she do? Nobody knows what she does, really. What were they saying the other day? There was something. Oh, didn't they have Jordan, who turned up at one of her ex's houses to confront him over something he'd said? And you think, you really need to leave it. That's why you're not very successful in love, dear. That's why you're really dismal and unsuccessful. Because you don't let things go. You're like a little Rottweiler. And sort of, you know, she went round to this trainer's house because he'd said something about Bianca Gascoigne, but she wanted to tell Bianca that apparently he was still contacting her. You're a nasty piece of work, aren't you, Jordan? You always were. That's why your career's collapsed. What career? She's apparently hoping to get back some of the 47 million she claims she lost. She never had 47 million. Never in a million years did that woman earn anything like 47 million. I reckon you could go back in all the bank accounts. I mean, why would she? Why would she ever have earned that? And so she's ended up with a house that she's still got a mortgage on. Where did the money go, dear? You can't have spent it on cosmetic surgery, not the place you have it done. You're going to the dirt cheap places, aren't you? You're going to the place where they don't do it in this country. And that's why she looks so dreadful, poor soul. Steve, I texted you the other day regarding customer not wearing a mask in a private hire car. Guess what? Yesterday I woke up with a text from Uber saying that customer reported me for bad behaviour and refusing to take them. I didn't take them because they had no masks on. Uber took the customer side. So now I'm out of work for a while. Dear. Well, I would take that to an industrial tribunal. Of course. Uber have been very keen to tell us that they're expecting customers to wear masks. I wear them on the buses. I wear them in the cars that bring me in and take me back. So definitely, I'd take them to court. Absolutely. You've either got a rule or you haven't. In fact, they actually said customers, Uber made this as a statement, if customers didn't wear it, they were going to cancel their accounts. So, and they also say if drivers, customers can turn them away as well if somebody doesn't turn up with a mask on. No, take them to court. Go for it big time. Probably get legal aid on that one. Steve, can we heckle? Well, you can. You can do whatever you like on my show. Yes, it's a virtual show. You can I won't hear you, but it's very sweet of you to make a contribution. Quite sweet. Steve says Debs in Bushy. I only found you once my dear dad had died. I had brought my mother to live with me, but worried about her and therefore couldn't sleep. You became the answer, and and you gave me comfort. Sadly, as I expected would happen, I then lost my mum. That's about 2 years ago, and I cry for both of them each day. The laughter stays with me. I think I would have found it tough to cope through the sleepless nights if I didn't know I only had to make it through to 4 and then you'd be there. I know, I get a lot of that. My mother was addicted, not necessarily to my programme. I think on the odd occasion she heard my programme, she used to say to me, well, Stephen, you mustn't say that. She was very, very right and proper. Very right and proper, my mother. Matthew says, talking to socks, I've told you before, the best ones are Paul Smith. 16 quid a pair in the Bento. I'm not spending 16 quid on a pair of socks. I couldn't justify 16 quid on a pair of socks. I just couldn't. I mean, I don't mind paying about 11 to 12 quid for 4 pairs of socks or 6 pairs. I'm not spending 16 quid on one pair of socks. I can't justify it. There's certain things. It's like, I mean, the funny thing is, I'll put expensive petrol in, which isn't very expensive at the moment, which is okay. What was this one? Takeaway bikers. Yeah, do you know people are targeting the people from Deliveroo and all these other people who pootle about, and you know that they've got food on them. Although, to be honest with you, I mean, by the time they must get to some addresses, it must be stone cold. I mean, I've often thought about doing that, ordering from Kentucky. I just fancied a piece of Kentucky the other day. I didn't have any, because they only do takeaways. They have to put a sign in the window saying they are takeaway. You get it delivered. I know. But the trouble is, if you get it delivered, it means you have to give them your credit card number and you have to give them your address. And to be honest with you, I don't want to lower the tone of the neighbourhood. I don't want people thinking, oh, my God, he's having Kentucky delivered. Much as I would really want to have it delivered, but I can't bring myself to do it. Alexandra Burke. An astonishing revelation. She shot to stardom after winning the X Factor. She said, I was told to bleach my skin by a music boss. I mean, that is absolutely outrageous. She should tell us who it is. That is absolutely outrageous. In fact, it's more than outrageous. It's almost like, really? Oh no, people should be told about that. Definitely. Also, the legal loopholes that let 2,000 more crooks dodge deportation. Do you know, we're such a sort of a pushover, aren't we, really? Remember the bloke who got on the plane? They got him on the plane, took him ages to get there, and then it turned out he suddenly remembered he was gay, and he couldn't be sent back to where he came from. Honestly, the garbage some people come up with, you can't believe it, can you? We must be celebrating a birthday today, but I can't find anybody's celebrity birthdays, but there must be a few, actually, for today. It's probably somebody terribly important that I've forgotten, and people will be writing, oh, it's so-and-so's birthday. We had Paul McCartney on Friday. We'll try and find out a little bit later on. Well, soon. Well, in fact, almost immediately. Let's have a check on the news headlines with Bill Overton. Oh, no. Oh, it's break. Andrew Castle with you at 7 this morning for breakfast on LBC. You'll be getting the latest from Reading after yesterday's incident. Also an update from America after Trump's controversial rally last night. He'll be looking to Spain, opening up its borders to other EU countries, including the UK. All of that and more with Andrew Castle this morning from 7, right here on LBC. Steve, aren't you a McDonald's delivery regular? I've never had a delivery of food in my entire life. Nothing. Not Chinese, not Indian, nothing at all. Nothing. I feel I can walk to everything, sort of. But, I could walk, technically, to the Kentucky. I could have a delivery. I mean, I think I'm allowed to go in and buy it. You just can't sit in there and eat it. Why you'd want to, I've got no idea. Surely. Yeah, you queue up outside, nice. Oh, look, there's Steve. What's he doing there? I walked past Iceland the other day, and some bloke walked past me. He said, they love you in Iceland, Steve. I said, I bet they do. I don't necessarily love them all the time. Do you know, sometimes there is a queue that goes to the back of the shop, and then sometimes people who are blind don't see the queue, so they go straight, and you have to go, excuse me, there's a queue, all right? People pushing in. Get very annoying. Steve. But, I don't fancy Colleen Nolan. It sounds a bit shallow. He says, but I want a celebrity girlfriend. I think it's not going to happen. I think it's not going to happen. The trouble is, all right, so, the easiest people to pick up are anybody from Love Island. Because that's how desperately shallow their life has become. And they need people. They need the flames of the fire to fan the oxygen so that they can sort of be in the papers, which is lovely, isn't it? Unfortunately, when you talk to them, they're thick as bricks. Today's birthdays, Nicole Kidman, 53. Wasn't she married to Tom Cruise at one point? They did that thing. Was it called Far, Far Away? Do you ever remember that? Yeah, where he played an Irish boxer. He had an Irish accent. And it was about one of the worst Irish accents I've ever seen. Lionel Richie, hello. Is it me you're looking for? He's 71, and Frank Lampard, hi, is 42. He's married, of course, to Christine Blakely. And if you're celebrating your birthday today, many, many happy returns of the day. Of course, you won't get any presents because it's Sunday, or any cards. So if nothing arrived yesterday, that's it. You're completely up a gum tree today. Steve, my mother-in-law Hilda would have been 103 today, but she died in January. But loved Vera Lynn. You kept us going, says Tina, through the early hours where we had tea and crumpets. Oh, I could eat a crumpet this morning. I could eat a crumpet, but when I get back, I've got to water the plant. So I do a crumpet. I could have that as my reward. I bought some more of that peanut butter with Marmite in it the other day. The one that Corey hates. He was nearly sick when we sort of opened it in the studio, and he became quite girly about the whole thing. It was very funny. Very funny. So I said, oh, do you like them? No, don't talk about it. Make me feel sick. Well, I thought it was quite nice, actually. Marmite and peanut butter. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? It does sound slightly strange. Steve, got a ticket for your show, as well as 2 totes and a tea towel. Game of cheeky bingo on the live show. Winner gets a bag of Sprouts and a bottle of Prosecco, displayed in a hanging basket, says Carla. Ooh, you give me an idea. Give me an idea. Might do something like that. But we've never done it before. We've never done a virtual show. And so this, I've got this far in my career. A career. And we can raise a lot of money. We can raise a lot of money with your help. So this is on Sunday the 16th of August, 3 p.m. So, once you've set up the computer or the laptop or everything else, you get me at 3 p.m. But before that, you will get a message coming through at about 12 o'clock to tell you how to access the show, which you can watch on your laptop, your phone or your tablet. It'll cost you £10, of which I will happily relieve you today. It's not a lot of money, but you need to register. And you need to text Steve 10, capital letters, STEVE, then the number 10, no spaces, if you put a space in, it completely invalidates, and it's a terrible waste of money. And you send it to 84850. So Steve 10, no spaces, capital letter, 84850. A voluntary donation of just 10 quid from every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Just think how much good we can do with that money, £10. You get a text back which says thank you for registering, and then on the 16th of August you'll get a message telling you how to join. It'll occur about 12 o'clock, and it will give you all the details on there, and it's unique to you. OK? 100% of your donation goes to Global's Make Some Noise. Standard network charges may apply. You've got to be 18 or over. UK mobiles only. Sorry. Full terms and conditions on the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. And you can also find all the details on there of how to book tickets for the show. And so everybody gets a front seat. Everybody gets a front seat. I mean, that's always the thing, isn't it? That is always the thing, where we sort of get there, and I always look at the front, because I can only ever see beyond the front row just a little bit, about two rows, and I can watch all the people in the front row, and I watch very carefully. This time round, you can watch me. You can watch me sitting in the studio downstairs. Steve, thank you for making me happy when I hear my text on the Best of the Steve Allen Show, says Connie. And I'm also happy I registered for the show in August. You mean a lot to me. Well, listen, it's likewise. As I say to some of my friends when they go, I love you, I always write ditto. Which sounds a bit corny, doesn't it? It's a bit naff, really, ditto. But I can't remember where it came from. I've used it, I think it's in a film, and I can't remember which one it is. Ditto. Somebody say ditto. Whatever it was, it works brilliantly. Steve, I'm self-employed, and I've been unable to work due to the virus, but I haven't claimed any benefits. My friend think it's odd, but I don't expect taxpayers to bail me out. That's what rainy day savings are for. Am I wrong, says Graham? Listen, everybody is individual. Everybody is individual. You know, everybody must do what they think is right. I'm self-employed as well, and but I don't have the virus. Oh, that's right. Patrick Swayze says ditto instead of I love you in the movie Ghost. That was such a good movie, but so wrong, because it was ridiculous. He managed to push the penny up the wall, yet he can't walk through a door. You know, and yet sits on a settee and doesn't fall straight through it into the, you know, smashed himself to pieces. Still good, though, isn't it? You know, when they're doing the bit with the potter's wheel. I can't look at a potter's wheel without feeling sexually, emotionally charged. It's very difficult. It was a very thing. Oh, my love, I wonderful. And then, of course, there was that horrible bloke who was trying to sort of get the money back. And then Oda Mae Brown had it. Do you remember? That was that lovely scene with Oda Mae Brown where she's walked out the bank with a cheque for, like, 4 million or something, $1 million, whatever it was a big cheque. She'd never seen that much, and she's tottering around on the heels. And then Patrick Swayze, who you can't see, of course, because he's invisible, because he's dead, and then says, right, come over here, Oda Mae Brown, and give the cheque to these ladies. There were Sisters of Mercy or whatever they were. They were nuns collecting. And the nuns said, thank you very much. And she's going, she doesn't want to hand over this cheque for 4 million quid. And eventually she hands it over and the nuns grab it. And he goes, you've done very well. And they walk away. And the nuns go, let's have a look at it. And they look at it and then they both collapse on the ground. It's the funniest bit I've ever seen. Seriously. You couldn't write something like that. It was brilliant. How long does the show last, says Sally? About a week? About a week? No, I don't know. I don't know, actually. We normally do about an hour and a bit. So, I mean, it depends if I'm getting, put it this way, I might have some Prosecco. If I have some Prosecco, the show could run for days. Seriously. It's like being in a pub, isn't it? You know, you start off, you're going out with your friends or for dinner, and nobody says a word. You're all sitting there. And then by the time you're sort of half an hour in, you've had a couple of shows. Well, yeah. But that gets me going. I just keep talking. Because that's what I get paid for. People sometimes wonder, you know, do you talk on the way back to the drivers? I try not to. I've just done 3 hours of talking or 2 hours on a Sunday. You don't want to talk for the rest of the day, do you? So people go, oh, so when you get home, what do you do? And I go, well, sometimes I talk to myself. But that's good. Ditto is Ghost, says Tracy. Thank you. Oh, we've all got that one. Look, I knew you'd know. Steve, the missus, who must be obeyed, and I bought our own tickets so we get the seats together, says Stephen in Southgate. I think we may be one of those double-seat sofas like on the movie. And you can have popcorn and everything. Popcorn. Seriously, it's going to be very exciting. Do please buy a ticket. I don't like to sound like I'm pleading, but it would make a lot of difference if we had a full house. You know what I'm saying? We need a full house for this, mainly because you're always very generous. It's cheaper than the tote bags, and you get your own. It's almost like having an individual, you know, show with Steve Allen. I'm talking about him like it's not me. I think I might go and watch that. You know, I wonder if he's going to be any good. Will he be funny? Could they get in touch? To say what? I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. They were looking at something like that. So people can sort of write into the studio. You can imagine, can't you? Get this fat blob off the screen. You know, he's taken up the entire studio. What's going on? Yeah, as long as you pay £10, and you call me anything you like, I couldn't care less. Never bothers me. Never worries me. Very thick skin. Very thick skin. Steve, me and my friend walked to Kensal Rise to Camden and back to Kensal Rise, says Abby. That's a bit of a walk, isn't it? Kensal Rise, I think, to Camden. I walked back from Camden once. We had a party. Chris and Steve, now living in Spain, we walked back from a party in Camden to Gray's Inn Road. I was knackered. I can't tell you how tiring. I don't know why. I think what we were doing is you walk, hoping to see a taxi, and we didn't. So, you know, it's sort of like, every time you keep turning round, and then sometimes you turn back this way, cab goes past, you know, with the orange. No. I remember getting a taxi once. Who was I with? I was with somebody. Could be Dale. And the taxi wouldn't stop for us. We only wanted to go to Regent's Park. We were at Oxford Circus. And he pulled up. He was on our side of the road, but of course, if they don't have the light on, they don't have to take you, apparently. And so he said, Regent's Park. He said, I'm not going in that direction, mate. I thought, no, you're looking for a bigger fare. That's what you were looking for. And we weren't it. Channel 4 fears as the Steph... oh, dear, honestly, I can't... This is a real tongue twister. Do you remember... Oh, I'll tell you in a minute, actually. Should we do the news first? Let's do the news. I think now he's here. He wasn't there a short while ago because he wasn't meant to be here, so I put the fear of God into the poor bloke. Every time I give the boys my telephone, they change the voice of Siri. So it used to be Irish, then it was South Africa. I don't know what this one... What's this one now? Is that Aussie? Yeah, that's right. It was South African, then it was Irish. Now, every time I get the phone back, they've changed the setting on my phone. I get so cross. So cross. Never mind. Oh, bad news. Bad news. Staff at Channel 4 have been left fearful for the future after layoffs and wage delays at the cash-strapped television station. Well, it's the first I've heard of it. The entire production team for the channel's new flagship programme, The Steph Show, have been stood down. It's rubbish. That's the flagship show, is it? Gosh, truth. They did it, if you remember, from Steph McGovern's house. And it was in a cul-de-sac, and the neighbours were getting really, really funny about it. But anyway, they've all been stood down. The entire production team, some of the network's remaining workforce, have been left worrying over mortgage payments after staff were told their monthly paydays being delayed. Good Lord. Now, production staff, some of whom left big jobs at the BBC's Breakfast Show to join McGovern, have been... Why would you want to leave the Breakfast Show to join the McGovern Show? I mean, seriously, it was done on a budget of zero, I suspect. On production resuming, our ambition is that large numbers of crew will return. The change is understood to have been made for cash flow reasons, but some staff have been left fearing they'll miss their mortgage payments date. Oh, my goodness me. Last month, it was revealed that the network had furloughed 120 staff after advertising sales fell by 65% in May, forcing it to discuss drawing down into a new £75 million loan. That came after the channel's programming budget was cut by £150 million, with less than £10 million to spend until the end of 2020. And £10 million, I tell you, in television terms, is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. I mean, I have to be honest, I did watch the Steph Show. I think she's running before she could even walk. Seriously. She was fine. They gave her little sort of jobs and they went, oh, you're big enough now to front a show. She really wasn't. And I don't think they've axed it because of, naff ratings. I think they've just axed it because they can't afford to run the blooming thing. It's ridiculous. Somebody's now saying... they talk about the inquest into the death of the Love Island presenter. This is Caroline Flack. Friends have revealed, so that you can say anything now, Caroline wanted to plead guilty. If she had, she might still be alive. They can say anything they like because Caroline's not here to say that, so people can basically say whatever they want to say, and so they probably will. Also, I'm going to go through the papers to find something. Here we go. Oh, this is the early way to a slimmer, happier you. This is the skinny jab business owner. Do not touch these things with a barge pole. I'm telling you, this is not made. She says, I wanted it so badly, I didn't care if the jab was legal or not. I just said, give it to me. This is the wrong way to lose weight, and all of these people will pile it back on again. It's really not for everybody. She says using the drug to suppress her hunger improved her relationship with food. It's a load of old cobblers. It really is. These things are made for diabetics. I've got some in my fridge, but you don't do it once every week. So what she's selling you is a dream. She's selling you a pipe dream, because these people are bone idle. The sort of people that she's got using it are the Gemma Collinses, are the Kerry Coat Toners, the sort of people who wouldn't know one end of a gymnasium from the other. The very idea that Gemma Collins might actually do a workout is almost laughable. So if she takes an appetite suppressant, years ago it used to be Tenuate Dospan, Ionomin, things like that. I know, I've been down these routes before I was diabetic, so I know exactly what it's like. And they will pile it all back on again. Gemma Collins goes, "Ooh, look, aren't I clever? I've lost 3 stone. I thought you've never done a day's exercise in your entire life. A bicycle. What does that give you? Big, thick legs. Oh, no, she's got those already." Seriously, you should never go... There is no easy option to losing weight apart from dieting and exercise. It's as simple as that. You go... If you want to lose weight and you want to do it properly so it's safe, you go to a doctor and you ask them for a diet sheet. And they will give you a diet sheet and they will tell you what you can eat and what you can't eat. When I was first diagnosed as diabetic, they said, look for that little thing on there, 10% fat and under. That's what you're looking for. And sometimes we lapse. Sometimes we don't do it. Sometimes, we're not very good with it. Sometimes I eat things that I'm not supposed to eat, but I do it occasionally. But for sort of, people who are morbidly obese because they just eat too much, I wouldn't mind, but Kerry Coat Toner has done all the drugs under the sun and still she was fat. And now she goes, "Oh, I'm so this," and I'm thinking, it's fake. It's fake. You'll end up piling the weight back on and then some. It's the only way. Steve... in Stitches, never miss a show. As always, send my love to Sue, Angie, Paddy and Karen, who run your Facebook page. I seem to have so many Facebook pages. I really do. What's your daily routine? Eat, sleep, shower, work. It's as simple as that. I don't really have a routine, actually. I really don't have a routine. I mean, I'm not a routine sort of person. If I don't want to do something, I won't do it. So, I mean, I can be quite sort of stubborn in that way. If somebody says, "Oh, right, should we go out today?" If I don't want to do it, I'll just go, "I don't want to do it." And then I'll do it another time, because I've got to feel in the right mood. Funny thing is, I have the right mood for coming into work every day, because that's good fun. That's actually quite nice. Dev says, "I've done the reply already," and somebody wants to know, you say the boys may join you on your show. Who are the boys? Well, who do you think's producing this thing? The boys. The boys are producing, because they are young people in the industry. I mean, the industry is full of young people. It's only the presenters who are ancient, but then you have to have had some experience of life to be a speech presenter. To be a music presenter, I think it's a lot easier. Mind you, I say it's a lot easier. I've done both. I've done music presentation and I've done speech presentation. And speech is, I always think, by far the easiest. Yeah, well, I think so anyway. I mean, obviously, for some people, they can't do it, but I don't have too much trouble doing it. You just got to sit here and just open your mouth and the words come out. I mean, sometimes they come out in all the wrong order. So the boys are the backroom team. So we got Joe and we got Luke and we got Corey and we got Thomas, and I think that's about it, actually, isn't it? Really? And who was the one you don't know the name of? Jake. You think it's Jake? You called him Josh, I know, which is a bit embarrassing because he's not called Josh at all. He's called Jake. But they're all the boys. I mean, I think the funny thing is, but boys predominantly around here. I think we do have some. We have some girls as well, and a lot of boys, and they sort of do the programs. They actually put the programs together, and they do the podcasts. So when you get the podcast later on, that'll be done by Jake. And so he'll be doing the podcast. So it's not right. You can write to him. Don't write to me. Nothing to do with me. I'm rubbish at things like that. But that's what they do. They work their way up the ladder. Sometimes they fall off the top of the ladder, but mostly they're actually climbing the ladder and enjoying it, because it's not a difficult way to earn a living. Not compared to sort of, being a hod carrier or something like that. So that's my daily routine. My daily routine is come into work, have a cup of tea, and today I shall go back. Sunday I do the same thing. What have I got to do today? Oh, I've started filling up the boot of this car I've got at the moment, so I've got to empty that, which is a bit of a pain. But it doesn't matter. I shall do that, and then I think there's a spare bottle of Prosecco in the boot of the car, which is quite nice. So I shall then have a bottle of Prosecco upstairs, and I don't know what to have for lunch. I have to sort of think about it quite carefully, because depending on the time I eat, I don't eat again before I go to bed. So there. Sue Ann says, I've got atrophic celiac disease. I'd love to gain weight. I know. The trouble is what they do is they go, oh, I'm so pleased I've lost 3 stone. You think you're going to pile it back on again. I'm telling you now, that's how it works. You know, no such thing as the diet that works. You know why? There'd only be one. Why would you need loads of other different diets? And how many diets can you think of? The F-Plan diet, the hay diet, the fruit diet, the juicing diet. There's 1,000,001 diets. You know why? Because it lines the pockets of people who want to take advantage of those people who are fat and can't lose weight. You know, it's as simple as that. There is no easy way to lose weight. Because I say, if there was a diet that works, that actually, you know, they all say the same thing, oh, this is a thing that's going to help you lose weight. It's a case of, why is there not just one diet? But there's not. There's loads of diets. Hundreds and hundreds. It's $1 billion industry. Easy peasy. You know, you see it on the television. Oh, look, we're going to eat, you know, proper healthy food. It's called little and often. That's the trick, little and often. You know. The Sun, happy Father's Day, Wills, and every other father. Thank you very much indeed. Horror in the Park. 3 people feared dead, 2 fighting for their life after this knife rampage. They have arrested a man. This was at the Forbury Gardens in Reading. Maura Higgins, another dreary, non-eventful story of she spent the night, or somebody spent the night with her at her house or somebody else's house or whatever. I can't, it's so boring. I can't begin to tell you. Love Island pals Maura Higgins and Chris Taylor enjoyed a cosy weekend locked down at her home. Well, how's that doing? How are you allowed to do that? Chris left on Monday wearing the same clothes he'd worn 2 days earlier. What a shame. Obviously earning no money. Very embarrassing, very embarrassing. Maura's spokesman insisted their relationship was platonic. What, can't she speak or something? Why do they always have to have a spokesman who speaks for them? So Chris visited Maura for a night out in Dublin. Days later, they looked close at the TV Choice Awards, and he often visited her and Dancing on Ice. To be honest with you, I'm looking at a picture of him. He don't look that butch. They really don't. But last month, Chris, who has a pad in London, posted a video of Maura dancing in lingerie. No kidding. Good Lord, Maura in lingerie. With that, look at the state of that fake hair stapled to her head. It looks terrible, doesn't it, really? Must be all the time you get into bed and you say, I'm sorry, they've all fallen out. OK, just leave them on the side, dear. Leave them on the side. Other stories, Tony Parsons talking about Happy Father's Day. He said, I can't help wondering how many dads took up Britt Ekland's offer to send a personalised video message for the very reasonable price of £166. You know, you can have that. You can get a celebrity and they will send a message to you. Like, you know, oh, hi, this is Britt Ekland. I think you're great. You know, or whoever it happens to be. £166. And then there are, it's poor old Lizzie Cundy. Then there's nothing more sad and desperate than Lizzie Cundy. You know, here she is. She couldn't go to Ascot. And so she sort of took all her clothes off and sat there wearing her underwear. I mean, really. God in heaven, you're a bit old for that kind of thing now, aren't you, dear? Plus, Alexandra Burke, in all the papers, told to bleach her skin to look white by an A-lister team. We want to know, please. We want names, definitely. In 1994, Steve, I did the Slimming World programme and ate well with the diet. I lost weight gradually. Exactly. Little and often on the food, and you're supposed to lose no more than 2 pounds a week. Any more than that, you're on an extreme diet. And you shouldn't go anywhere near it, whether it's juice, whether it's injections, anything like that. I mean, if you're that overweight, go and see your doctor. They'll actually put you in the right department. You certainly don't, you know. And I wonder, actually, I did ask the question the other week, seeing as Gemma Collins flogs this thing to death about these injections, is she getting it for free or is she being paid? That's what I'd like to know, because if she's being paid, I wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. I really wouldn't. Very worrying. Here's a picture. Oh, look, surprise, surprise. Paddy McGuinness's wife, Christine, says she doesn't have any close mates to talk to. I'm not surprised, dear. I've seen you being interviewed. Although actually I quite like to being interviewed on the television. It's just that you're such an exhibitionist, you know, and you need to sort of, you know, that dreadful Housewives of Cheshire programme. It really is. Nobody likes anybody. They all hate each other. All hate each other. Jeremy in Manchester says, my daughter's having a roast lamb dinner. Oh, no. Oh, no, not lamb. I can't do lamb at all. Makes me feel quite ill. Because most of them are just delivering, aren't they? So you can get all these places. And, Steve, can you mention my granddaughter, Alicia? Congratulate her on achieving a first in her law degree. She's over the moon. She's made us all proud. So we listen to your show every day. Says, is it Daddy Ma? Which is Hindi for grandma. Well, that's another language I've added to my achievement of, you know, sort of English, roughly, basic German and basic French. My mother used to fib to us. She used to say that she spoke French. So we went to France on holiday. I don't know where we were going to. One of our sort of sojourns through the sort of the wilds of Paris and everything else. And all she could order was eggs. That was the only thing. She didn't speak French at all. She obviously did. Do you remember there was that dreadful thing? You see, that's another thing they might have to change. Do you remember Only Fools and Horses? And there was a girl sitting in the pub, in whatever the pub was called, crying. And Del went over and started talking to her. And of course, she didn't speak English. It was obviously German. And then Grandpa, or Grandpa, whatever his name was, goes over and he says to Del, I speak German. And so Del went, okay. And he looks at her and he goes, what is your name? And we all went, oh my. Of course, everybody laughed. But I wonder whether or not that should be taken out. Some bits been taken out. There's loads of bits in there that you sort of look at, especially the bit in the curry house. There was a bit in the curry house where they were sort of talking about all sorts of food and things like that. But you didn't. But that, I keep saying to people, that was then. We've moved on. But you can't erase history. That would just be ridiculous. So it's Alicia. She's got a first in a law degree. Might be needing you. And slight faux pas, Steve. One of my best shirts yesterday, says Donny. Helping to move chip pan for the girlfriend's mother, ready to cook the chips for dinner. Little did I realise the outer side was covered in oil. The shirt I had on was adorned with a pattern of oranges, drenched in oil. Do you know, funny you should say that. I looked at a little chip fryer today. You know, because I've often fancied, I mean, I don't have chips like, you know, but once every 6 months, if then. And it was a little miniature chip fryer. It was about 60 quid. And I thought, no, Stephen, you know how bad you are with equipment in the kitchen. You'll either fall on it, you'll lean on it, it'll tip over, you'll have hot oil all over the place, there'll be a fire and that'll be it. So I decided against it. I decided against having a chip fryer. I feel a lot better about it, actually. I feel a lot better. Very wise, actually. And also because, you know, I'm watching my figure, as you know. I don't want to be sort of, you know, somebody who sort of people look at down the road and go, poor old soul, look how fat he is. You know, I want them to look at me with envy. You know, isn't he lucky? Look at him. Still a full head of hair, you know, a happy little smile on his face and a little trim tummy. But as we're all suffering from the fat tummy syndrome round here today, I think I'm not alone. Oh, good luck. I love the way you look at it. Oh, I wonder who he's talking about. Well, you! And him. Everybody. Everybody's got putting on a little bit of tummy. You know why? Because we eat too much. You don't get fat through not eating. Peter Andre's wife, Emily, the lovely Emily, has tested positive for coronavirus antibodies. The NHS junior doctor self-isolated for 2 weeks in March. 2 weeks in March, when it's left Peter Andre up until now to tell us. So unlike him, he normally tells you within about 5 seconds. Peter said they kept her illness secret from everyone, including the children. He said, I didn't want to worry anybody. Don't think you should have told them about it. Not think so, Pete? Only thinking maybe you've got half a brain cell going on. Junior also fell ill. The whole family now. And took to his room. Peter said, I thought, I can't get it. What will we do then? Emily's now recovered back at work. Wow. That's really interesting, Peter. Really interesting. So this all happened in March. Now you've decided to regurgitate it now. Should I think maybe better if you hadn't said anything? Oh, here we go. Louise Redknapp on struggling since the split from Jamie. She says, for 20 years I was not on my own. The hardest thing is that when the kids aren't with me, it's an empty existence. Yeah, well, they must be delighted you're posing in your underwear again. Very embarrassing. And so here they are, Charlie and Beau. And here's Mummy who can't find anybody. She said for 20 years, so I don't know how long her marriage was. Oh, 19-year marriage. Well, it must have broken down irretrievably towards the end. You were the one that walked out. And to be honest with you, it went all downhill. Now she goes, oh, I can't find anybody. Well, you know, need to try. Getting out a little bit more might make it a lot easier. Oh, look, Melanie Sykes going for a walk in the sun with her photographer. Yeah, well, big up the photographers. At least somebody's working nowadays, which makes a bit of a change, doesn't it? Also, 1 in 5 Leicester men say they've bedded a celebrity. I'm sorry, Hollyoaks people do not count. OK, they're not celebrities. Or anybody from Love Island does not count. You know, they're in the stupid yet savable category. You don't sort of think about things like that. The Sunday People, they're talking about this stabbing in this park in Reading the other day. And they've said to those people who started filming, and what sort of people they are, I wouldn't even like to hazard a guess, do not post on social media. Give it to the police, because it might be that there are clues in there that they can use, OK? Anybody who posts on social media deserves everything that they get. Suspect ex-lawyer he could have taken Maddie. This is the lawyer who represented Christian Bruckner in court. Fears he was the one who kidnapped Madeleine McCann, but they don't know. Also, loads of pictures. You can't move for a picture of George, Charlotte, and Louis with Dad Prince William, which is lovely. And as I say, but there are other people. Also, Major Laser's "Lean On" is the biggest summer song of the past 10 years. I don't even know what it is. Lean On. It's good, is it? Is it a hip happy happening show? You know, kind of woo 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 like that, or is it a bit of a dirge? It's not a dirge, is it? Oh right. Oh, it's dancey. Yeah, right. Last time you danced, I can't imagine what that must have looked like. Honestly, the embarrassing uncle from Nottingham. Here we go. You ought to see Corey dancing. I mean, that's almost arrestable. That really is. Sex parties are back. You'll be pleased to know. Yeah, okay. Again, something else we can't partake in. I love the idea they sort of do this. And also dogs will take viewers on a walk through their celebrity owners' homes on a new Channel 4 show. It's sort of a cross between Through the Keyhole and Crufts. How ghastly. Kevin MacLeod does it, and so they'll have cameras strapped to their backs. They wander around their house and garden in a show described as a cross, as I say, between Through the Keyhole and Crufts, two of the most boring programmes under the sun. What do you want to wander around some celebrity's dump for, thank you very much indeed, with a dog with a sort of a camera strapped to its back? Hope the dog gets a fee for it. Ridiculous otherwise, wouldn't it? Steve, I imagine, says, Noah, you like buying salmon from Waitrose? Think again. I don't. I only buy salmon from Marks and Spencer's, and I haven't had it for quite a while. I used to like buying it. I put it in a saucepan with some nice sort of sprouts and vegetables, and then I put a watercress sauce over the top of it, and then steam it for about 15 minutes. And by that time, the salmon just melted in your mouth. It was the sprouts, of course, hard as boots, and but it was quite nice actually. Quite nice. Rachel Bletchley's column today talking about Dame Vera Lynn, and also talking about the curse of Strictly, because poor old Prue, who was doing the cooking, she can't get insurance, Prue Lee. She can't get insurance. And pet cat Bob was just the job. Remember Bob? Bob the cat, who lived on this man's shoulders and all the rest of it. He died the other day at the age of 14, and James is a bit bereft. But perhaps he'll have to get another one, I suppose. And what else we got? MOD spent 8.3 million on video games. And YouTuber and TV star KSI's £10 million property empire at the age of 26. That's what you see. If you'd had the money years ago, that's what everybody would have put all their money into, property. Because in London, no matter what you paid for it years ago, it would be up quite considerably. Which is always lovely. Liz Hurley wants to get out of lockdown. Join the rest of us. I just can't wait for the hairdresser to open. I seriously can't. My cashier must be absolutely itching to get her hands on my locks. I mean, much longer than this, I'm going to start looking like one of the people out of Gladiators or something like that. I can do a bit. I've got the thing. I can do the top bits and everything. I can't do the back. It's just ridiculous. And there's no point in trying, because when I did it last time, I took a whole chunk off, and I thought, I'm going to look like some punk from the King's Road, and I didn't want to look like that. Yeah, it went down, and this huge chunk of hair came out. Oh, my goodness. But you can buy a new thing now, which has got lots of little blades on it, and you just keep... But I mean, I don't want to go completely bald. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't want to look like James O'Brien, honestly. I want to look a little bit better, which is quite nice.